وإن تجهر بالقول فإنه يعلم السر وأخفى الله لا إله إلا هو له الأسماء الحسنى طه ما أنزلنا عليك القرآن لتشقى إلا تذكرة لمن يخشى تنزيلا ممن خلق الأرض والسماوات العلى الرحمن على العرش استوى له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض وما بينهما وما تحت الثرى وإن تجهر بالقول فإنه يعلم السر وأخفى الله لا إله إلا هو له الأسماء الحسنى وهل أتاك حديث موسى إذ رأى نارا فقال لأهلهم كثوا إني آنست نارا لعلي آتيكم منها بقبس أو أجد على النار هدى فلما أتاها نودي يا موسى إني أنا ربك فاخلع نعليك إنك بالواد المقدس طوى وأنا اخترتك فاستمع لما يوحى إنني أنا الله لا إله إلا أنا فاعبدني وأقم الصلاة لذكري إن الساعة آتية أكاد أخفيها لتجزأ كل نفس بما تسعى فلا يصدنك عنها من لا يؤمن بها واتبع هواه فتردى وما تلك بيمينك يا موسى قال هي عصاي أتوكأ عليها وأهش بها على غنمي ولي فيها مآرب أخرى قال ألقها يا موسى فألقاها فإذا هي حية تسعى قال خذها ولا تخف سنعيدها سيرتها الأولى واضمم يدك إلى جناحك تخرج بيضاء من غير سوء آية أخرى لنريك من آياتنا الكبرى اذهب إلى فرعون إنه طغى قال رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي واجعل لي وزيرا من أهلي هارون أخي اشدد به أزري وأشركه في أمري كي نسبحك كثيرا ونذكرك كثيرا إنك كنت بنا بصيرا قال قد أوتيت سؤلك يا موسى.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Looking for Trouble. We ended the stream, well, this morning. We ended the stream with a really good discussion that I had with a Catholic. He was actually like much more knowledgeable than the normal everyday, Christian that we have in here. So right now during the live, I'm actually messing with Photoshop, making the well, we might get to it. If nobody hops on, I still got it up here. Like, don't worry, I still got it sitting right here. But no, I put the link out, pinned it on my channel, put it on Isa's channel, so anybody that wants to come up, please. And I think Sana, you were the one that actually got this conversation going. Thank you. May Allah grant you paradise. May Allah give you barakah for grabbing that Catholic and asking them to come over and have a conversation. But yeah, we had a discussion on a lot of topics. Right now, I'm working on a thumbnail for it, and I'm going to be just clipping that part out and putting it up so you guys can take a look at it. I sped it up because it was like a 3-hour conversation that we had. So I sped it up to bring it down to like an hour and a half. So inshallah, you guys will destroy that. Yeah, you fished him out of Discord. Yeah, we need some new faces like that. I'm Did I say? I thought I said baraka. Did I say bakara? If I did, I apologize. I meant baraka. But yeah, I appreciate you for going and grabbing that, brother. But yeah. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into tonight. Yeah, apparently that's what people heard, is that I said, "May Allah give you bakara." Yep. No, I agree. Farqan, what's going on? Assalamu alaikum. Hisham, wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. I have not seen Jordan Peterson's message to the Muslims. I'm not sure. I don't have anything to say on it because I haven't watched it yet. How long is the clip? If it's not too terribly long, we could watch it. Let's see. Okay, this looks like a brand new thing.
One of the things I tell young men, well, and young women as well, but the young men really need to hear this more, I think. Hi, all.
Oh, it's 6:51. Yeah, I'll just speed it up just a little bit.
I've been informed by many sources.
All right, cool.
Hi, all.
All right.
I've been informed by many sources and also observed online, not least because of my discussions with a variety of supporters and critics.
Hold on.
That I have developed.
You can hear that, can't you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. How are you, brother?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good, brother. Yeah, no, you should play this Peterson clip. It's
all right. Let me get to it.
Hi, all. I've been informed by many sources and also observed online, not least because of my discussions with a variety of Muslim thinkers, supporters, and critics, that I have developed an audience in the Muslim world. I would first like to say that I could not be more pleased or honored that such is the case. It has been so heartening to see that my biblical lectures, for example, attracted a large Muslim audience, and that the comments from the Muslim watchers and listeners to my YouTube channel and podcast have been so extraordinarily positive. And all this is lovely to see in the aftermath of the extraordinary Abraham Accords, which have laid out the possibility for peace between all the people of the book in an unprecedented manner. And I have something to say as an extension of all of this. Please forgive my presumption, if you would. It is time for those of you in the Muslim world to stop fighting among yourselves, you Shiites and Sunnis, and also time to stop regarding the Christians, and even more specifically, the Jews, as your enemies. Why? not least because you have the enemy located in the wrong place. First, the best place to find Satan, let's say, is within. If you think the true enemy is in someone else's heart, then you haven't thought nearly long enough about the darkness within, and you have therefore fallen prey to the most subtle temptation of the ancient demonic spirit. So your best bet on the spiritual warfare front is to make of yourself and your Muslim practice something so admirable that the light shining from your well-constituted psyches and productive, generous, and wise actions is so intense that people convert to your faith from sheer admiration. There's a goal. Second, far more unites you with the other people of the book, as your own prophet himself, peace be unto him, forthrightly said, than what divides you. You all believe, for example, in a book. You all believe, for example, in God, and believe that you have an ultimate duty to that God. You are all followers of a prophetic tradition, and that is a tradition that unites the wisdom of the past with the vision and voice of those willing to see and speak truly and lovingly in the present. And you are all threatened, in a very real sense, by the system of vengeful Luciferian ideas that currently confronts all that is transcendent, traditional, and valuable on the sexual front, on the familial front, on the conceptual front, on the psychological and sociological front, and, in the final analysis, on the theological front. So, how about we all quit squabbling over trinkets and details and face the real problem? And I should also point out that it is not the individual carriers of the woke, politically correct, degenerate neo-Marxist ideas that should be regarded as the enemy either. First, we must take the idea that the satanic impulse within is the prime enemy with all due seriousness. Second, we must understand that even those quite possessed by the spirit of Cain that attracts and drives confused and lost people to the Luciferian ideologies of the materialist utopians are, in the ideal, fully redeemable and only partially consumed. Even the committed student ideologues who have, for example, attacked me and others like me rather viciously are generally, say, 90%, or perhaps 80%, reasonable and potentially civilized people who could still see the light. Muslims, reach across the sectarian divide. Shiites, find a Sunni pen pal. Communicate with someone on the other side. Sunnis, do the same. And then, maybe, reach out, tentatively, to a Christian, or even, heaven forbid, a Jew. Because perhaps it is time for those who purport to be followers of God to act like it, and to be convincing in those actions, even to those whose premature cynicism and skepticism have driven them into the towers of Babel, constructed by the avatars of the resentful intellect. Is there someone in the Muslim world willing to build an electronic system to bring people from the Sunni and Shiite community together? A place where people of goodwill could reach electronically across the divide, person to person, and to formulate the kinds of personal, trusting friendships upon which a lasting peace truly might be founded? A place where Jews and Christians, willing and eager to open communication with their Muslim brothers, might do just that? There's a task for someone looking for a purpose, and it's an open invitation to do just that. If you build it, they will come. If you build it, get in touch with me. You'll figure out how to do it, and I'll publicize it. Thank you, all my Muslim listeners, watchers, and readers, for your kind attention and patience. I wish you well as you strive to become the light in the world that your faith truly demands. Let's see if we can unite as people of the book and negotiate our way toward the paradise that we might truly and jointly attain.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa
Can we
barakatuh.
watch Daniel's response video to this? It's like 60 seconds. He really nails it.
Daniel Hakikatu?
Yeah, the Muslim skeptic.
I think that would be good to watch. I want to hear it.
Yeah, it must be watched.
The narrative is just so blatant. Like, all Muslims are haters. We hate Jews. We hate Christians.
And heaven forbid, even a Jew. Are you kidding me?
Jordan Peterson released a video today titled "Message to Muslims." I want to react to that. Video as a Muslim because it contains so much garbage. But before I do that, I want to apologize. I made a huge mistake because in the past I said that Muslims can benefit from Peterson's critiques of feminism and transgender ideology, but I take it all back. Don't take anything from this guy. He's pure poison. Some of you might say, but Daniel, isn't that too harsh? No, it's not too harsh. You know why? Because look, as soon as Peterson finds out he has some Muslim following, what is the first thing he does? He puts out a message to Muslims that's pushing the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords are all about Zionist normalization and this idea that all religions are acceptable to God. All religions are the same. So he is promoting Zionism and perennialism to Muslims and dictating to us about our religion. And it's no wonder that he works for the Zionist Daily Wire and Zionist Ben Shapiro. Muslims, stay away. Jordan Peterson released a video today.
Mashallah, he just nailed it. That's
Yeah,
exactly
spot
how
on.
we should do this guy, JP.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's not necessarily the smartest thing to do. You gain a respectable Muslim following and then tell them what to do and directly contradict what the Quran specifically says for us to do.
He doesn't really care about this. Did you watch his videos on the Bible? He's like literally Richard Madsening the Bible. Just puts his own interpretation there.
Yeah, he's a
Man.
classical liberal, basically.
Khalid, what are your first reactions from that? I really
Whoa.
want to get Khalid's first reactions to that whole thing.
Yeah, so at first it was like he was kind of like that what's that one dude that came in here and he was like praising the hell out of me and like saying, "Oh, you're so good, you're doing such a good thing," and next thing you know he's like slandering Sheikh Uthman. Like I got
Abu,
the same vibes.
Abu, I think that guy's name was.
Yeah, Abu. Yeah, it's hold on, but real quick, hold on. Truth and knowledge. You there, bro?
Yeah.
I literally just tied you together.
What does that mean?
Hold on, wait. Your voice, are you on TikTok?
No, I'm not on TikTok.
Oh, okay. You sound just like a TikTok Muslim brother of mine.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm on YouTube and Facebook and stuff like that, but not on TikTok.
Yeah, I knew you were, and I was like, you sound like a guy named Muslim Rockstar.
Oh, no, that's definitely not me. Cool name,
Okay,
though.
okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay. I heard and I was like, hold on, is that Muslim Rockstar?
No. Yeah.
But yeah, I got the same vibes off of JP as I do that Abu guy or whatever his name is. He's like, hey, let's say something nice and then tell you how to live your life and tell you what to do.
Wallahi, this is like the worst type of Islamophobes. I'd rather work with freaking Ben Shapiro. At least he's like in your face. Like, yes, I hate Islam. I hate like Palestine. I'd rather work with this type of people. Because these people like Jordan Peterson, they pretend to be your friends. Like, I want good for you, bro. Right? Let's just work together. Let's just hold hands, kumbaya. And then they just push this satanic, this absolutely kuffar ideology upon us. And like try to enforce their liberal views upon us. It's much easier to just face the open enemy than these sheep in wolf's clothing.
Yeah.
Peterson's a joke.
Absolute joke.
Yeah, and not only is he pushing this ideology,
Absolutely.
he's also acting like as if the Western world didn't like literally demolish the Muslim world over the last couple of decades in the wars.
They still do.
Yeah, as if we're the one who needs to stop violence. Well, how about stop occupying and destroying the Muslim world?
Yeah, he should send a message or a video saying, Christians, stop being so hateful to the Muslims. Stop invading their land. Stop killing them.
Yeah, when are we going to see that video?
Never. Because they're hypocrites and white supremacists. They believe that West is the best.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to see any of that because he's working with Daily Wire now. It's like a Zionist, propaganda.
He's literally a close friend of Ben Shapiro, so what's there to talk about?
Yeah.
I'm not the only one, Truth.
I got to meet this guy now.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up a a video. Let me go to TikTok and pull up a video of Muslim Rockstar. So you can hear him. Like it was. I was like, holy crap!
What?
No.
What?
Nope.
We're trying it. We're trying.
Some rock star. Okay.
Look at the Greek, the word that's used is proskuneo, and that can also mean to pay homage. So just because someone is bowed to, just because someone grabs your feet, and all these things, it could just be acts of love. It doesn't mean they necessarily believe he's God, which is why I had my previous question: can you just give me someone that calls Jesus God? Like walks up to me like, "Dear God, can you help me have a child? Can you help me get pregnant? Can you help me get a job? Can you help me get to 10,000 followers on TikTok?" Whatever. You know, that's the idea here, is that who's actually calling Jesus God? And these things you claim or worship, I see as signs of respect and signs of love, but not looking at him as a deity, but rather a super amazing man with very unique qualities, who's worthy of that level of love and affection. Was Jesus worshipped in?
Man, I think I have a voice twin.
I know. Like I'm telling you, bro, like it sounds just like Muslim rock star.
Hey, that's a pretty cool voice. I feel better about myself now.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum assalam.
What do you think, babe? Does he sound like Muslim rock star?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, nah. That was bold by JP. That was bold. I don't get it. You think it was maybe some sort of type of like assertion of like redemptive assertion, like he needed to redeem himself after that discussion that he had with who was it? Was it Muhammad Hijab?
Yeah,
And
possibly.
Hamza Yusuf.
Yeah.
Yeah. He needed to get back up on his horse.
He's a complete joke. In the discussion with Hamza Yusuf, when Hamza Yusuf went to the Trinity, and he said something like Trinity is like nonsense or something, right? And you know what JP said? He said, "Well, I don't understand why you Muslims do not understand Trinity. It's so simple to me." Like, and then he gave his concept of Trinity, which is completely like heretical and nonsense that he made it up. Like nobody believes in his version of Trinity. Like, dude, just out of his mind, right?
Yeah, it was
like Richard Madsen.
There's a lot of innocence, metaphorical. It's like you can't hold on to anything. You know, you can't really hold him to anything because you don't even know what he believes because everything is in a sense.
Yeah, that's what happened on the stream. I'm actually clipping that discussion out, and I'm posting it. That discussion that I had with that one guy.
Oh, but
Athanasius.
By the way, about the discussion, did you mention eternal tablet, brother Khalil?
Yeah. So I was asking, is the eternal tablet, is that
there
something
is no such
that
thing. There is no such thing.
Why do I keep hearing about it? And I've even heard Muslims talk about it.
This is preserved. It's called preserved tablet, rather preserved tablet.
What are you talking about?
The eternal tablet.
There is no
preserved tablet.
Jake, Muslim metaphysician, made a video about this, debunking James White, who claims that that we believe in eternal tablet. There is no eternal tablet. It's called the preserved tablet. The only eternal being is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Tablet is a creation. It's not eternal.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard Muslims talk about it. Even Muslims have even said, yeah, eternal tablet. So I was like curious, because if there is a tablet that is eternal, if it's still dependent on God, that was the point with that one guy. He was saying that if anything is eternal, it must be necessary, which isn't. It's not necessarily true. But,
yeah, I think your mic, Khalid, is pretty. It's breaking up, and I think you need to fix it, man.
My
yeah.
mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking like
Is
fast
that better?
forward. You were talking really fast.
It might be my connection. It is storming outside right now, so it may be a connection thing.
I posted in a private chat Jake's video about this. It's like the first 30 minutes he addresses that if you're interested.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, this guy, he in our discussion, he wanted to make these arguments, but then once again, like, it doesn't matter how educated you are, these questions, you know, when it comes to like Trinity, incarnation, divine simplicity, they can't be answered. Just like the Brother Truth or Ahmed was saying, like, in a sense, well, in a sense, yes, but in a sense, no. What does that mean? What does that mean? Just you have to consistently say in a sense multiple times.
To be honest, I feel like, in a sense, the Bible is inspired by God.
In a sense, yeah.
Well, at least some parts of it are truthful. Some.
Yeah, like I feel like that actually really does apply to Christianity. You know, everything in it is in a sense. You know, and we're the one that have the standard of the sense that's actually true or not. But, you know, we're actually like holding the meaning, distinguishing what's metaphorical, what's not, all of that. What's the real sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in a sense, it doesn't make sense, Aki.
In a sense, it doesn't make sense.
By the way, he came out as an open Islamophobe when you ended the stream. We talked to him, and he like brought some really stupid arguments against Islam. Typical like Islamophobic ones, like slavery, like drinking
Oh my gosh, he's a
alcohol in
Catholic.
paradise.
Wow.
How can you do
I
that?
don't think he's a Catholic, by the way. He said that he likes this guy Neo, and Neo is not a Catholic.
Yeah, have you ever spoken to Neil before?
Yes.
Yeah, that he was mind blown when he was like, yeah, well, there's a secret that I don't want to tell you, and then he eventually gets around to telling me the secret, and he's like, yeah, well, there's the thinker, and I'm like, the thought and the thinking. And he's like, where did you hear that from? Like, bro, I've spoke with Neil before. Like, I've heard this. It's nothing new. It's not a secret. Come on, bro.
That was the secret.
That was the secret. Yeah, the thinker, the thought, and the thinking.
Yeah, I just got done listening to the video like an hour and a half ago, and they were like, you guys were talking. I don't know if I wasn't paying attention. I heard all of that, but I was still confused on what the secret was. I didn't know that was the secret.
Yeah, because he told me he said honestly, he's gonna be if you're not a Christian by now, then he's gonna be upset that he even let you know.
So if that's a secret and that makes it make sense, why is it a secret? Why don't you let everyone know so people could try to understand it? Like what?
Oh, he quoted the Proverbs verse where it says like some matters should be concealed.
Yeah. For those who don't understand, well, without telling me the secrets, how am I going to understand? Oh, we had Godless Girl pop in here for a second, but she left. Trinity. I'm just working on a what you call it, thumbnail for that video, because I clipped out the discussion that I had with him, because I mean it was a good discussion, but so many answers.
Oh, regarding that
So many
discussion,
answers
brother.
were left. Yeah,
Brother, you
go
know
ahead,
this
brother.
thing, this thing that you bring, like is of identity and is of predication,
Yep.
right? So
Yep.
I understand is of identity, but let's say I'm a Christian, right? And you give it to me, and I say like ease of predication, right? I take this
Sure.
route. Ease of predication, it's like basically saying that Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are like attributes of God, right? This is what it means. It's like Superman is powerful, right? Powerful is the attribute of Superman, right? So Father
Yes,
is an
yes. So you
attribute
could say
of
that
God.
Clark Kent is powerful like Superman. These are just attributes predicated from one to the other. So they're saying they're similar in a sense, and a lot of times they would in fact go into this when I mentioned relative identity is that they'll say that they are identical in what they're similar to. So they're identical in essence, but they're distinct in other ways. And I think this falls into polytheism, because I mean, if there are three separate entities, I mean, there's distinctions made between them, yet they share the same divine essence. I mean, how is that not polytheism? Like, please show me how you can maintain monotheism with saying exactly that, or at least falling into partialism, to where these are just parts of God that share the divine essence. I don't see how they can do it.
Your mic is still very choppy, by the way, brother.
Yeah, the mic is trash box.
Trash box?
Yeah, it's very hard to hear.
It sounds like you're coming through on a scary movie, honestly.
Wait a second. Let me check my mic. Let me see what mic I'm using right now. Hello? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Huh, okay.
Very nice.
Interesting. Very nice. Okay. It's not the storm of the network. He sounds like the Terminator. Wow. Yo, James is tired is in the building. What's up, James?
Whoa, what's up, James?
There better not be a problem with my mic. This is a very expensive mic. Uh-oh. Here we go. Hey, Noah. Noah, up at the right-hand side. I hope that's not what you look like. But up at the right-hand side of the screen in the chat, at the very top is a StreamYard link. Why don't you go hit that link and come up and speak with us? Don't hide in the
He has
chat.
Islam Makhachev on his profile picture. It's
Who
a
is
great
that?
Muslim brother, by the way. It's Islam Makhachev from Russia, a great MMA fighter, friend of Habib. I don't know why he uses his profile pic and insults Islam. Suspicious guy.
Looks like he took a picture at one of the worst moments. So, hey, no, I'm not sure if you heard me, but I said go ahead and join that link at the top right-hand side and don't hide in the comments. Somebody brought some information last night that showed that the earliest problems with that marriage, which I'm not going to speak or dwell on this very long, but the earliest time anybody actually had a problem with that was actually in the 1800s. That's when the first problems with that marriage ever took place, even with enemies of Islam. You're gonna say something, friendly Muslim?
Yeah, no, but I don't think it was even 1800s. It was more like the 1900s, and he didn't actually make a. There was some guy that made a commentary on it and said, at this stage, this is when he had his betrothal. But if you look at any of the commentators, Karen Armstrong and all the rest of it, nobody has a problem that with the marriage at that time. So I don't even see. You can go to the Bible, and the marriage was legal. You could take the same circumstances of that marriage, a father giving away his daughter, establishing that she's mature enough, and making an assessment to be married, and you could have the same marriage in America, in 12 states, in 2020. So this is all we're all anyone that tries to ponder on this thing and try to use it as a gotcha, that's copying. What's
just ignorance. Hey, Noah. So are you openly admitting that you're just gonna hide in the chat and make claims, or are you going to put your big boy pants on and come up here and speak with us on stream? Like, show us how we're wrong. We'll give you time to speak. Like, no problem. We'll definitely give you time to speak. But I mean, if you're gonna hide in the comments, I think that shows some ignorance there, some weakness, some insecurities. Come up here and address it like a man.
Wait, what's a fact? He said not a claim, it's a fact. Hold on, what is the fact of the age of consent? What is the objective?
Yeah.
What is the objective age of consent?
I think he was talking about slavery.
Oh, okay.
You should speak to Bubba Dawkins. Even Dawkins said, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, that he as a norm, he would have had a slave also. Oof. The moral compass for the atheists, with Dawkins.
Even you, Noah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't like it wasn't like the American trade slavery. That was a whole different scenario. The problem is they have no idea. I mean, you should compare your biblical slavery compared to Islam and what happened at that time,
or even your biblical pedophilia too.
I mean, yeah, the slavery 200 years ago was justified a lot using the Bible, I would assume too. I mean, it wouldn't really contradict much, would it? If you beat your slave to death, you should be punished. But if you leave him for a day or two and then he dies, then you're good.
Nothing should happen to you, for he is your property. Exodus 21 verses 20 through 21.
Oh, there are many verses like this. New Testament is also filled with the slavery verses.
Yeah, slaves, be good to your masters.
People don't understand that there is no slavery in the Western sense of the world in Islam. Being a slave in Islam is much better than being a free person of color in 21st century USA. Islam, it basically abolished the actual Western type of slavery and replaced it with a much better slavery, Islamic slavery, which is basically indentured servitude under a just social contract that gives you more rights and freedoms than an average person of color gets in USA in 21st century. And the only way to obtain slaves in Islam is basically prisoners of war, and that's it.
Do these guys have any education? There's no state in America that allows. Listen, it was a betrothal. Yeah, so that's a marriage contract. It's not a consummation of the marriage. And again, allegedly, because there is historical data that points to another age also.
Let's look at this. This is for No, where is he? Where is he at? Where was that? Where was that? I can't find it now. Who said that? Where is that comment? There it is. There's no state in the U.S. that allows sex with a 6-year-old. First off, like the brother said, it's talking about marriage, right? Or the age of consent, right? So let's just look at this real quick. 1880. And there's multiple countries on here, but there's also United States. Here's the states right here. And let's look. We got 1880, 1920, and 2007. Look at this. 10. Delaware. 7. 10. 10. 12. I mean, as we get more and more to the recent years, that age of consent goes up. The question is, why is that? Is it because people are raised differently now? It's a different culture. It's a different society. Like, what exactly is the criteria that we use today to say that, yes, 18 years old or 17 years old is the age of consent? There's justified reasons for that today.
You got hormones.
It's the same standard.
You got hormones. You got the stuff they put in your food. All of that changes over the years, which changes your biology and the biology of your kids, and the way their mind develops, and obviously that the influence of society, having high school, having middle school, all of that puts you in a mind state of being a child, or you know what I mean? But that concept didn't exist back then. People were in a whole different mentality, whole different diet. They weren't the same, you know. It's also narrated that she used to carry men on her shoulders in the battles, you know. Like, if truly she was 9, you know, how do you imagine a 9-year-old that could be able to do that? She would be built different, obviously, from what they ate at that time and what they used to carry, you know. You have to put all of this into one picture and see, like, all right, these weren't just children, like, you know.
Basically, come with some better arguments. Because that's weak sauce. Let's see. I think I got my thumbnail done. I hope Atheists comes back. That was fun. Question: is there anybody on the stage or in the chat that either themselves know how to do it or does know another Muslim brother or sister that is good with, like, going through and editing videos and clipping things out and making things looking nice and professional?
I do. I just have to see if my storage would allow me to do that.
Gotcha. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing right now with, like, the video that I did is I just made another, like, I use StreamYard, like this platform that we're on right now. What I do is I use StreamYard, I share my screen, and then I find the thumb mark that I want to, and I just basically record me sharing my screen to clip out the video, because I don't have Premiere Pro anymore. I just have Photoshop for like thumbnails and things.
Yeah, I'm
Which it
strictly going to be
works.
using my phone.
Yeah. Ang, what's up, man? Come on, dude. We've been trying to get this guy to come in here and speak with us, and every time he comes in and just leaves.
I think he might have done the same thing on Jordan M, because Jordan M was just before this, and he was in the chat, and he was kicking off in the chat, and then all of a sudden, someone came on called Sarah Kate, and then did the whole, and then that was it.
Of course.
Ang, was that you? Were you Sarah Kate? Question mark.
Question mark.
Yeah, so for me, I use Kind Master. You just download the video, cut it from the beginning to start of the conversation, cut the middle parts that you don't want. Like for example, when he was gone for a little bit, you cut that out, and then you like fade it out, and end it.
So it's called Kind Master, Kine.
Yeah, Kind Master on. I'm not sure if it's on Android or not, but it's on iPhone. And if you have Android, you could use Power Director.
No, so I have something on my phone that I use. It's called CapCut, but I use that for like TikTok videos.
I don't know, like when I was like 13, 14, I used to have like a YouTube channel playing gaming. I used to play a game on my phone, and I used to have like 4K subs on this channel. But I used to be like editing videos all the time for the game, making it look cool with the effects and everything. Yeah. And I use these two apps, Kind Master, Power Director. They're pretty good. Like long videos you could use.
Is there anything you can use for a PC or something? Just for Windows? So can you use Kind Master for PC? Like, what's the best thing to use? Just like you see a video, want to download the whole thing quickly.
I believe you could find Power Director as like a website you could download on your computer. But personally, I use these two simply because I was just a phone user, iPhone editor. I didn't do no work on the PC. I was strictly doing this channel on my phone and working with my phone. But yeah, you could use all the high advanced editing stuff. Like what's it called, Windows 11 editing. And all of that, but that's different, That's for like animated
what is
stuff.
Chrome? What is Chrome OS? Can that be for computers? Because I have an HP and I have Google Chrome. Yeah, there's Kind Master. Get it on Google Play. I don't know. I'll check it out. Oh, low-powered computers. Okay.
Yeah, it says Chrome OS is a lightweight computer system. It's an operating system.
Okay. Go to sleep, kiddos.
Snake Juice was funny yesterday. He does some good. He does some good voices.
Yes, he does.
Probably one of the best I've seen. Especially his Yeah,
his Indian accent.
None of the Chinese Vietnam kind of flex was quite funny.
Yeah.
I can't match that one. I can do most, but that one I'd have to say he's better.
Oh man. And like that was funny because that Athanasius guy jumped in the chat, and I'm sure he was listening for a minute, and we were just joking around, and he was gonna come up and he was like, "Yeah, man, I got this. I'm gonna destroy these guys." These guys are just jokesters.
Easy work, easy work.
Yeah, yeah. And it came up and it got serious real quick.
It got biblical real quick.
It got biblical.
Got historical too.
Yeah. I was testing him to see like, because some people, they just talk, man. They just talk. He's like, well, the first century. And I was like, okay, so the Council of Nicaea. And I was surprised he said, no, not Nicaea. And I was like, what about Trent? And he goes, no, not Trent. Because like Trent, like the Council of Trent is like the most recent council that we've had.
Okay, let me speak to Mr. Infinite, because he's on the other channel. It's okay. So I didn't run from you. I was on that channel listening to the person who's actually there. I don't have time to start engaging with you in the chat and think there's a mufti speaking. I'm listening to what he has to say. I also happen to know him, so I'm not going to. I got a call coming in. I'll deal with this joke in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, bro.
What?
So now you're asking questions. Hold on, was somebody saying something? Huh?
No, I was just questioning his statement. I was just like, what?
I'm just wondering, like, tough guy? Really? Like, how old are you? 80?
No, this babe. This is Shah. This is Infinite Wombs.
Bro, why are you talking like that? What the heck? I feel like that's something like my pop-up would say. Yes, speak tough
Listen
guy.
here, lunchbox.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Son of a gun.
You gonna get you young whippersnappers put in place. Gotta get your ducks in a row.
I'm not trying to make fun of you, bro, but like, tough guy?
Listen here, tough guy. Uh-oh, you better be careful. Oz is gonna come in here and tell us that we're bullying people.
But I literally just said I'm not making fun of you. It's just, it was a funny thing to say. Like, it feels very old-fashioned. And if you are like in your 50s or something like that, I apologize.
He's not. He's a young dude. He's
Okay,
probably
never mind.
younger than me.
Keeping it PG. Oh, no. Babe, am I in any position to call anybody ghetto?
No.
Okay.
No. No, you are fluent in Ebonics.
And I code switch faster than you can blink your eyeballs.
Partner.
I'll tell you what, my pop-up lost his 4 front teeth wrestling a hog when he was a teenager. That's actually a true story.
At this point, I've become dependent on Infinite Wombs coming on and slandering the chat. I wonder what he has in store for us today about what we supposedly called him.
No, actually, I have to admit, like, I was surprised to hear, like, you know, that this things had gone the way they went, because, like, the other day, I said the other day, I don't even remember how long ago it was, honestly, but we had like such a good conversation, so I was really surprised to hear that it had gone like a little sour, I guess.
Oh yeah, it got sour to the point that because he was so upset that the chat was not being very nice to him, that he told the entire chat to go suck a D on the stream.
I mean, that's a bit rude.
Yeah.
Ooh, who said that? Darth, who said that? Oh, you're still waiting on the receipts. Bro, I was like, who said that? Like, I don't stand for none of that. But that's the thing, Shaw. You can't let your feelings get hurt. Like, you can talk about things that are personal and passionate to you, but you can't take none of this personal. Like, none of us can. Because at the end of the day, I don't know who you are in real life. And you know what? Not to sound rude, but like, it's not really consequential to my own personal life. So I can't take anything that anybody says on here serious. Like, it doesn't hurt my feelings. Oh, she's so oppressed. Yep. Yeah. Like, I can't take none of that personal. Because for what? For nothing. So, I mean, if you get to the point where like it's really affecting your emotions for real, like this is how I see it, right? When I'm looking at my kids and they really just did something to really make me feel some kind of way, and I really want to whoop them. I'm just being real. I don't. That's the time when I'm mad enough to want to do that. That's the time where you have to step away. So if we apply a similar rule here, I guess it would be if you're mad enough to come out of character, to be pulled up out of your character, then you need to walk away.
Yeah. When
you're in a fight with your partner, if you're mad enough to want to say hurtful things, you should take your space, walk away. I mean, it's just I can't think straight. It's a concept that you can apply across the board, you know. That's what I have to say about that. Yeah, but there's some words that they're straight in a pro. Like straight.
Listen,
in a pro.
if you get your feelings hurt that bad that you have to say that, honestly, bro, you could just leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said, except I said it a little bit nicer. Or at least I tried to.
Like, why is cyberbullying even a thing? Just close your phone.
I think it's because our natural instinct is to want to defend ourselves. But didn't they have that meme that went around Facebook for a while? And it was like, stop trying to explain yourself to people that are committed to misunderstanding you. You know? Khalil, stop tapping on the table.
I'm not. I'm tapping on my water bottle.
Oh, man.
I'm glad my mic is working well enough that you guys can hear that now.
Yeah. You know what? You just need to pull out the guitar and play your little... play your little ding or whatever it is you do. The little holding sound. That.
Yeah, but then the Haram police are going to come in here.
Ooh, Harami salami.
Which I don't disagree. It is haram, but trust me, guys. After you can ask my wife. After she's heard some of the music that I listen to what I am now, I think that I'm very tame. Very tame.
That's an understatement. Honestly, if I had never interacted with you and all I knew about you was the music you listened to,
you'd probably get a restraining order.
Yeah, very quickly. Like I would probably, it's literally terrifying that's the things that you were putting into your mind.
Oh.
Like it literally, especially as a lady, like it was out there, y'all. It was out there.
I actually gave a few, I told him, read the lyrics of that song Embedded that talked about, the chips. And then I showed him Bearing the Serpent's Lamb, the one where the woman gives birth to the Antichrist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even like talking about it. Like, it makes me feel like I want to throw up. I swear, wallahi, it makes me want to throw, like, legitimately, physically throw up. Like, it's that disgusting to me. And you just, this is what you would listen to for, like, kicks and giggles. Like, really?
I mean, it's real stuff. It's real stuff, but the fact that you just listen to it for fun is what's crazy.
Oh
pretty-
no, that was my stuff. Like I have tattoos of this band on my chest. Like, man, this was like that. I wouldn't go a day without listening to this type of music.
Jesus. No wonder you.
I mean, I could see it. I could like actually imagine you in that form.
In fact, you know what? I might actually try and find this. I think I might have a picture of me back in the day.
Oh my gosh. From like before or after you got out of the military?
Oh, before. Back when I
Oh,
had longer hair than you.
Nobody knows what kind of measurement that is except for me and you. Astaghfirullah.
There we go.
Because you know, mine used to be at least 6 inches longer than it is now.
Let's see here. Share my screen.
And it's not a fair assessment anyway, because I'm literally like 13 inches shorter than you.
All right. So that's the band that I was in. We were called Kingdom of the Dead. And that's me on the far right.
Your hair's not longer than mine.
Well, hang on. So the blonde
Yo,
kid,
that's cool as hell.
like we can't see your
That's
face.
some nice hair.
Man, he was a hijabi before he knew it, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my band.
Yes, lower your gaze. Man, he was a Muslim back then, bro. Look, he's lowering his gaze. No one can see his face, bro.
Nah, I get the vibe. You know, the long hair covering the eyes.
It's supposed to look scary, bro. And then we had our
it doesn't
Jew,
look scary. It's cute.
our Jew friend over here. He was a Jew bassist.
I can't wait until you grow it out again and we can put it in a man bun.
Yeah, like this right here. Do you guys see my cursor?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this right here, this is our drummer, Sean Hensley. And this is actually Whitechapel. That's the t-shirt that he's wearing. That's what I have tattooed across my chest right there. Whitechapel. And then this is a band called Suicide Silence.
Yeah, nobody go listen to that crap, by the way. No,
that was our
literally,
vocalist, Mike Staley.
Horrendous.
Yeah. Oh, you want to see beardless me?
No. Ugh.
No way.
Yes.
He doesn't even look like the same person, dude.
That's me in Afghanistan.
You were a machine, bro. Look at that. Dang.
Yeah, well, okay. So to be honest, I was taking not tranquilizer, but horse steroids. I would go to the gym for at least 4 hours a day, and I was taking horse steroids. That was more towards the beginning. Like I was stacked at the end of deployment. Yeah.
We can still see your screen.
Yeah, that's me in basic training.
It literally doesn't even look like you.
Which one are you? You both look the same.
On the right.
Right there.
Oh, wow.
That's me in the middle.
He doesn't even look like the same person. Alhamdulillah.
Oh, alhamdulillah. Okay, so I was ugly as shit.
No,
okay,
that is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I really like the beard. You look like I don't like how young you look without a beard.
Yeah. He's got such a pouty face. You know, it's like, ooh, like voguing. Oh, that's cool.
My God. That's a really handsome picture.
That was Afghanistan.
Aww. You started with your beard.
Yeah, that's when I had my beard. That one right there was outside of Sunnyside Grill.
It was.
Yep.
I
It's a little Zep.
know.
It's my little man. Look at that. Look at that face right there.
His cheeks are so chubby. I want to bite them. Like, they're so cute. Yeah.
That was when we first brought him home.
Oh my god. He was little like the boys, but my boys didn't chub up like Zep did.
Yeah. Tell me that's not a cool pumpkin.
You did that. That's pretty cool.
I did that.
Yeah, that's cool.
He handsome and talented.
Yeah. Oh, this was back in the day. Secular scripture study. This was my atheist channel. So you see the EA right there. Oh man.
Wait, that was what your face looked like? Like the hair on your face?
Yeah, I had when I worked for. Yeah, well, here's the actual picture.
Like a tea bag.
Thanks, appreciate that.
You're welcome. No, like you just look like you're like a pain in the butt to deal with. You know
You
what I
look
mean?
like a real atheist.
Yeah, that's what
A
I mean.
real atheist, yeah. I used to always say this: you pray for me, I'll think for you.
Oh, dang. There's a flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah, actually, well, I was an ordained minister with the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Oh,
where did Khalil go?
Where did Khalil go?
Oh no.
What the heck?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum salam. I accidentally hit the back button.
Oh.
What in the world?
Sorry, I didn't give my greeting earlier.
Oh, you're good, brother. You're good.
If you don't mind, I hang out here because I can't use YouTube. I jump up here and people thought this guy having a meeting.
All good, all good.
Khalil, you still a Tom Brady fan? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really watch football too much anymore. Like, I got more important things to do than watch people throw footballs around.
Okay. I'm still.
Plus, I'm still pretty bitter. I'm still pretty bitter.
No, bitter about what?
Tom Brady leaving New England.
Oh, you're still bitter? Damn.
Yeah, bro. I'm super butthurt about that.
Oh man, I can't believe he still won a Super Bowl. That was crazy. Man just never gets. Man never ages.
No. I want to know what diet he's on.
Oh jeez.
Not that I could afford it, but
he probably spends like millions of dollars just to like stay, just to not get injured after he gets touched by like some defensive player. Yo, anyone gonna come up or wait? Who like came up that was crazy today? What did I miss?
No
nothing
one
so far.
Really?
But if you want to not look old at an old age, that's nothing hard. You don't need to spend that amount of crazy money. You just need to, exercise in the morning every day. You don't have to go to the gym and all that. Just, a couple push-ups, abs, pull-ups, stretching every day for your life. Start your morning with something healthy to eat. A date, fruits, whatever. Start off your morning healthy. And if you do that every day, every morning, and then just continue with your day being normal, oh, look at that.
Look at mashallah.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Make it big.
That was so cute.
Make it big. Mashallah, baby.
So precious.
Subhanallah.
Hi, baby.
Hi, she waving.
Oh my God, she hung out. Hi, baby.
She's saying hi. Say
Hi,
hi.
baby.
Hi.
Oh, I might just put my hijab on just so I can look at the baby.
Uh-oh, she tired.
Sleepy.
Starting to rub the eyes.
Sleepy baby.
Say hi.
Yeah, she's tired. Yeah. You can come to my house. I'll rock you. I'll hold you. We'll give your parents a break. Mine are big now and don't like to snuggle me. Mashallah. Oh my goodness.
What are you guys talking about?
The baby
We're
now.
just hanging out, man. The baby.
Wallahi. I don't have any. I mean, I have stepdaughters, but I don't have a daughter. And I just love little baby girls. Like, they're so precious to me. Oh my God.
She's getting tired. I gotta put her.
No, I want to hear her little voice.
I
Oh my goodness.
Nah, she's tired.
Alhamdulillah. Also, recently I got there's a new baby cousin that I have. So a new baby entered the family. Very cool. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Let's see real quick.
Alhamdulillah.
Man, we need some person to enter the chats.
Khalid, check your text messages.
I saw.
Good night, baby. Yay. Oh my goodness. She's so precious. Like, I'm literally in tears. She's so precious.
Mashallah, Barak. Mwah.
Yeah, bro, we haven't had anybody come up yet.
I know, I've been waiting this whole time for someone interesting to come on.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time we got like a really educated atheist? Because I mean, Athanasius was a pretty like highly educated Christian, I'd say last time.
Yeah.
So, I don't
Hey,
know.
you have
We
to
get-
invite Godless here because she actually is like, you know, educated.
Who?
Godless.
I beg to differ.
Oh, okay.
Who, do we ever have an atheist equivalent of Athanasius? I don't think so.
Okay, she may be educated. Okay, I may be judging her based off of how she presents herself in debates. Because, guys, I don't know if you saw it, but on Modern Day Debate, Godless Girl debated. Who was it? Some music lyricalist or something like that. He was a Christian. And she was already plastered at the beginning of the debate.
She has a new baby right now.
She does?
Yeah, she's got like a something between 0 and 6 months. And she's got a newer baby. I want to say it's like 3 months old. No judgment. I'm just saying. I mean, maybe she needs a minute, a mom break. But wow.
I love Akron's comment, bro. Imagine Shaw telling the baby she's cutting him off.
Oh my.
Wait, there's do you guys know Destiny, Khalid, by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah. You ever speak with Destiny or?
Mm-mm. No.
Where is that?
Honestly, I'm not ready for that. I'll humble myself and say I'm not ready for that.
Yeah. I think one of the worst people to talk to online is Darth Dawkins. I mean, I can't know how can you communicate with that guy? He's the most like disingenuous person, and like, oh my god.
Is he the guy that asked, quote,
Oh,
quality?
look, Shaw has entered the chat. Oh my god.
He's the one, what, babe?
Is he the one that, quote unquote, asks clarifying questions? Was that him? No, that was what's his face. The one I blocked.
No. Here's the latest interaction that I've had with him. At least the latest interaction that's been recorded.
Where did the baby go?
Of product research, supplier sourcing, and all the headaches that come along with selling.
Coherent defensive. Hey, Tom Rabbit! I hope you got this for your recording. Hey, YouTube out there. Tom Rabbit likes to record these.
I love that intro.
Hey, Tom Rabbit! I asked you a legitimate question. You're going to jerk me around like you're at the cafeteria table at lunch hour at night?
Oh, trigger warning, guys. I dropped the F-bomb in this. I apologize, but it's not bleeped out.
Ninth grade, enjoy your duct tape over your mouth.
Hey, Darth, would you be open to having a formal debate with me?
Well, the problem with formal debates is
here goes the obfuscation.
And I've had a number of them on Modern Day Debate, is people just run the clock out, okay? So I'm here right now. What would you like to discuss?
The Trinity.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Before he starts.
Hold on a second. Is this Justin?
This is Khalil Allah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So this
is the guy, the empathetic atheist.
This is the guy who got totally trounced on atheism, and yet he continued to promote atheism after he got eviscerated, and then he turns into a Muslim. Let me ask you this question, okay? Is Allah omniscient?
I thought we were talking about the Trinity, Darth. Are you running?
Well, we can talk about that.
So let's talk about it then.
Okay, yeah. What would you like to talk about the Trinity?
I'd like to talk about the incoherency with the Trinity and actually see if you can defend Christianity rather than just attack
explain to me how the Trinity is incoherent.
It depends on your model. I can do it in many different ways. So what I'll do is
First of all, incoherency either means that something is unintelligible, or the proposition in question does not conform and cohere to another proposition, which is considered the standard. Okay. So which form of incoherency are you referring to?
I'm talking to many different forms depending on the model. So let's dig into the model and I can show.
Listen to.
Can I not be over? Can you not overspeak me, please?
We're talking about the standard view of the Trinity. Okay, that there's one God, one being, one essence.
There is no standard view.
Yes, there is, sir. Okay, now there is a standard view for 2,000 years that the doctrine of the Trinity is that there is one God, one being, one essence, and within that unified being, it subsists of three co-equal, distinct persons. Okay. Now,
I guess we're not ready for this
is that doctrine incoherent because it's unintelligible, or it doesn't conform and cohere? If you overtalk me, you're going to get server muted. Okay.
Okay.
Now, is that? I'll warn you one more time. Maybe
I'm being overtalked by you, Darth.
Okay. Okay.
Here he's scared. He's going to mute me now because he's fucking scared.
No, because I've dealt with you before.
Yeah, you have, as an atheist. Now I'm going to attack your beliefs, so please don't overtalk me. Let's be nice to each other.
Listen to me. I asked you not to overtalk me. Okay.
I was being overtalked first.
Hey, listen, little boy, I'm not going to warn you again. Little boy. Okay.
Yeah, you.
Now, I won't. Okay. See, there we're done. All right. So you were an ignoramus atheist.
I love the animation. It's too good. This guy's a scam, man.
Never got around to actually talking about the Trinity. See, he found a way to get rid of me before he had to defend his beliefs. And then all of his buddies will say, well, Khalil ran. He ran away
Wait a
from
minute.
Darth.
He's a Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah, he never talks about his beliefs. He just attacks others, so I wouldn't know.
He just attacks atheism literally all day, every day.
Yeah.
Okay. That's so lame. Like, it's so lame that I didn't even know what his beliefs are, even though I see him in all of these circles.
And he uses like one argument against Islam, like it's like the what, like not unique in any way, like the most like cliche, like nothing special, bro. Like even A+, bro, is like has better argument. He used this argument like, oh, why does the Quran classify the Trinity as having Mary in it?
Yeah.
It's like, bro, it's like he uses that one argument. That's the only argument he's ever used in his life against Islam. Pretty sad. And then you're like, so let me explain. Wait. Okay, explain? Yeah, you're server muted. You're over talking him. He's like, what? He's like, bro, yeah, no, he's a disaster. He's a scam artist, man. Dude, you totally ran. No, bro. Darth has like the biggest simps like in his VC. Like they literally worship Darth. He's like, it's not a trinity. There's 4 people, man. I'm sure.
Yep, Darth is a Christian.
Is there anyone gonna join?
What kind?
He's a Protestant, I'm pretty sure.
Protestant.
Yeah.
Actually, I was watching your old debate today, bro, with T-Jump, when you were in your on objective morality. I think it was. Was that the topic?
Oh, I saw that live. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe that was a different debate.
The one where he was talking about how each individual has their own universe to themselves, to where nothing ever, goes against what they want to happen. Like there's zero imposition of will.
Yeah. Yes, that one. I was wondering if you ever had a follow-up conversation with him after.
I lost many brain cells during that discussion.
Yeah, no. I at one point actually saw you looking up to your brain, like looking up and trying to figure out. You're like, I just need to figure out what you just said. Marinate that one.
That it's going to be a world in which, to where if you try and go cross the street in your universe, and there's a truck coming, and you don't want the truck to hit you, that it's going to be physically impossible for the truck to hit you.
Yeah, that's mind blowing, man. That's like the most intelligent thing I've ever heard. It's crazy.
Here's the problem: if I grant him that this is possible, for everyone to have their own universe to themselves, and everything happens exactly how they want it to happen. Here's a logical problem with that: is that what if I, as an individual, if nothing can impose my will? What if I, as an individual, want to have the only universe? Would that not be imposing on other people's will because they would have to live in my universe? Or would that my will have to be imposed on and say, hey, I know you want your universe to be the only one, but there are other universes that do exist, and they're going to exist, and you're going to have to deal with it. There's still imposition of will.
That's true.
You talking about multiverse or something?
Well, yeah, it's a multiverse theory. It's T-Jump. He's an atheist that believes in an objective morality, and his objective moral model has to do with every human being choosing to either be born or choosing to start to exist as an adult. Like everything goes exactly how you want it to go in your universe, no matter what.
Bro, he took libertarian free will to the whole nother level, man.
Uh-huh.
Wait, have you ever talked with Xerxes before?
King Xerxes?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude gets too emotional with me.
Yeah, no, I he used to have Discord stages. So he's like a milder version of Darth in the sense he doesn't
Mhm.
serve you, but he overtalks so much. And he
Yep.
gets really upset. Like I was like, this is my first time I ever went on Discord stage. It's how it all started when I go up, right? And this is like the most BS dumb argument, right? I'm just like going up. I'm like, so I used like the argument from causation, right? Very basic, right? So I'm like, okay, yeah. So do you know? It's like, so how did the universe begin? He's like, Big Bang. Okay, what happened before that? He says, I don't know. So I'm like, why do you classify yourself as an atheist and not an agnostic, right? And you can easily say that, hey, it's a lack of belief in God. He gets like so emotional. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm like, yeah, cheat, whoa. And then he's like, no, get out, come on. This is not what atheism. He starts yelling, and I'm like, oh, okay. He has good points, but yeah, you're right. He gets emotional all the time. And we need some. It's been long since. When's the last time we had an atheist in here besides Shaw?
We had that ex-Muslim atheist who we had some good conversations with.
Yeah. And then was it Aladdin who came in with the 360 joints and the guy was like fluttering?
Yeah.
Okay, that's nice.
No, Oz was in here a couple times.
Oh, Oz. Yeah, I forgot about Oz. Talking about like an actual atheist. Like, okay,
oh, shots fired. Oh, that's some fighting words there, boy.
I think like the thing about Oz, man, is I think he has like blind faith, honestly, like in atheism.
Yes.
Yeah. Because like he's like, come on, that's in a book? That's in an ancient book? Really? He had like no argument. He was just like, what? I'm like, dude, come on, man. I was like, Joe Biden, come on, man. Man, why is no one coming?
No, he's a one-trick pony.
I'm gonna let guide him, inshallah, bro.
He only has one thing that he wants to talk about, and that's why God is so mean. And I'm not going to what did he say? Oh, I can believe that he exists, but I'm not going to worship him because blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, that's
And I try and engage with him with the philosophical arguments, and he's just like, I'm just a brass tacks kind of guy. I don't deal with any of that. Okay, well then, what like you literally want to just stick with this makes me feel bad. I'm going to invite you on for you to change my mind, and I'm still going to tell you that your God's horrible, and I'm not going to worship or believe in him. And then say that there's no evidence. He calls himself a mythicist. A mythicist is someone that says that the person of Jesus Christ didn't ever exist, to which he believes that the historical figure, Jesus Christ, the man, existed. So he's not even a mythicist, even though he calls himself one.
Yeah.
Just a quick point. I don't know. Did anyone address the infinite womb guy on the Abu Bakr situation?
Oh, we did. We did last night.
Oh no, he's still going on about it. Why did he object? Okay, I'm gonna.
Hey, Shah, come up here. Come up here, Shah.
Yeah,
I know you want to.
I'll read it out to you, and I'll explain it to you.
Oh, Shah's coming up. He's gonna be. Why is Shaw so obsessed with the stream? I don't get it.
I don't know. He's created like 6 accounts just to come up here.
Listen, you little 12-year-old, stop whining, yeah, little Ali Malik, little 12-year-old.
Well,
and that's what was I called? What did he call me? Arrogant? What?
He called you arrogant, and I was a little 12-year-old.
Sure, don't be emotional, please.
Yeah, what's
Khalil himself?
Khalil didn't even get a nickname. Come on. Uh-oh.
No. Any of the atheists or Christians in the chat, if you want to give me a nickname, just call me Daddy.
Call you what?
Okay. Uncle. You can just call me Uncle. How about this? Better yet, call me Israel.
Israel?
Because I overpower your God on a daily basis.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
That's really dark, man.
If you think that's dark, you should hear the music you used to listen to.
Oh.
Did you see my text
Yep.
about William Sugar going high?
Sure. Shar, are you going to come up so we can address this with you so you could come up with excuses and obfuscate? Inshallah.
Come on, sweetheart, let's talk it out.
Sweetheart.
Oh no.
Who said that?
Friendly Muslim.
Oh my god.
Come on, sweetheart.
I think that just triggers anyone, man. I feel triggered for Shaw when you say it to him. I feel
Yeah,
like
but
hurt.
the way I say it to him is different to the way I'd say it, to the regular people of the United Kingdom. They take it, oh, come on, sweetheart. It's all fine, don't worry.
Oh, no. He insults the masculinity.
I'm elegant with my speech. Bro, I'm alpha, man.
Oh, what's up, Shaw?
Hey,
I'm here in the flesh.
Okay,
yeah, so go ahead, friendly.
All right. So your issue was that let's go back to the beginning. So first you said I misquoted you. So please explain how I misquoted you. So then we can clear that. That's the first problem we had.
Because you said that when I made my initial statement that I said that it was something that you guys are hiding that you didn't want to talk about. When I went back to watch the live stream, I never said that.
What were your exact words?
My exact words were that some people rejected the marriage, and I just continued on. When you came in, you added the part of me of me saying that you guys don't speak on it or you guys hide it. That's one.
Was that all you said?
Yes, I never said that you guys hide it and you don't talk about. I never said that. You could go back and watch it. I watched it back last night. I watched it back.
Yes.
We don't talk about Bruno. No.
Another thing too, as far as that hadith goes, again, if you guys are saying that it was so accepted or okay, why would he even utter, "But I'm your brother"? Wouldn't he have said, "Oh, that's great, brother. When are we doing this?" If it was so okay, what was his feeling of objection?
Lovely, beautiful question. So do you want? I put it in the private chat. Do you want to read that out for everybody?
I can't. I haven't seen. I don't. I'm not getting anything in the private chat. You got to repost it.
Okay, all right, it's in the. All right, fine.
Here, I can.
It might have been before.
I might have came on late.
Here, what I'll do is I'll just. That wasn't the all of it, brother. Though.
There
you go.
Okay, fine. So, all right, can you see it now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the reason Abu Bakr said, "But I am your brother," is because he thought that it was unlawful for him to marry Aisha, based on a blood relation. This could be based on the following verse: "You are forbidden to take as wives your mothers, daughters, sisters, paternal and maternal aunts, the daughters of brothers." Quran 4:23. But the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, clarified his misconceptions by saying, "You are my brother in Allah's religion and his book, but she," meaning Aisha, "is lawful for me to marry." So that is the explanation for it. And the actual conversation didn't happen between them directly. there was a woman that was asking the question on behalf of both. So the woman went over to Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, and asked about the marriage. Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, asked the question. She went back to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and asked the question. And then that was the answer given. And then she then went back to him in terms of Abu Bakr and said, no, the marriage is lawful. And he said, fine, let me go and speak to the party that I have already made an agreement with, who she's already engaged to, essentially, and let me go and speak to them. He then went to them and said, how do you feel about the marriage? They had concerns, and this is why we always think that maybe her age was older, because we don't think that she may have been that old, because they were concerned that she was going to have an influence on their son and convert to this new religion of Islam. So that's why they were like, well, if she was so young, then why would they be concerned that, at that age, she was going to influence an older guy into converting? Anyway, so that was their concern, and they said we would not like to proceed with this engagement. So that they said that to Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr then said, fine, we're clear on this end, the marriage can go ahead. MashaAllah. And that's what happened. And then a marriage contract was written up.
So the original claim that you just clarified for us, Shah, was that you claimed the other night that there were people that rejected the marriage.
I'm gonna get to that too.
Aisha and the Prophet. Yeah. So right here, the what you brought us the other night was from Sahih al-Bukhari, and this
Can
right
I
here
post the
was
link for this? Like the whole link where y'all got this from? Because correct me if I'm wrong. I'm a little confused on him even assuming this, because if I'm not mistaken, Abu Bakr isn't even his real brother. Like, that's not his blood brother. So
that's exactly what this is saying. That's the point.
Hold on. He's saying, but I am your brother, is because he thought that it was unlawful. Why would he think that it's unlawful if they're not blood related? Based on this is saying that
because he had a misconception of the Quranic verse, that it wasn't just talking about blood, but it was talking about like close brothers in the faith.
If you say so. I gotta.
The Prophet cleared it up and said, hey, no, we're brothers in the faith in the book, brothers in Allah. But since we're not blood brothers, then Aisha is lawful for him to marry. And then he didn't reject it to begin with. He just questioned it.
Why would he question it if it was okay?
Because he had a misconception about the lawfulness of it.
Okay.
Which is actually totally off topic to what was being argued the other night.
That's a rejection.
We were talking about people having an issue with the age of Aisha, not the blood relation.
No, I'm talking about his rejection, period. Like, why would he even think that if, according to you guys, this was okay and this was normal? Why would he even think that? The moment that the Prophet told him, like, yo, I want to marry Aisha, or I'm going to marry her, he should have been like, great, when? The most he could have said was, well, she's already promised to somebody else. That's the most he could have said. Well, oh, I don't know, brother, she's promised to somebody else. No, I'm just saying, like, yeah, if according to y'all that everybody was okay with it, he should have just been like, oh, great, when?
Okay, sweetheart, do you listen to what I just said?
Relax, handsome.
It's okay. So this is where we kind of get lost, right? So what happened was, and I'm going to give you the slow-mo replay.
I heard y'all. I'm okay with what y'all say. I'm okay with it. You don't gotta repeat yourself.
Because you're missing the part that this conversation didn't happen between them directly. There was a woman in between that was going in between asking the question. So
what does that have to do with his Abu Bakr's feelings?
Well, it wasn't a feeling. It was a question that we're brothers in faith.
You keep calling him Abu Bakr.
Am I saying Abu Bakr?
No, Shah.
Oh, okay. For a lot.
Calling him Abu Bakr, the muffin man.
Abu Bakr, my bad. I'll say it right. Halil, my bad.
Yeah. So he was asking the question that, okay, we are brothers in faith. Is this okay? And then it was clarified, and that was his question. So then the question came back, yeah, we're brothers in faith, but we're not blood relations. So this marrow is lawful in... Oh, it is Pikachu. I always wondered what Elias's little icon was. I never got a chance to see it. Oh, it's Pikachu.
It's Pikachu, yeah.
The Russian machine is Pikachu.
The Russian machine. That reminds me of a comedy clip.
Yeah, so that was the whole clarification. So it was a clarification thing. Once he got clarified, he was fine. Literally within the same day, he went over, he spoke to them, said, listen, are you going to marry my daughter? No, we got a problem. Cool. He came back and the marriage contract, everything happened within a day. So there was no hesitation. You know, so as soon as he found out, he went and asked them, he got his clarification, and that was it. It all happened within a day. So that was it. I don't know if you've misunderstood it, that's fine. Cool.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying that y'all made the claim as if everybody was just, oh yeah, like, and I don't believe that in total, because everybody at that time period didn't even agree with Islam.
Claim. That wasn't our claim.
Okay,
the discussion that was being had was that nobody had the...
Kyle, you kept saying,
let me just finish what I'm trying to say, bro. What we were talking about was people in the chat saying, whoa, why did a guy marry a 6-year-old? That's what we were addressing. Nobody had a problem with the age of Aisha until the 1900s. And then you come on and said, no, people rejected it. And then we asked what your proof was, and you send us this. There's nothing to do with anybody having a problem with her age.
Wait, my proof is everybody didn't even accept Islam during that time. He was ridiculed for Islam.
Oh shit.
Well, hold on. Let me finish. And name a place where everybody agrees with one thing, please. Let's be realistic here. We're not gonna deal in just.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you. I think that
so don't say
an explanation on how you're completely missing the point.
I'm not missing the point. I'm not.
You are.
All right.
We were addressing people having a problem with him marrying a 6-year-old, not specifically Aisha, just any 6-year-old. That was the discussion that was being had. This is what you brought, having nothing to do with an objection.
I said people rejected it.
Exactly, which means it's not even talking to what we were talking about.
Hold on, Kyle. If they rejected Islam, if these people were calling him a false prophet back then and saying he was lying back then, you don't think they had issue with the things that he was doing within the religion? Let's be
honest. They said the same thing about Prophet Isa.
Like
they said the same thing about Elijah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wait, Shah. Can let me clear something up for you, right? Okay. Is that this is actually evidence, because despite of all the enemies that the Prophet, peace be upon him, had, right? One of the qualms that wasn't had was the age of Aisha.
How do we know this? What's your references about? Where's your references to say this?
Wait. There's no references that actually show that this was the main reason.
You're going off the word of the Quran and the Hadith.
No, but you have to prove, because there was so many enemies of the Prophet at the time, that this was a qualms that people had with the Prophet, was him marrying Aisha. Let me say.
You have anything, Shah?
What you mean? He was talking. I was letting him talk. I didn't even hear what he finished saying.
Yeah, he was saying, do you have any information of enemies of Islam?
Just again, y'all trying to sit up
that
here
had
and
problems with their age.
Because nobody said nothing that they had an issue with his whole religion. They had an issue with the whole religion. To suggest that they didn't care about that, though, that's far-fetched, bro.
What do you mean it's far-fetched?
There's no area. Hold on. There's no country or land where everybody agrees with one thing. We going through that in America right now. That's like saying, oh, everybody agrees with Biden.
Bro. Hold on. Do you think that the pagans had do you think that the pagans had other views to where the women that they married off were older than Aisha?
Yeah, because everybody that was pagan back then didn't do the same things. Like they all didn't do.
No, but did any of them specifically have a problem with marrying a 6-year-old?
I believe some of them did.
No, they didn't. It was normal practice back then.
Normal doesn't mean everybody's doing it.
I'm not saying that anybody's doing it, but you have
You're
zero
assuming that
proof,
normal
like
means
usual.
everybody's doing it.
Like usual, Shah. You have zero proof for the claims that you bring.
And what's your references? A hadith and the Quran?
And
why would they talk about enemies rejecting it like that? Why would they?
I mean, they enemies of everybody opens their views to whatever that view is that they reject.
Can I reply to this guy, bro? You know, there are books
Like, this
and
is-
books that the enemies themselves have written. We have these. We know their objections.
Post one in the private chat, please.
No, bro, you're not ready for that type of stuff. You need to start with
because y'all make a lot of
like,
claims and y'all hardly ever.
No, but what do you mean? We always bring references, Shah, but with you, like, we have to
y'all
start
pull
with,
up
like,
a lot of y'all pull
you
up
got to
surahs
start with
all day
like
long. Y'all don't bring up
you ever
evidence. I pull up surahs all day long.
Can I please
have
finish?
you ever hold on, have you ever heard of the book Everybody Poops? You should start with that.
You got to get better jokes, bro.
All right.
Okay, but seriously, like, can you? But wait, but like, seriously,
And again, my issue wasn't. I don't care about his. I don't care about his.
Hey, yo, my wife was talking, bro. Yeah.
Thank
Only
you.
because I respect women, so I'm gonna give you that.
So you don't respect men?
I don't
Okay,
respect a
so
lot
the
of y'all.
respect is given
I
because she
respect
has a
men, but I don't
vagina.
respect a
Got
lot of
it.
y'all because y'all rude.
Is it
Go
my
ahead,
turn
Chloe.
yet? Okay,
You got the
thanks,
floor.
guys. I was just gonna say, like, I mean, I feel like this conversation is fruitless until somebody from either side can bring maybe like a paper, an anthropological paper. I don't know if I said that anthropology. Yeah, anthropological paper that would back up someone's claims. So I'm sure that there has been study of this culture anthropologically from that time period. Where's the papers? Like, from anybody on this panel?
Well, here's the thing. On our side, we're simply saying that there is no evidence of any enemy of Islam during the time of the Prophet that had a problem with it, right? So if somebody is to reject that, we're saying there is no evidence. So I can't bring evidence of non-existence to the table. We're saying that we don't see any evidence. So if Shah disagrees and he says that there is evidence of enemies of Islam having a problem with Aisha being 6, please bring us the paper. Bring us the documentation.
More of what I was asking was, like, is there documentation of customs and practices and taboos and mores during this time that would indicate the truth of the statement or lack thereof? Does that make sense? Like, there would be some kind of documentation of like whether or not this was taboo in that culture. Does that make sense? Like, what I'm asking? I'm not asking for that in specificity. I'm asking for like a general overview of the culture at that time.
Look, Chloe, and Sharia's law. Correct me if I'm wrong. They don't consider, I believe, like adopted kids blood, right? Like a
So here's I actually was looking into this because personal reasons, but when it comes to adoption, you can absolutely foster and you can absolutely bring children into your home and raise them. You're supposed to give charity to orphans. What you can't do is give them your name, because their name belongs to their biological parents, because their inheritance is supposed to come from their biological parents. So it's not that they're not worthy or something like this. It's literally about maintaining inheritance and bloodline and not letting things get confused. And I think that speaks in a way to the purity of Islam and how we document things.
Yeah, like you wouldn't have to change your name, for example. Also, so it is a part of lineage also that they can keep. So, but in regards to your first question, before Sweetheart interrupted me, there is studies of early pagan Arab lifestyles and nomadic tribes, and again, age of puberty was fine. Obviously, just above that, you've got Jerusalem, which was under the Roman Empire also, and which were under the biblical laws. So, if you look at the geography of how close everything was, then that's what the practices were. Now, again, like with the Romans of killing their firstborns or just throwing away their babies essentially. If they didn't want a girl or whatever, this is apparent in the Roman laws and studies of that history also. So it's all in the same area. They all had the same sort of customs, and that's how we know what. But there was nothing that was extraordinary about a father betrotting. I can never say that word. Giving away his daughter and arranging the marriage, because that is the custom of the time. You arrange your daughter's marriage. That is the responsibility of a father.
And I have another question to follow up, if that's okay. Sorry. Khalil, I think I've heard you say multiple times that there's multiple like tests for this, right? So as a personal example, just because I began puberty when I was 9 years old. I got my flower a month after I turned 11 years old, but I did not desire motherhood until I was 13 years old. Now, it's arguable whether or not my body would have been ready for it. But again, considering lifespan and culture, that wouldn't have been so far off. So to hear like these ages of like early, being early teens and being mothers in this culture where you lived to be 40, it doesn't like... For me, I actually still have the journal where I have tear-stained pages of me crying and weeping over the longing for my future children. I still have that book, and I wrote those entries when I was 12 and 13 years old. So the testing to me, as a woman, like it makes sense. Again, 13, probably culturally, through the lens of culture, I don't know that I would have been ready. And I don't think developmentally, like I don't know that my body would have been ready to actually carry a child without health complications. But again, that speaks again to the culture where people didn't live long. So
there's also two parts of that. Is number one, people don't realize how tall Aisha may have released was, and there's evidence of that also. So she was tall at a very young age, and there's proof of that. And also the fact that there's other documentation of Imam Shafi, who travelled in the region in the 9th century and observed that there were girls of 9 years old that were pregnant and married. And he mentions also in one of his works that I saw a woman who was a grandmother essentially at age 19-20, because she was married at 9 or 10, and then her daughter had a baby at 9 or 10 and was married, and that's what he observed also. So we've also got proof in that area from the 9th century that this was again normal for that time period. So we do, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. Unless the problem I have with my sweetheart over here is that I just need him to bring up some evidence of his claim, like, oh, somebody had a problem with it, this wasn't right, and bring something that we can counteract, But always arguing against something that doesn't exist, essentially, is fruitless.
right, and I can give an example of that, like another example for Shah. So like there's this thing I used to do, and I know you will know what I'm talking about. Some people may or may not. So like I would just, be out and about. Let's say I'm at the grocery store and I overhear a conversation as I'm walking past the baby diapers about something. And I think, oh my gosh, well, this helped me. So I'm going to insert myself in the conversation. But it's not something that they do. This person may or may not do that. They might find that to be completely rude, right? Like this was an AB conversation, like see your way out of it, right? So what I'm saying is I'm looking at the situation through the lens of the culture that I understand. And this other person may be looking at the situation through the culture that they understand. So while it's very foreign to myself even to think about the kind of like ages and things, which I think Khalil and I both hold that Aisha was 17, if I'm not mistaken. But
It's a
even
position.
so, like we have to be careful, and not just with text, but we have to be careful to apply the concept of hermeneutics to our understanding of past cultures. Like you have to look at it from an anthropological standpoint. That's my word of the day. Anyway,
Anthropological.
I know. I use big words sometimes. I'm so oppressed. So what I'm saying is,
I'm impressed too.
I said, okay. I remember wait, okay, I have to time out and just say this. Do you remember the first time I soapboxed on something I was passionate about?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what you said to me?
Nope.
Okay. Never mind. I think you were very impressed by my intelligence, and it was very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Moving on. I think it's important that when we look at cultures from the past, we have to kind of take off our 21st century glasses and put on and look at it from an understanding of the point of view from that time period is what I'm trying to get at.
But I said that last night though. I said I have no issue with that was their culture. When the mod told me that they used to bury their daughters, I said if that's what they was doing back then, I can't judge their paradigm. I said that.
But then you're judging this one though, aren't you?
I'm not judging it. The context of the conversation was they were saying that people didn't reject it. I'm just stating that they did. I'm not saying that I rejected it.
We missed it again. Hold on. No, we're missing it again.
Hold on. Did I ever say that? Yo, I rejected his marriage. Oh, did I ever say that? I never said that.
The context of the
I rejected his.
Hold on, Shaw, because I wasn't there, and I would like to hear both sides.
Chloe, they cut me off though. They never. You see how he cut me off though.
As you're cutting me off right now.
Hold on.
Oh my god!
But you did it first.
Just both take turns. Just take turns.
No,
Khalil
dude, let's not
first.
get emotional tonight.
I'm not being emotional. Be fair. You cut me
I
off.
am. So stop over speaking. I'm going to be fair by muting you when you overspeak me. So the context of the conversation, and I've said this 5 times. As you interrupt me, you're going to say you're not going to talk. That's ironic. So the context of the conversation was that we said that nobody during that time had a problem with a man marrying a 6-year-old. Nobody had a problem. You jumped in and said, yes, they did. And we asked you for proof. And then you brought us a hadith that stated that Abu Bakr had some questions about the blood relation and the legalities of him marrying Aisha. Had nothing to do with anyone having a problem with her age, which was the topic at hand. So you brought an argument that had nothing to do with the topic we were speaking about.
You do know that y'all butted into me in the mod's conversation and interjected that. We weren't even talking about age. We were talking. He asked me about them. He asked me, did I know that they buried their daughters? That's how I got there. I never said, yo, I rejected the age or he married her. I never even said that. You can go back and watch. Y'all interjected that. That's why I said that friendly Muslim was getting emotional, because I felt like, here's the thing. Every time y'all, this is why I don't touch on it. You go watch the live last night. I said, yo, man, I don't want to go there, because every time somebody goes into that conversation, you guys get a little riled up, and I'm assuming it's because people feel like, you know, they're slandering him and they're calling him a pedophile. I'm not getting into that. That's why I clearly stated yesterday, if that's what they was doing in their time, I have no problem with it. This goes back to me saying, when I asked y'all about y'all feelings about the NOI, y'all passed judgment, totally ignoring the paradigm of black people. I shouldn't have even had to explain it or break it down to y'all for y'all to be like, oh, okay, but y'all did that there. So it's the same thing. I don't pass judgment on him about that. I don't care about that. That's their culture. Ahmad even said, oh, but it's morality. That was his response to me. Oh, it's morality. I don't have a problem with that. That's not one of my issues. I leave that up to the Christians and y'all. I don't have a problem. That's his culture. That was their culture at that time.
So no problem then.
Okay,
Joshua, are you there?
Oh, what's up?
What's going on?
Nothing much. I was invited to come here. I don't really know why, but she really wanted me to be here.
Who?
Shauna or Sana or something.
Oh, Sana. Okay, cool. Yeah, got you off Discord.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Yeah, so we're Muslims, but what we typically do is we invite Christians and or atheists and other people that are non-Muslims to come on and discuss disagreements in a friendly manner. Typically have a one-on-one conversation with one of the panelists on any given subject. We actually had a guy by the name of Atheists come on, and I had a very good discussion with him for about 3 hours. So welcome.
Thanks.
Is there any topic that you specifically enjoy talking about?
Nah, man, just hit it up. I'm just down to talk about whatever. I'm actually just doing some algebra. And,
Some algebra. Well,
yeah,
I
she's
can't
gonna
help you
come
with
on,
that.
so.
I cannot help you with that.
Please, I need help. But anyway, yeah. Name something.
Yeah. So
wait,
just give us a little bit
how
of
old are you?
I am almost 30.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you just had me a little confused there because it said algebra. I'm like, algebra?
No, I'm a little slow.
Oh, no, you're good, man.
Did the Muslims make algebra? Didn't we part of the algebra?
It's Ibn Sina, yeah.
Ibn Sina, yeah.
The father of modern algebra.
Oh, well, then he is in the right place.
So, Joshua, just give us a little bit of background. This is like we have religious discussions and philosophical discussions. We also speak on like abiogenesis, evolution, cosmology, things of that nature. So, just kind of tell us who you are, so we know who we're speaking to.
Sure. I'm a believer. I'm a Christian. I guess Muslims can be believers too, but I'm a different kind of believer. I'm almost 30. I'm a bit unique of a Christian in that I actually probably get along with Muslims more than most Christians because I am a Unitarian.
SubhanAllah.
Wait, what are you?
A Unitarian.
He's a Unitarian.
Oh, okay.
So a Unitarian Christian.
Cool. Yeah, the guy I spoke to earlier that came from, I'm not sure if it was the same Discord server, but he was a Catholic, so he held to the Trinity and was making arguments for it.
I love.
So you do not. So you don't believe that Jesus is God?
No, well, not ontologically, no.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Ontology meaning in essence or as the holding the attributes of the one God.
Would you say he's still divine?
He himself is divine.
Now,
so this is interesting.
Divine is in like possesses the divine nature, or no?
Ooh, now we got to get into dualism and kind of some weird topics. Does he possess the divine nature? As a Christian, well, sure. I'll try to break it down from my own theology. He is. I believe I'm a Christian, so I don't believe. I believe that he was created as a human being here on Earth, but at his resurrection, he was given a new glorious body, right? Like Paul talks about in Corinthians and other places, which is almost he has Platonic views, I think, to an extent, but I think he's really just trying to win over the Greeks. So does he have a divine nature? Yes, in the sense that he is in a resurrected new body, born from above, you could say. Like John 3 talks about being born from above, but not in the sense of divinity, of eternality, and all those other essential properties.
He doesn't hold the omni properties.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's sort of what confuses me a little bit, because I would assume for something to have the divine nature, right? Like for instance, like something like the human nature, like what would we say would, like for us to be considered human, I would say one would have to have a human nature, right? If the being is an animal, I would say it'd have to have an animal nature, depending on like whether it's a fox or a bear, whatever it may be. But like, so I think it sort of comes to like with human nature, we would say that our attributes are limited, right? That, our sight, our knowledge, our power, everything's limited to us, right? But when it comes to like, say, like God, we would say that those things would be infinite attributes, right? So we wouldn't limit God in that sense. But here, I think when we say that divine nature, I think it sort of, presupposes, or it sort of entails the omni attributes. No, like I don't see how you.
I mean, we're just talking
divine
about
attribute
it. It seems to me like you're just trying to clarify definitions, right?
Yeah, because if we say that Jesus is divine, or like has a divine nature, I just want to know like how exactly, like does, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think I do. So in the way that you're talking about divine, no, I don't think he has a divine nature, just like I don't think we will have divine natures. But I do think that we will be born a more glorious body as a reflection of the ideal Adam that we were supposed to be here on earth. So in the same way that Adam was supposed to represent and reflect God's image, as an image bearer, in control of having dominion, authority, power over all the animals, fish of the sea, birds of the fields, and birds of the air, yada yada. In the same way, I see us having a more glorious body than even the angels, and being resurrected into something other than what we are right now. So, if you're talking about eternality, I don't know. We were born at a distinct time. We're temporal beings as of right now. I think I don't know too much about Islam, so sorry if I'm wrong about anything. But do you guys believe in the eternality of the person, the immortality?
The immortality of God?
No, of people at. I don't know too much about the afterlife of Islam, but do you believe?
Well, in a sense, yes. Like we believe that our soul is meant to be created and never to be destroyed. So we do have a beginning, but we don't have an end, right? So we believe that we will exist eternally in the hereafter.
Yeah, and I think I hold the same view, obviously, just with a few different caveats.
Okay, so I mean, there I wouldn't say that we would be divine, right?
Right.
Like us, like or our souls wouldn't be divine in that sense, or share a divine nature, right? So yeah, I think. Okay, yeah. So if you want to continue telling your theology, sorry, I just had a few questions there, but you can continue there.
No, that's fine. No, I mean that's kind of the gist of it. I'm also a dead or dead until the resurrection. So I don't know too much about Islam, but I believe in soul sleep or the await. Actually, you probably don't. Just like Christians would. I wouldn't imagine you would. That there's no praise in Sheol. That once you've died in this life, that you're awaiting the judgment of God in the future. So that's another part of my theology. It's unique, I guess.
Interesting. Wait. So you said when we die, what happens exactly? We wait for.
Well, I guess I hold to the more Hebrew, what I think is the Hebrew understanding of Sheol and being unconscious or not existing with your mind. I guess it would be a better way to put it. Until we're again raised and judged by God. Yeah, it's a little different.
I mean, we would say the same thing, no?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
We would say when we die, we don't automatically go to heaven or hell. There's a waiting period in which we believe in the last hour, which is like the day of judgment, pretty much. And so we believe that everyone will go about their test, and when the test is finished and everyone has completed their test, that the day of judgment would be sort of like the day in which everyone would receive their results. And until then, nobody really nobody really goes to heaven or hell.
So is it like purgatory?
It's so the word for in Arabic, it's called barzakh, which is like essentially the way it's described. It's a barrier between this world, and the next life, pretty much.
The realm of souls. Yeah, the realm of souls. Yeah.
Well, no. Actually, that's different. That's different.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because the realm of soul has another name for it. It's called Alam al-Ruh, which is like the realm of swords. It's pre-existence, so before we were here, but we never really go back to that place. The barzakh
Oh
would
yeah,
be
yeah.
just like in the grave, pretty much. Like it would just be another like realm inside of the grave.
Are you sure? Like it's actually inside the grave, not somewhere, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
like
No,
literally
I don't think
inside
anybody
the
could
grave.
call. Yeah, Ahmed, I don't think anybody would call the barzakh like, alam al-rah. Like there's
No,
no.
I'm not saying it's
How
that.
would you be
I'm
able to go
saying
back?
like it's a. No, I meant like it's something, spatial. Not that it's the same thing as the realm of souls. It's just something out there, not underground, is what I
Oh
meant.
yeah. Like, dude, yeah, it's metaphysical. It's not of this like worldly material. Like, if you open up a grave, you're not going to find, the realm or like, but the barzakh, which is like.
I know that, but is the metaphysical realm underground or up there? You know, that's my question, because I don't believe
Well,
they're
it would
down there.
be in your grave, right? But again, like the way in which that happens, or like the mechanisms in which, like for example, like when you enter the grave and then your grave expands, right? Like we don't know what that looks like from
Oh yeah,
the
it's a whole
outside
other
looking
reality.
in. It's just your grave looks the same, right?
I get you.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much our stance on it.
Cool.
It's very similar.
Yeah, no, yeah, it is.
In more detail.
I guess I hold to the New Testament as you would hold to the Quran, so I guess that would be different.
Yeah, chronologically it is older. Khalid, did you want to say something? Because I think you had a question for him, I believe. I could be wrong.
Oh no, I'm just here.
Yeah. So how is your idea of atonement within a Unitarian view? How do you formulate your view of atonement within
I've actually been
Unitarian?
focused. Yeah, no, that's a good question. I've been focused more so on Trinitarian and Unitarian arguments scripturally. So I'd say I definitely tend towards that rabbit hole. But as far as atonement goes in general, I can't say I'm all that knowledgeable, other than the fact that in the same way that they sacrificed in the Old Testament, Abraham, the priests, and gave atonement for them, Hebrews goes into some detail about how there's a more permanent, everlasting atonement through Christ.
Okay. Are you familiar with Ezekiel 18?
No. I mean, I'm sure I've read it at one point, but not memorized.
So Ezekiel 18, from how I understand it, let me see here. Let me pull up my argument. So Ezekiel 18 goes to speak specifically against like one person, basically taking on the sins of another. Now, the Christians, so that what typically happens, especially within like Christians who believe that Jesus is God, is saying that, okay, well, yes, one regular person cannot atone for the sins of another person. But Jesus was special because he had the divine nature. He was God. So God was able to come down and atone for the souls of everybody because he was God.
Okay.
It's just interesting with you being a Unitarian, how you work that out. Let me just read you this verse and just get your your take on it.
Sure.
So it says here in Ezekiel 18, the word of the Lord came to me saying, what do you people mean by quoting this proverb about the land of Israel, saying that the father eats sour grapes and the son's teeth are set on edge? As I live, declares the sovereign Lord, you will no longer quote this proverb in Israel, for every living soul belongs to me, the Father as well as the Son. They are mine. Whichever soul sins, it shall die. Yet you ask, why did the Son not bear the sins of the Father? But the Son, justice and righteousness did he do. All my decrees did he safeguard and perform them. He shall surely live. The soul that sins, it shall die. The Son shall not bear for the sins of the Father, nor the Father bear for the sins of the Son. The righteousness of the righteous person shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked person shall be upon him. As for the wicked man, if he should turn away from his sins in which he did, and safeguard all my decrees, and do justice and righteousness, he shall surely live. He will not die. all his transgressions which he committed will not be remembered against him. For the righteousness which he did, he shall live. I can keep going, but I mean, that's basically the general gist of it, is that it seems to get rid of this idea of vicarious atonement for sins, that every person who sins, it's up to them, to repent, give charity. There's plenty of verses in Proverbs that talk about how God does not desire, nor does he require, nor does he prefer any type of sacrifice, that it's more along the lines of repentance and giving to the poor and charity and things like that, that saves one from death. So within your view of Jesus not being God, I would just kind of want to know how you fit all that into your view.
Oh, that's interesting. Where does it? So I'm just trying to. This is the first time I'm actually hearing it, so let me just at least think about it. What's the verse, and maybe you did read it and I just missed it. What's the verse or the context?
Yes, it's at the beginning of Ezekiel 18. So it starts at 1 through 4, and then the other part of it that I read was 19 verse 19 through 23.
Oh, that's why. Okay, I got so lost. So why does the son not share the guilt of his father? Since the son has done what is just and right and has been careful to keep all my decrees, he will surely live. The one who sins is the one who will die. The child will not share the guilt of the parent, nor will the parent share the guilt of the child. The righteousness of the righteous will be credited to them, and the wickedness of the wicked will be charged against them. But if a wicked person turns away from all the sins they have committed and keeps all my decrees and does what is just and right, that person will surely live. They will not die. None of the offenses they have committed will be remembered against them, because the righteous things. Okay, yeah. So do I take pleasure in the tests of the wicked? Because whether I am not pleased, and they turn from their ways and live. So is the logic behind the argument that because Jesus, again, so they seem like a family, right? So we're talking about family here. Because remember in the Old Testament, the father, the sins will be upon the son, right? So we have, I'm trying to remember where it's at. In other words, the curse, like if there is a curse or a fault in a father, do you know what verse I'm talking about? Then it'll be passed on to the next generation, kind of a thing.
Oh yeah, that's in the Old Testament. Yeah, the sins of the father will be passed to the son to the third and fourth generation.
Exactly. Of those who hate me, yeah.
Yeah. So I do take it where Paul, right, introduces a lot of different unique things that look towards the future. In other words, there's two different covenants. I'm trying to process all of this and try to come up with an actual argument for you.
Sure.
But I guess Romans 5. Let me just read. So we all believe that sin entered the world through Adam, right? For the most part.
We would reject original sin as Muslims. We don't believe in that.
Oh, okay. So Genesis.
The word through Satan.
Say what?
Through Satan or the disobeyment of God.
Yeah, in Islam, the first sin that occurred was when God had formed Adam out of the clay, and God told all the angels and jinn and everybody that was in heaven, he said, prostrate to Adam, like as in show him reverence, like give him respect.
You
He's
want to
the
know
first
something real
creation
quick,
of man.
Khalil? I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off, but I heard something today that Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all the
brother.
I heard something today. It's the hell we got.
Sorry, that's me.
What
it's the American Adnan.
Oh God! 21 gun salute. Boom. No, is it? No, that's tap. I'm sorry, taps, right? Tap. Taps?
Yeah, it's taps.
I thought 21 gun salute. What the hell am I talking about? Okay, so what I heard was that Iblis, check this shit out, that he rose to the ranks of the angels, right? Just this whole, reaching another Jannah or the higher Jannah, remember?
It's just a higher state
No,
of
hang on,
like,
guys. No. Hang on. Check this out. No. I get it. Check this out. So Iblis, he was good. He pleased the law, right? But Allah knows that this is just outwardly. He knows his intention. He knows his heart. So he commanded them to bow or to prostrate before Adam. He knew he wasn't going to do it. So
Right.
he attained this higher part of the heavens, of the Jannah, right? And because of his disobedience, he was cast out.
Right.
So every time Khalid, when you talking about reaching the other or the higher Jannah, yeah. So he literally did that. He
okay, so he didn't reach like the highest parts of paradise, but he reached like the high state of the angels, right?
That's what I'm saying, because we believe Jannah is even higher than the place of the angels. At least that's what I believe. You know what I'm saying? But so he reached a high status, but he was gonna be tested with the command to prostrate. This is part of his test. And this is kind of like what kind of kicks everything off. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Beautiful story, bro. It's actually, so that's pretty much our like original, like that, like even then though, even before that, like we don't even, like I think it's kind of weird to say like original sin, because like if you read some books like Bidayah wa Nihaya, right, by Ibn Kathir, he talks about some beings that existed before, we were there. So the story goes like there was a group of creatures. I'm just going to call them beings or whatever, but they used to be called the Hin, and then there's another one that used to be called the Bin, and they used to dwell on this earth, and they were the ones that caused bloodshed. And so Allah commanded Iblis to take the jinn to earth and destroy them, right? And when Iblis did that, the jinn were on earth, and they also ended up committing, well, not all of them, but some of them committed, atrocities, and they started killing each other, etc., shedding blood. And then what happened was Iblis essentially rose, like he essentially left them, and he went to their he essentially joined the angels. And then that's what happened when he how should I say it? He sort of disobeyed, and then he was given the task, or he made a bet with Allah that he was going to try and mislead as many as sons of Adam as he could into the hellfire, right? Because Allah was actually going to put him into the hellfire before he said, "Wait, like let me show you that these creatures that you have honored should not be honored," right? And so that's why Iblis, which is I guess your version of Lucifer, Joshua, that's why he said, I'm going to try and take as many people to hellfire. And so God said, okay, we'll make that deal. And in order to help us on this test, God gave us two things, which were prophets and a fitra, which is like the natural inclination to worship God, pretty much, or to seek out truth, or why you're here, etc. But yeah, so I think, I don't know, to say it's like the original sin is Iblis disobeying. I mean, that's from what we know, right? Like I guess like that's like according to our text, but who knows? Like there could have been, I mean, I'm sure there would have been other creatures or other beings that God has created that have also disobeyed or transgressed, right? So I think from what we know, I would say like that would be the original sin. But even when Adam did sin, and they disobeyed God per se, they like we would see that as like sort of like a original forgiveness rather than like original sin. Because I think if you compare and contrast like the Bible story to the Islamic story, right? In the Bible, once they sinned, their nakedness was exposed, and there's nothing that Adam and Eve could do to rectify that sin. Like there's nothing that they would be able to do out of their own like merit, pretty much. Jesus or God would have to come down and die for them in order for them to be forgiven of that sin. Whereas us, we believe that when Adam and Eve sinned, they just went to God and they said, look, we messed up. And they asked for forgiveness and sincere repentance. And they were forgiven, which taught two things, right? And we believe that these are valuable lessons, right? Them sinning and then repenting. The first lesson was that they learned, right, the human, the sons of Adam. We've learned that God is a forgiving God. And then we've also learned how Satan approaches you. He doesn't approach you as your enemy. He approaches you as a friend. He approaches you as whispers, right? Etc. So I think, I don't know, you can compare and contrast the Islamic view, but I think intuitively, I think the Islamic sense of the Adam and Eve story is a lot more merciful, right? And God tells us that, if he created us perfect, right, unable to sin, he would destroy us and create a creation that would sin so that he may forgive us, right? So we have this concept of a loving and merciful God who accepts us as the way he's created us, right?
Kino, you're done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay, cool. I thought somehow you got muted or something, but let me answer something in the comments, inshallah. So Blue says, I have a question. Were the Christians during the time of Jesus, I'm guessing he meant, were they Unitarian? And I answered yes. And then so he says, yes, they were Unitarian. Yes, that's what I meant. Yes, that they were Unitarian. But why does he says, but why does the Quran speak about God not having a son, etc.? He wrote S-U-N, but he meant S-O-N. All right. It seems to be talking about the Christians. It is talking about the Christians. So at the time of Jesus didn't teach that he was the son or anything like this. This all came later. So yes, Allah is correcting this because this is what you find in the book, right? I mean, when you read the scripture, does it not mention Jesus being the Son of God and the Son of Man and this, that, and the third? But we don't ever say that it was Jesus who actually said this.
Yeah, I believe it's in. I could be wrong, but I believe it's. If you want to check it, Isa, if you want to read it to the people, it's Surah Maryam, and I think it starts at verse 18, where it talks about the specific topic about the Son and God.
No.
Is it?
No, this is not it.
Surah 8, or sorry, it should be Surah 88, I believe. Surah 88, 18, yeah. You see it?
88, 18, nope. Nope.
Oh, wait.
No.
Try Surah 1988. I think that was it, probably.
Yo, Keno, I'm gonna headbutt you, bro.
Try that. Surah 19. It should be Surah Maryam. I messed up. Is that it?
It says, yeah. Okay, so I'll start at, I guess, 87. It says, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. They will have no power of intercession except for some who has an agreement with the most merciful. And they say, the most merciful has begotten a son. You have come up with something monstrous, meaning a straight up lie against God. So this is what Allah is saying in the Quran. At which the heavens almost rupture. So by making this claim that God had a son, Allah says that the heavens almost burst open or ripped asunder, however you want to call it. And the earth splits and the mountains fall and crumble because they attribute a son to the most merciful, to Allah. It is not fitting for the most merciful to have a son. There is none in the heavens and the earth, but will come the most merciful as a servant. Exactly. Why will Allah come as a servant, or why would God become a servant? This is completely contradictory to his nature. And Allah or God only does what befits his nature or his majesty, right? So becoming a human, this is illogical, irrational. It's like a squared circle or a married bachelor.
But it's because he loved us so much.
I know. So would you say, Chloe, then that God lowered himself?
Oh,
The Bible says. Like, I mean, just from that perspective, like it says, he humbled himself to death. Yes, even death on a cross.
So he became weak.
That's literally what the Bible teaches.
No, I know. I want you to argue for the Christian position.
Oh, I can do
Why?
this. I can argue.
I know. I'm sure you could. Go ahead, Joshua.
Why would you do that? Because his love, because God is love, and so that would be the characteristic that he's functioning most under. And what does the Bible say? What greater love is this than he who would lay down his life for his friends? And if in the Old Testament, or even Khalil's name, Khalilullah, if we are friends of God, then he would lay down his life for us because he so loved us. That would be the Christian position, as I understood it.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Joshua, do you want to say something?
Well, ask the question again. I'll try to see what I can do for you.
I can't even remember, bro.
Something about emptying, lowering.
Yeah.
Why would God lower himself? It's not within his character.
Right.
Oh, right. No, I guess.
Why would God become a human? Why would he? Sure. Why would he change his nature when he said he doesn't change?
Okay, well, I'll have to play devil's advocate here.
Sure.
He's a Unitarian.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
So God,
you're in a better position, and Allah says, and don't say 3. It is better for you. So it is better for you not to say 3.
Yeah. So God is able to do whatever he wants to an extent. In other words, he can maintain all of his attributes. He can be omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. All of those, characteristics who make God God. And at the same time, the person, because there's 3 persons in the Godhead, that person can also maintain a human nature, because it's the same person, right? That personage holding forth 2 natures. So if you have the pre-existent Son coming down into a human form, he's showing you that the exaltation of God is not itself lowered, but only the human nature.
Right. So is Jesus God?
Am I playing devil's advocate? Yes.
Okay. If Jesus is God, then when he died on the cross, God died, right?
The human nature died. The
flesh?
eternal. Yeah, the flesh, exactly, because it was a carnal death.
So now you're committing heresy.
How so?
Because you're separating the flesh from the spirit. Can't do that.
Oh no, you can.
No, you can't.
No, but the person, right? No. You can. I'm almost positive you can do that. So because it's the person.
Khalil, you want to explain this?
I mean,
this is called Nestorianism.
No, it's Eutychianism. No.
Wait. Not being able to separate is
Nestorianism. Yeah.
Nestorianism is not being able to separate the or is actually separating the flesh from the spirit. When you do that, you're committing a heresy of Nestorianism.
Flesh and I thought
it falls into what's called the 2 persons problem, because if you make distinctions between the divine nature and human nature, it seems as if you're dealing with 2 separate persons, Jesus the divine and Jesus the human.
But it's the same person, right? So that's the Trinitarian framework. Is that
exactly?
One person
but the problem is that this one person holds mutually exclusive attributes within the same exact person. So Jesus would be omniscient and also not omniscient, and then that would be the problem of how do you work that out without dividing him into 2 separate persons? One person being omniscient, the other person being ignorant. That would be the only way to resolve the problem, but resolving it would throw you into the heresy of Nestorianism.
Yeah, or the fallacy of equivocation. I mean, you name it, you'll run into some problem trying to defend this. I think a better response would be like Christians, right? They try to get slick, right? So we're like, hold up, you can't do that. This is Nestorianism.
check
It's a
text.
heresy, huh?
I was just telling Chloe check her texts.
Oh, okay. And then we'll tell them, hey, this is a heresy called Nestorianism. You can't say that because you're separating the flesh from the spirit. And they'll go, okay, well, he rose again. So I'm like, wait. But did he die is the point, right? Did God die? And they would say, yes, but he rose again. And I'm like, okay, then. So God died. Even if he rose again, he still died. Do you see what I'm saying? So this is quite
it's all about how you view death. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Is your definition of death.
No. There's only one definition of death, and this is the separation from body, the flesh from the body, from the soul.
Okay, perfect.
So when if you and I die, our soul will separate from the flesh, and and we will be dead. Spiritually dead, not like clinically dead. We're not talking about medical terms, right?
Well, I think they are. I think they're talking about a clinical death.
It's mostly dead.
No. Okay. Whether it's clinical, it doesn't matter. The point is that the flesh and the spirit separated, right? The spirit isn't going to come back into this body. This is death. So the Christian will say, well, he rose again. I'm like, okay, then he really didn't die for you. No one died. And that would actually make sense, because if he came back, then he didn't die at all. But if he died, then God died.
Well, God has two natures.
I'm sorry?
God has two natures, right? So
yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but like I said, when we say, did Jesus die on a cross, right? They say yes. I'm like, okay, Jesus, according to you, is God, therefore God died. So their answer is, well, no, the flesh died. And then we tell them about the heresy or the fallacy of equivocation, right? And they say, okay, well, then, okay, Jesus rose again. He defeated death. I'm like, that's not defeating death, because he died. He tasted death. God, by definition, cannot die, as per the Bible. Paul actually is the one who mentions this in the epistles.
What does he say?
He says that God is immortal.
Oh, in Timothy.
Okay, wait, but I have a question.
Hold on. Just like maybe 15 more seconds. So God is immortal. If in fact God is immortal, then that means he cannot die by definition. Right? So if this is the case, then Jesus
no. You're saying that the essential properties that make up who God is in the divine nature cannot die. Rejecting the fact that he has a human nature at all.
Who, God?
Oh, the Son. No, not just God and the Godhead, right? Which is the Trinity. God the Son. You're basically saying, well, this definition for the divine nature is this, therefore it can't be, while rejecting the fact that in the Trinitarian doctrine, the Son possesses two natures.
Okay, I understand that. I get what you're saying, but it can't be reconciled. If Jesus is God, if Jesus died, then God died. Do you understand?
So the person, the God man, right, can die. He's the only one in the Trinity who is God who can't die.
So you're saying, okay, say that again. I don't think I heard you.
Sure. So we have to define our terms when we're speaking about God, right? God is
absolutely.
Right. So the triune God is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But only the Son has both a human and a divine nature. Now, these natures are not split up. Again, it's the same person who possesses both of these things. But in other words, different things can happen to the divine nature, while other things can happen to the human nature because of the natures themselves. Yet it's the same person. So it's not a splitting of natures per se, but what happens to this person in different natures.
Okay, so does the soul experience death?
Jesus' human soul, yes.
Oh, wait, so he had two spirits in him.
So he had two. No, because it depends on what you mean by soul, suke or pneuma.
Meaning, he had his human spirit and he had a divine spirit. He had two spirits in him.
Right. Jesus had a cognitive soul. I guess we're going into the doctrine of the two wills.
No, not. I'm not speaking about wills here. I mean, I guess you could say that.
It goes
but,
into that, but
I'm sure it does. But do you see how like messy it gets?
Oh no, I'm just playing devil's advocate, man.
No, right. So when you say when you're okay, where do you find this in the Bible?
Philippians 2, and well, it depends. I could probably name y'all most of them. John 1:1, the word.
No, where it says like he has two spirits.
Oh, Philippians 2 and Colossians 1, or no, just Philippians 2, really.
Huh. Well, this is something new. Learn something new every day.
Oh no! Wait. Sorry, two spirits. No, the Bible doesn't mention that. But it's
does it mention?
But it's axiomatic to the
Yeah, two wills. Okay, wait. So does it mention something about the two wills?
No, it doesn't mention he has two wills.
So this is not biblical.
Well, again, the Bible doesn't have to mention something like the word Trinity isn't in the Bible. Yeah, we know the word.
No. Of course, no, brother. I'm asking you these questions so you can answer the question, not so you can, answer what I'm not asking you, right? Respectfully.
Oh, sure.
So I'm asking you for a particular reason. I'm asking you because it sounds like you're speaking from the biblical text. If it's in the text, I want to know where it's at so I can look at it. If it's not in the text, then I'm going to say, well, of course, this is doctrine. This isn't biblical. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you're looking for a doctrinal statement, you won't find it in the Bible.
Right. Thank you. Okay. And that's what I was trying to get at. And this is what I'm saying. Like, why do these people make these things up about God and Jesus? Like, who gave them the authority to do this? It was Paul.
Well, I think they're to their point. It's that not everything in the Bible needs to be explicitly stated out loud. In other words, things can be determined axiomatically because this is the case scripturally that Jesus Christ is in some sense divine and is God. Then we can ration our way through these things to see that, well, okay, scripture supports our point of view, therefore this must be true.
I mean, I beg to differ on that. Chloe, I'm sorry, I know I said 20, like 15 seconds, but
it's okay, I know you.
Excuse me?
I said it's okay, I know you.
We're gonna fight.
No, it's not relevant anymore.
Well, make it relevant. It's all right.
Bro, I don't even remember. It'll come back to me.
Say Bismillah.
All right, let's try and dive into something like.
Yo, did you real quick? Did you see that one video? Yasser Qadi saying that he doesn't believe in Ya'juj and Ma'juj.
No.
Yeah,
Who
that
doesn't?
dude, Yasser Qadi. Yo, that
Wait,
dude
no,
is.
he does.
Bro, there's a video like clearly saying that he doesn't believe it.
Do you want to play it? I think I was on a panel actually one time. It's like a Q&A stuff, and we were asking questions. But I could be wrong. Let's see it.
Here.
Like I think he may show like what he does usually. I mean, not to come to his defense or anything, but I think the guy is a Muslim brother. But I just have to say, like what he normally does is he.
Yeah, let's play the video first.
Yeah, play it.
Here I say, anybody who knows science and geography and modern civilization, you cannot believe that there is a tribe for 4,000 years trapped behind a wall. I mean, if you believe this, that's your position. I cannot believe it. I find this very difficult to believe. Many Muslims still believe this. I have nothing to say to this. If you believe it, I have nothing to say. I don't believe it is all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to dismiss any person. Here I say.
Wow.
No, okay. I mean, I have to say, it's not. He's not denying that they don't exist or they're not going to come. All he's saying is that he doesn't believe that they're physically right, like underneath some type of wall at this moment. From where, what he's saying is like you can't search the world and find a wall or a cave and then say, look, they're right here. Like what he's talking about is like some metaphysical barrier. Like even if we searched every inch of the entire crust of like the earth with like new technology and this and that, right? Like
Right,
we wouldn't
so
be able to find them because Allah has put like a seal similar to the seal of like the Barzakh.
I've actually heard the pretty good theory is the Gog and Magog, or the East and the West.
Nah, that's a bad theory. That's a bad theory.
I don't know. The guy connects it good, but it's a theory.
Oh no, but that's a metaphorical teaching. Like this, like you got to look at things from like are things supposed to be like metaphorical or not? Like how is the guy supposed to explain, for instance, the hadith talking about like the 99 for every 999, one person goes to Jannah, right? And those 999 are Yajuj and Majuj. If that was the east and west, like how does that make any sense? Like you have to take into a whole lot of like scripture and stuff into this, like before making a theory. Like what Yasser Khalid is saying, like I'd probably hold to the same thing. Like I don't believe if you, let's say you got like some form of like satellites all over the world and they can point at the ground and they could see like the density, if there's life forms under it, etc. Like if they done that and they find there's no life forms under the caves or mountains or whatever, are you going to stop believing in Islam because Yajuj and Majuj are not, materialistically here? No, it's not. It's obviously talking about a metaphysical barrier that Allah has created, and when the time comes that they will come out. There's nothing like, I don't know, I think it's going to be very problematic for those who think that if I just don't know. Like, I mean, we haven't checked every cave, but I'm saying if we've checked every cave, every mountain, underneath the ground, whatever, and we don't find them there, the Muslims that have low iman and believe that to be true, they're obviously going to be like, well, I was lied to. I was told that we'd find, this, there's a barrier, and we checked every barrier on the earth, and there's no Yajuj and Majuj. Again, this is all metaphysical, and like you have to think, like, for every human that enters paradise,
for sure it's metaphysical.
It has, like, I think that's what Yasser is talking about. Like, there's no other like if you actually think about it, deep this for a second. Every single person that goes into Jannah, right? There's 999 people that go to Jahannam, of which those are Yajuj and Majuj. So Yajuj and Majuj, they essentially they're 999 times more larger than the people that will go to Jannah. How many people have been alive since, I don't know, Adam and Eve? Say 100 billion people. Yajuj and Majuj are what? Let's say a quarter go to Jannah, right? Now, a quarter of that would be still billions, right? Now, times that by 999. You're going to tell me they're under a cave? Like, come on, man. Like, I just, like, there's just no way.
Is it possible for Allah to make that happen?
Is it what?
Is it possible for Allah to make that happen?
Look, I'm not saying it's impossible.
No. I'm just saying, is it possible for Allah?
For what?
For him to make that happen, to stuff as many people.
No, it's literally,
bro.
It's literally like, those clown cars? Do you know like those clown cars where like it's just like a very
that's
tiny
why
car?
I was laughing, because I'm thinking of something like this. You're just stuffing souls and they're stuck for Allah. I'm not laughing.
I don't know where they're gonna come from, bro. Like,
right, but is it possible for this thing to happen?
It's logically. Is it okay? Something is logically possible, but it's just not like look, like a billion clowns coming out of one car. That's logically possible, right? But like, is that plausible? Is that the way it's supposed to happen? I mean, look, I'm not going to tell Allah that he can't do it, but I'm just saying it's logically possible, but I don't know if it's physically possible. But then again, is like something that defies or creates the laws of physics can do anything physically. So I don't think like there should be any like barrier on that,
Okay, so just for example, like just recently they found a discovery of an underground village, and they were seeing the skeletons, and all the skeletons were people that were like less than 3 foot. tall.
In China?
But it's somewhere, man. I just zoomed past the story, but it was like thousands of people, with miniature sort of skeletons, and it's been undiscovered. Like there's so much stuff that is undiscovered. North Pole, South Pole, things of that nature also. And
I'm sorry, a friendly Muslim. Brothers, trust me, we're not making fun of Allah or joking about Allah or anything like this. I would not accept that from me or anybody else that comes up here. So
he said, explain that. Okay, when I chuckled, I wasn't laughing.
Sometimes people see things in their mind, and it just it happens, bro. You know what I mean? But I said, yo, I'm not laughing at Allah at all. But that's what I was saying. Is it possible that Allah can stuff as many people as or souls or whatever into a particular location? Yeah, I think that's possible, right? He split the moon, right? Can't he do something like this? Of course. Oh, Okina. No. Right. I mean, I was laughing too. So
wait, isn't that?
Yeah.
Who is wait? So who's he talking about? Is he talking about me, you, or the other guy?
The other Isa. I don't know that. I'm confused.
What's his name?
I don't know. Isa. The other Isa. You know what I'm talking about? Isa al-Ka'bi. Al-Ka'bi. Isa al-Ka'bi. Is it him? Are you talking about him? I don't think he's talking about him.
Oh, bummer. Josh left.
Yeah, he left like 10 minutes ago or something.
Damn.
Sorry.
I had a question for him. I finally remembered what it was. My question was about when he said or I think it was him. I was playing Candy Crush. I don't remember. But somebody had said that doctrine in the Bible does not have to be explicit. And the concern I have with that is the fact that when you do things like that, you don't have something consistent like we do in Islam, alhamdulillah. The problem is that people begin creating their own narratives and having personal interpretations that the Holy Spirit leads them to.
Exactly.
And then there's so much room for error and minimally projection, right? Projection of my own life, using my own life to interpret this text rather than using the text to apply it to my life, if that makes sense. Like it's kind of like confirmation bias, and it's just wildly inappropriate. So that was my concern with his response. I mean, I know that this was right. He was being devil's advocate, but
yeah,
that was my concern.
Yeah, and that's what we argue all the time is that how are you interpreting it this way? And there are obviously if it's doctrine, it's coming from these people who didn't know Jesus, right? From these unknown authors of these books and things like this. It's like, man, it doesn't make sense. So like in Islam, we have the Quran, tafsir, we got the Sunnah, we got the
killing me. Honestly, bro.
Okay. The tafsir, we got Sunnah, we got Hadith. I thought someone was trying to talk to me, yo. them gas prices killing me too. but yeah. Yo, friendly Muslim, I'm sorry, bro. What were you saying, brother? I'm sorry about that.
Khalil.
That was friendly Muslim speaking, wasn't it? Sweetheart.
Stop it, sweetheart. Oh. Where's Sister Chloe go?
Oh, she didn't want to hear your voice anymore.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, she was probably embarrassed by my childishness.
Oh.
Bro, I woke up with a damn headache today, man. I still got that damn headache.
Yeah, no, it's very much possible. Sorry, bro.
Trigger fingers?
Oh no. I think we're good.
Psionic Overlord. Speak.
Assalamu alaikum.
Speak, brother.
Hey, assalamu alaikum. Can you guys hear me?
Oh,
Walaikum
yeah.
salam.
Yeah, walaikum salam.
Yeah, I just wanted to come by and just drop the clip off where I think he's talking about research Khalidi's opinion on Yajuj and he says like this is not just his view. He also like gives, I think.
The what, bro? You're kind of cutting in and out.
Can you hear me?
He came to drop a link for the Asaad Husein video.
No. I wanted to hear what he was saying though.
Can you hear me now? Well.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to like drop it off because I think it's hard to like understand just from like a few seconds of what he's trying to say, and the context of it was that it was not just his own opinion; it was an opinion that was also held by many scholars before, right? So, like,
yeah, I guess
it's not just like him just making up something new or something like that. That's all.
Yeah, he's suspect to me though, bro. Yasikari, regardless of which. I mean, not just because it is here, but other things that he said.
Yeah,
I don't know why people give him so much airplay, but it is what it is.
It's important to like have, I think, a good like general idea of like what people are saying, because I think it's important to have like an understanding that there's not like just like one view or one opinion, and there's many, even from thousands of years ago, like hundreds of years ago, people also had like differences of opinion and stuff. So I think it's just important to understand what are like theologically important differences of opinion, like that take you out of the fold of Islam, and like things like this are not really, I guess, as important somewhat. Maybe that's what I'm trying to.
No, I get what you're saying.
All right, I'm just gonna hop off. If you guys want to play the clip or not, it's up to you guys.
Jazakallah.
Has anyone seen videos of like where they think it could possibly be?
Where it could possibly be.
Yeah, like the actual physical location or where.
I've never seen any. Isa, I'm premiering a video tomorrow that it's a clip of the last discussion we had on last night's stream before I ended it. It's premiering at 12 tomorrow.
12 p.m. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
All right.
Khalil, did I leave my mouse over there?
Did you leave your mouse over here?
Yeah, it'd probably be inside on the dining room table.
Your mouse on a notebook.
Dang it. Okay.
Think so. But yeah, dude thought he was slick. Yeah, he eventually told me that there's some secrets that he was scared that he didn't want to tell me. He could answer my question, but they were secrets.
Secrets beyond your imagination.
I should have told him secrets don't make friends.
Secrets don't exist. Allah knows.
Maybe once he gets to know you a bit better, he could tell you his secrets. Oh, and who was he following? Was it something Neo or something like that?
Yeah, his name's Neo.
What's his deal? What's he about?
He's a Trinitarian. He's very knowledgeable in church father history. I utterly enjoy conversations with Neo. Very nice guy, very genuine, very educated. That's basically this guy's teacher. Yes, he was mind blown. He was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll tell you what the secret is. I'll tell you." So there's the thinker, and then I responded to him, and I was like, "The thought and the thinking," and he's like, "How did you know about that?" It's an analogy, Issa, that you might not have heard before, but you know, he asked me 3 questions. And this was the funniest part. He was like, "Let me ask you 3 questions." And as he started at the beginning, you guys can tie this together from the beginning of the conversation. He said knowledge. He was using knowledge. So there's the knower, there's the knowledge, and there's the act of knowing. So he said, okay, so does Allah, is he the knower of all true propositions? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay. Is God the grounding for all knowledge that exists? I was like, yep. And then he says, does God actively know all true things? I was like, yep. And he goes, we did it. There's the Trinity. I was like, are you serious?
I don't even know what you said because I was listening to that video, but it just sounded funny.
Yeah, no, you just said, okay, since Allah is the knower of all true things, he
That's 3 persons,
grounds
bro.
all the knowledge. And yeah, but then that's what I asked him. He actually gave a good answer. He gave the answer that I would expect a knowledgeable Christian to give. When I said, how do you define persons? He said, hypostases. It's like, cool. All right. I can flow with that. At least it's not like a being that has life.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he fell into the hole with absolute divine simplicity. He fell into the logical problem of the Trinity. Like he fell into all these other things after he was like, yeah, you just admitted to the Trinity. We did it. We made it, bro.
Who was that guy you were talking to yesterday, Khalid?
His name was Athanasius.
So, I mean, I listened to like, I don't know, like 10 minutes, but like, what did you guys end up talking about?
Oh, I went into time. We talked about absolute divine simplicity. We talked about the logical problem of the Trinity.
And
yeah, we talked about all that stuff. He ended up actually, so he was just shifting back and forth because he kept using this thing. Well, in a sense. And then actually Snake Juice came on. He goes, my guy, if you use in a sense one more time, I'm going to smack you upside the head.
Snake Juice never comes up.
No, he came up last night.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. He never comes up. So
dude, it's funny.
If he comes
hell.
up, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that video just now with Yasukari. I mean, I know that he wasn't denying that that Yajuj and Majuj existed. I guess what he was saying was that this disbelief, not disbelief, but his belief or the belief of Yajuj and Majuj being in some underground facility or something like this behind a wall is like it's not a credo matter, and it is a minority position. So I mean, I understand what he's saying. It's just and I mean, obviously he said more than that. And I'm not saying that, he's a kafir or anything like this. That's not what I'm saying at all. But it's just, I don't know. To me, it's like I believe it, and if Allah is, or if Dhul-Qarnayn did this thing by the permission of Allah, then it happened, right? This isn't something metaphysical that happened. At least that's my understanding because it's in the Quran. Do you not mean Kino?
I got you, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that's my understanding based on the Quran and based on Dhul-Qarnayn, living at some point in time and this thing happening. He got the brass and iron. And he created this thing, but I don't know, man. It's in the Quran, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, really, I think we all people take it literally, too literally, right? And then I don't know, like realistically, if you figure out where Dhul Qurnayn was, bro, and you go far east or far west, and you come across and like you start searching for the people, it's like you're really not gonna find it. You know what I mean? People.
Yeah, but how do you know that though?
How
That's the
do you
thing.
know, bro? The thing is, there's so many discoveries happening in archaeology.
No, but hang on a second. But who's to say that Allah isn't, the one who is making this location obscure and secret? You know what I'm saying? Obviously, if it's Allah, you ain't never gonna find it.
I just don't think it's. I don't think it's metaphysically here.
Who's to say it's not? Who's to say
You
it's
mean
like?
you mean it's not physically in this realm or something?
Yeah, I
get what you're
on
saying.
Earth. I believe it's on Earth, but I just don't think, even if you were like, let's say, I'm pretty sure people walk past it, or some people, whatever. Like we've. I mean, you could say it's visible, but I just don't think it's visible to our.
No, I never said it was visible, and that's not.
Yeah,
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if Durkarnain, if I'm saying his name properly, if he existed, which we believe he did, right? He's in the Quran. If he existed, if he existed, and then if you read the story, right, in the Quran, I guess I don't know the story by heart. Actually, can somebody please find the verse, inshallah, with Durkarnain and how this thing kind of transpired?
I got you, bro. In the private chat, I've got a link.
The way
okay.
I
need the Quran. I don't want a tafsir or anything like this, brother.
No, it's got it as a breakdown.
I believe it's also a hadith on it as well.
Well, yeah, that's what Yasser Khalid was talking about. He said there's one hadith that is actually da'if, that like speaks about it or something like this. But the point is here is if Durkarnain existed, and by how the story is laid out, basically this group of people needed help with something, and he said, okay, I will help you with this, with this building of this wall, if you will help me with like this war or something. Like, I can't remember, I might be wrong, but
he just basically asked them to help them with the construction of it.
Correct. Oh no, right. He said, I will construct it. He said, I will construct it for you. I will help you build this, but you need to help me with the resources. This is what, because he said he doesn't have the resources to be able to build this wall, right? So he's like, give me the resources and I will help you build it. And they were like, okay, they agreed or whatever, and then he builds this wall with brass and iron. Right. So if this happened in the Quran, the way it's read, to me, it's like, how can it not be a physical place? And like I said, who knows? Right.
Yeah.
So Al-Kahf 1893.
I'm not saying that it's not a physical place. I believe that it's a physical place in this world, but I think that it's hidden, like metaphysically hidden. Like there's nothing, call it magic or whatever. But even if you use.
Hidden?
Like it's here on this planet, bro, but it's just like the barrier. We're not able to see it. We're not able to observe it. We're not able to use our senses with it. We're not able to use any technology to find it.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. If Allah is hiding it, we're never going to find it. Never going to find it, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, and obviously until that day, right? So 93 to 98. Okay. 93 to 98. Inshallah. Jazakallah, brother, man. Allah reward you. 93. Okay, I'll start at 92 because that's like, I guess, the beginning of a. Anyways, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Then he traveled a third course, right? Third is in brackets, but then he traveled a course until he reached a pass between two mountains. He found in front of them a people who could hardly understand his language. 94. He pleaded, "O Dhul-Qarnayn, surely Gog and Magog, or Ya'juj and Ma'juj, are spreading corruption throughout the land. Should we pay you tribute, provided that you build a wall between us and them?" He responded, "What my Lord has provided for me is far better. But assist me with the resources, and I will build a barrier between you and them. Bring me blocks of iron." He says, "Bring me blocks of iron." Then, when he had filled up the gap between the two mountains, he ordered, "Blow." When the iron became red hot, he said, "Bring me molten copper to pour over it." Okay, so it was copper and iron, and then copper. 97. And so the enemies could neither scale nor tunnel through it. He declared, "This is the mercy from my Lord, but when the promise of my Lord comes to pass, he will level it to the ground, and my Lord's promise is ever true." And verse 99, "On that day, we will let them surge like waves over one another. Later, the trumpet will be blown, and we'll gather all the people together. On that day," verse 100, "on that day, we will display hell clearly for the disbelievers." Okay, I think that was tied to the previous verse, maybe not.
You know who I'd be interested to hear about this? Richard Mattson.
Oh yeah.
No. We don't need his interpretations for this kind of stuff. He's a cool dude, but I think that's just fitna, bro. You don't understand. Like, some of this stuff is very, very serious, right? Someone might say a particular phrase and completely like deceive someone. Someone might see something and be completely, turned off on Islam, like completely just become a kafir. That's why you protect yourself from these things. You know your limits. You know what you can and cannot do, or what you shouldn't do, and things like this, right? But yeah. I mean, he could do that shit with the Bible all the time. I don't care. That ain't my belief. You know what I mean? When it comes to the Quran, I think we'll let the Muslims speak for Islam.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just was saying it'd be interesting to, just me personally, to hear what Richard thinks it may mean.
Yeah,
because I'm sure he's got something to say about it, like that no one else would ever think. Guy's got some crazy views.
Yeah, so oh god. So from what I read, bro, I mean, this is why, and this is why I disagree with Yasser Qadhi on this, because it's Quranic. This isn't some hadith. It's in the Quran. And if I'm reading this properly,
wait,
you know what I mean?
You disagree with him?
Yeah, I disagree with him. He's saying that it's he's not denying that Ya'juj and Ma'juj exist. He's not denying that. He believes that they exist, and so do we, right? But what he's saying is that he doesn't believe it's in this realm, like what you were saying.
Yeah, but I wouldn't believe that it's in this realm too, though. Like, we sort of believe the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
I just told you, Kino, I'm looking at the verses. I'm telling you, he's going off of he said that his position is a minority position, right? He says he knows that, right? And then he talks about, like, a little bit about the hadith and things like this. But basically what you're saying is like what he's saying. So I disagree with you and him. Why? Because the Quran disagrees. Right, because like I said,
it disagrees though.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna play the video. I'm gonna play the video. Okay, I'm gonna play the video. Just.
Yo, what's up, Shane?
Hey, how's it going?
Let us finish up with this real quick, and then we'll jump right to you.
And then we're not gonna keep talking about this, bro, because I don't want to cause fitna either. So let me just go to this video, inshallah. We'll do this very quickly. It's probably like, I don't know exactly how long it is, but anyways, let me change the video quality a little bit so you don't think I'm like messing with his mouth or something. Share. Damn it. Okay. Booyakasha. Y'all just let me know if y'all can hear it. Okay, got it. Let me put this up.
Ya'juj wa Ma'juj story. They said, Sheikh, that you are denying the existence of Ya'juj wa Ma'juj nowadays. That you said they are there. You said that they will come at the day of as a sign from the signs of the Day of Judgment. You believe that they came in the beginning, in the early time, but you do not believe the existence of Ya'juj wa Ma'juj nowadays. And there is hadith says that they are exist and they are digging from the
Jayed. So as I have explained, this is not again a unique position to me. Actually, Sheikh Abdullah al-Sa'di, who is the teacher of Ibn Uthaymeen, held the exact same view, and also one of my teachers in Medina, Sheikh Mansour al-Samurai, actually held the same view as well, and also Qurtubi as well. And there's multiple ulama. Once again, the problem comes again. I have said this respectfully. The majority of those who are involved in prioritizing criticism of other people, they are not qualified to criticize in the first place. This is really, I think, one of our fundamental problems is that we've created a mass industry of entertainment via the drama of criticism. And so when people aren't qualified to discover faults, what the position I hold is a minority view. By the way, with utmost respect again, I am not aware of any book of Aqidah putting in their matan of Aqidah that a part of the Aqidah of the Muslim is that they must believe that Ya'juj and Ma'juj are trapped behind a wall. There is no book of Aqidah that I'm aware of the early times of Islam, and I have read many of them, that has this as a part of its Aqidah. We believe in Ya'juj and Ma'juj, they existed in the past, the Quran says so. We believe they will come in the future, the Hadith says so. As for the issue of them being trapped behind a wall right now, there is only one explicit hadith in this regard, and it is in the Jami' of at-Tirmidhi.
All right, so some people in the comments, right? So he said that there is no book of Aqidah, right, that says that you must believe in this thing. I agree, but you must believe in the Quran.
Yeah,
right?
but the Quran doesn't
hang
say
on.
No, right now.
Hold up.
Go ahead, bro.
Hold up. Listen to me, okay? I'm speaking directly from what is in the Quran. I'm not a Quranist either, right? I'm not saying that I only go with the Quran. What I'm saying is that if it's in the Quran, you must believe it. You cannot deny it. So what you would have to do then is go through maybe some more verses, read more context, and then try to get a better understanding of this, and maybe even do it with someone who has a really good understanding of the Arabic, right? And then if they come to the conclusion to what you're saying or what Yasser Qadhi is saying, or people like that, then I would say, okay, I agree with that, right? However, it's very, very clear from what I have read that this thing, Durkanain, exists. It logically follows. He existed at one point. This thing happened. When this thing happened, he built this wall for this group of people or whatever. So it must exist. Somewheres, can we see it? No, I don't think we'll ever see it until that day. Do you see what I'm saying, Kino?
Again, it's still right. I think this is the part that like people sort of get messed up, because I think you sort of see the other view as like denying the Quran and Sunnah explicitly, but that's not exactly what they mean. Like, for instance, like the Sheikh, because I actually looked into this like a while ago, and the Sheikh that he's talking about, who's I believe the teacher of Sheikh Uthaymeen radiyallahu anhu, but he pretty much basically what happened with him was that I believe it was around the 50s or 60s, right? So scholars who didn't really understand his paradigm, right? They accused him of being like a deviant who rejected the Sunnah, and they filed a royal complaint to the king, King Ibn Saud at the time, and the king, called him to a conference, for his sake. He said, all the scholars, or like a good portion of scholars, are calling you deviants, so come defend your paradigm. And the Sheikh went, and he defended his paradigm to the point where like none of the scholars who were left accused him of anything, right? They had nothing left to say. And so even if they didn't agree with his view, right, they couldn't fault him for having an alternative view, right? That could be valid, right? We're not like it's just one view that you could hold, similar to like what like Khalid holds, like evolution and stuff. Like there could be some disagreements, you know, it could be some agreements, whatever it may be, but you can't fault Khalid and say like, oh yeah, that view is wrong 100%. Like you can't really say that because it could have happened that way, right?
Right, but
in this case, I'm just saying, right?
I had a disagreement with Khalil on this whole, you know, evolution stuff with the Neanderthals and things like this prior to humans, but he gave a very logical answer. It doesn't contradict the Quran at all. So I accepted that view and I said, you know what, that actually makes sense, right?
Alhamdulillah.
So trust me, I get what you're saying. If it does not contradict the Quran or
but this one doesn't, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, it does. In my opinion, it does.
Because in your opinion, but bro, like the top of the top sheikhs, like we're talking sheikhs that they mean, his teachers, etc. Right?
I get it.
Like literally, like our like great scholars have talked about this, and they've said like, look, you could like, there's nothing wrong with taking that view. It's a minority view. That's absolutely right. And prominent sheikhs in the past have taken this minority view. But it's nothing to say that, you know, that they're denying what's written in the Quran. They're accepting it, right? But again, it could be something like, it doesn't speak about where they are right now.
Yeah, thanks for taking that off the screen, Issa. Yasakardi looked like he was puffing on a blunt.
I'll just let Shane and the guy speak. But yeah, like Issa, like you and I, we agreed to the same thing. We're reading the same thing. We agree on the same thing. I think Yasir Qadi holds to a different view than I do, right? I know that for a fact. But I'm just saying, even if you go to his extreme, like he still wouldn't be wrong. It would just be a weird interpretation of the text.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
right. So okay, now even if I'm correct, it was even what's his name? Ibn Kathir in his tafsir, right? I think in the beginning, I might be wrong as to who wrote this, but somebody wrote this. One of the tafsir writers. He says, if whatever I say goes against the Quran or something like this, throw it out, right? Basically saying that I could be wrong. So men could be wrong, right?
Yeah. You're talking to me?
Huh?
You're talking to me, right?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Like, people can be wrong.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, men can be wrong. Yeah.
Right. Anyways, look.
But it's men that also interpret the Quran, right?
I'm right. I'm not saying that they don't. I at all. I'm not saying that. Yes, we get our understanding from these people, but regardless of which is a minority view, right? You said it yourself.
Yeah, we agree on that. I think.
Yeah. Anyways,
we mainly agree, Akhi. Like.
Yeah. It's all good. We'll have to get someone a little more knowledgeable in this. Inshallah. Yo, Khalil.
What's up?
You got to try to get Sheikh Uthman, bro.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Sheikh Uthman Q&A.
Yeah, hell yeah, bro. I'd love to ask him questions like this. Like, it would be dope.
Yeah, I'll reach out. I'll see when a good date is.
Inshallah. And
also
then,
need to clear up that the one misconception that guy Abu had, bro. I still cannot
Oh yeah.
I still cannot get over it. Like, how could somebody hate Uthman, bro? Like, that's just crazy to me.
Uthman, what? Uthman who? The companion?
No, Sheikh Uthman.
Sheikh Uthman.
Someone came on here and like praised me for like 5 minutes, like, brother, mashallah, you're doing so good. And blah,
that
blah,
guy. That
yeah, and then they started slandering Sheikh Uthman.
Oh yeah, forget that guy. He's been blocked from our channel. He's been blocked.
Yeah.
Unless he comes back on like different accounts or some shit like this. Anyways, let's move on. We don't want to cause too much fitna. Inshallah, may Allah protect us. I mean, you know, we're literally laymen in this, and we're talking literally from our own opinions and understandings, right? So you know, we do our best, and then at some point you say, look, we don't really know. Let's try to get someone who might know more than this or more than us on this particular topic.
Yep.
Yo, Shane, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I actually had a few respectful questions about the Arabic language, anachronisms, hermeneutics as it pertains to the Quran. Specifically, so if anybody here doesn't know, I'm an atheist, but I am interested in learning about the Quran, at least for the sake of improving my own cultural understanding. I don't want to be ignorant about cultures of the world, right? But I'm aware of translation errors. I'm not fluent in any language other than English, but my Spanish is pretty conversational.
Yeah, Shane, you're kind of going in and out.
Oh, I am?
Yeah.
That's better.
That's better now? Okay.
Yeah, however you are right now is good.
All right, cool. So I'm no linguist. I'm only fluent in English, but I have at least understanding of grammar in Japanese, and I can read and write hiragana, and my Spanish is conversational. So I'm familiar with the types of misunderstandings that can come about through, word for word translations. And I think one of your Muslim brothers on this panel the other day gave a great example. He talked about the fact that in the English language, if you call somebody a donkey, that would come off as calling the person stupid, right? So
yeah, that was Khalil.
He was the one to give that example. Okay.
Yeah.
And well, it's a great example because in one culture, calling somebody a donkey could be a compliment, and another it's an insult. So if you translate word for word, and you might think, okay, here's an example of somebody calling someone, stupid, but somebody who's actually a native speaker of the language and familiar with the culture will be able to tell you, no, this is what it really means. So before I dive into the Quran, I guess, since you guys are Muslim, I wanted to ask you, what are some common translation errors that English speakers tend to make or misinterpret when they read the Quran?
Daraba.
That was quick.
Yeah, Daraba.
But it's the one that we get the most. It's the most thing that we get objections to the most because the understanding is not proper.
Yeah. Yeah, so Daraba, like Shane, I'm sure you may have heard before the idea of beating your wife in Islam, right?
Right.
Yeah. So there's a verse, Quran 4:34, that states that when your wife is, doing something horrible, being adulterous or what have you, unfaithful acts.
Or disobedient,
Yes. Yeah. So
punch her in the face.
Happens, that there's a 3-step process. That there's a 3-step process. One is to first step is to try and reason with them. Second step is to separate from sleeping in the same bed with them. And then in the English translation, it says then you are to strike your wife. Now, we as Muslims know that in Islam, in all the hadith and multiple places in the Quran, it's completely against harming your wife or hitting your wife or even punching anybody in the face. Like the Prophet, peace be upon him, said that, and in a hadith, he said that the best of you are the best to your wives. So it would completely contradict that. So when looking at the original language and looking at the word has multiple meanings. I could like if I was to use the word beat, like I could beat your ass, or I could beat you in a game of chess.
Right. And the word strike is a good example because strike, like you could go on strike, and that could mean, multiple different things. I know this is probably not what it means, but for example, like a sex strike, right, would be a version of a use of that word that would have a meaning other than, hitting somebody. So
exactly, yeah.
The word, what alternative English word do you think you would translate third thing that English speakers are misunderstanding as meaning to hit your wife? Like, what do you think?
Yeah, so within the context of the verse, like within the Arabic language, there's over 12 million words. So you have to look at the word and then look at the context of the verse to see what the most coherent answer is. And many people have different, there's many people that have different positions on this. But let me I'm just going to bring up I'm going to bring it up and show you the verses on the screen. Just so we can see exactly what's going on. Let me see here. Share screen. Chrome tab. Surah. Okay. Bam. Okay. So looking at this, it says 434, it says, men are caretakers of women as men have been provisioned by Allah over women and tasked with supporting them financially, and righteous women are devoted, obedient, and when alone, protective of what Allah has entrusted in them. And if you sense ill conduct from your woman, advise them first. If they persist, do not share their beds, but if they still persist, then discipline them gently. But if they change their ways do not be unjust to them. Surely Allah is the most high and all great. So there's multiple meanings of the word daraba. One of those meanings that I found means separate, not to hit, not to strike, but to separate. Now, looking at the context of the verse, we read the very next verse. And if you anticipate a split between them, appoint a mediator from his family or another from hers. If they desire reconciliation, Allah will restore harmony between them. Surely Allah is all-knowing and all-aware. So within the context of the verse, you're seeing this three-step process up here where it says, advise them, speak with them, try and reason with them. If they persist, you don't share a bed with them. And if they persist, it says in the English translation, then discipline them gently. The word being used in there is daraba, right? Let's see. Where's the word?
Yeah, it's going to be in the yep, that line. Yeah. No, up. Yeah, and now over to the left.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah,
so
right there.
within this, there's the word daraba. Word daraba can mean to separate. So if you reason with them, they still continue. You say, hey, I'm not sleeping in the same bed as you. We're like, we're going to take some time apart. And if they continue even after that, you separate from them. The very next verse specifically talks about appointing a mediator when that separation happens. For me, that's the most logical, reasonable way to read this verse. Now, someone who is vehemently against Islam and wanting to show how violent Islam is, and like, they're not going to take this interpretation because they're going to say, well, it says strike, and I'm going to take it as you're beating the hell out of your wives.
Right. And I do understand how, like, okay, if you see the word strike and then you see the word gently discipline.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, man.
I'm sure he'll be back.
Now, Shane's a cool dude. Actually, Shane was someone who actually humbled me. I was talking mad crap on Facebook, and I thought that he was one of you're just regular old atheists. And I told him I made some claims, and we got into a YouTube stream, and
he told you off.
Yeah, he got me. He got me good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Philosophically, the guy's very, very philosophical.
Damn it, Khalil.
But he, due to that interaction, I was like, man, okay, I need to really learn my stuff.
Because that's what students of knowledge do. They don't get mad.
Yep, there he is.
Hey, my bad. I don't know what happened. I must have accidentally hit the button. I'm actually on break at work, so I'm just gonna have to ask this question
Okay.
My last question though was just, do you think do you know if it is the consensus among native Arabic speakers that the word daraba is not a word that refers to violence?
Did you hear what he said, Khalil?
Yeah. So you asked, is it the consensus that native Arabic speakers would not say that daraba specifically means to strike?
Yeah, that was the question.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, it all depends on what's being spoken of. Like, if we were to say, what does the word beat mean? And actually, I think we just had a brother enter the room that actually speaks Arabic, so he may be able to give you a much better answer when it comes from an Arabic point of view. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hope you guys doing well.
Good, alhamdulillah.
All right. Well, my break's actually over, but I could potentially come in another time, and if you guys, I'll keep listening. So if this topic continues to get talked about, I'll hear about it. If not, I'll catch up. But thanks for giving me, an example of a misunderstanding in English.
Right.
Sure. No problem, brother.
All right, you guys stay safe.
All right, take care, bro. But yeah, like you said, with the whole context, I mean, we already know about the Sunnah and how the Prophet, peace be upon him, treated his wife, and how he said that the best of you are those who are best to the wives, and things like this, and do not strike the face, do not leave green marks. Like it's like having a pillow fight. Right?
Yeah.
I think one thing one should also kind of have in mind is that the English language is made up of several other languages. It's like a combination of different languages, while the Arabic language is something pretty fundamental. It's not something that you can doesn't proceed from any other language. So
when
that's
Oz comes on here, when Oz comes on and he drops the F bomb, actually the F word is derived from a German word, fricken, which means to strike.
Yep. Yep. Right.
That's literally what it means.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah. So I think when you kind of there's a big thing in the philosophy of language too, right? If you look into Chomsky, now Chomsky kind of discusses this kind of problem that kind of have when you kind of translate between a language which is fundamental and a language which is kind of combination of different languages. So you kind of lose meaning in that. It's a very big thing in philosophy of language. You might want to do it. So.
Yeah, like this guy, what's his name? Sheikh Khalid Yassin. When he was talking, he was giving a little talk. He was saying how the Arabic language is like words are, impregnated words, which it's like the words have meaning upon meaning upon meaning upon meaning, and this is the Arabic language. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. So I'm just gonna call you Brother Wit. I know what your name is, but we're gonna keep your name safe.
We don't want to dox.
Yeah. He don't want to be doxxed. When the word daraba is typically used in the Arabic language, what does it normally mean? Like commonly used?
Yeah, daraba literally just means for you to strike off or strike. Or you use it. If I were to translate English, obviously, it would just mean to marna. Marna also means to hit off, hit, or it could mean in varying intensities of strike. You can have varying intensities of striking. It could also mean just to a tap on the shoulder, right? Darba. Sometimes if you want someone's attention, right, you just strike darba, right? I for example in school, right? Some teachers they might strike you to get your attention. It could be with the chalk or anything, right? So that's how it works, kind of. So it depends. It has varying intensities of strike.
Cool. Thank you, brother. Yo, Morningstar, bro. When you gonna join? When you gonna come up here?
Like Lucifer Morningstar?
I don't know. This dude, he's saying you won't have any proof that a God exists 1,000 Fridays from now. Is that a prophecy?
That's 3 years, dimwit. You tried to make it sound really big, but it was just 3 years. I'm sorry, that was funny to me.
Yeah, bro. Come on up here. Don't be little bitch.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of morning star, isn't the morning star the evening star?
I don't know. When's my God gonna call in? Never. I will call when you. Okay, cool excuse. Thank you for admitting that you're a keyboard warrior and that you're just going to stay in the chat and, you know, post Matt Dillahunty quotes and, you know, circle jerk with the rest of the agnostic atheists.
Man, this guy sounds like a real winner.
This is what they do.
So what in the world?
Do you guys like to argue why agnostic atheism in itself is enough contradictory? Yeah.
Agnostic atheists don't exist.
Yeah, that's the point. I also argue that it's just something that can lead to semantic collapse. Even like atheists like Gramopi discussed it, like how it's stupid to even make one thing.
Yo,
Yeah,
Morningstar, what's your positive evidence for God's non-existence? You made the claim that God does not exist. Go ahead and give me your evidence. And don't say lack of evidence, because that's just the agnostic position.
Yes, tell us about your dogma of atheism. It's very dogmatic.
Yes. Very dogmatic. Morningstar sitting in the chat like, I have a chair, la 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 la. King of the castle. Today he's an atheist.
Tomorrow.
I bet you won't have any evidence of the non-existence of God 1,000 Fridays from now. Oh my gosh. Snake juice. I thought you said that the anus is on the atheist claim. I didn't see onus.
Allah.
Oh man. I need to get my eyes checked out. I was like, hold on, wait a second. What?
You just had your eyes checked like in January or February.
Yeah, well, things change.
Guess you're getting old.
What's up, Connor?
Yeah.
What up, Isa?
Chilling, bro.
So, last time I called on because I had like questions I was trying to ask. Just like learn stuff, like, but then we got sidetracked and we started arguing. So I actually like never really asked all my questions I had.
You want to argue some more?
Maybe another time.
What was that?
I said maybe another time.
All right, cool. What's up, bro? Lay it on us.
So okay, so I was asking about like basic like morality and about so like so we talked about like all people who believe that or who are Muslims will go to heaven even if they have to go through hell for a temporary period, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So like, what's the so like do Shiites go to heaven?
Who?
Shia.
No. Well, okay. All right. So if you're like a Christian, right? I mean, Shia to us are like Christians, right? So they pray to Allah, but they pray to Allah through Ali. When you do this is committing shirk. If you die upon this, then it's permanent hellfire from what we understand. Allah says he will not forgive this sin if you die upon it. But there is a chance, you know, obviously for everyone to come back to the truth and repent and things like this. And if you do this, you know, with a sincere heart before you die, then you know you have a chance to make it to heaven. Yes.
So what do you mean by pray through?
I'm sorry?
When they pray, they speak specifically to Ali.
It's like
one of their imams.
Yeah, it's like saying, "Oh Allah, give me $1 million in the name of Ali." Bilal.
Or like
it's
when
like
Catholics would pray to like Mary, like say
Right.
the Hail Mary.
Right.
So if that's why like like Christians, they'll come up here and be like, I'm gonna pray for you. I'm like, please don't. Because
Yeah.
I don't need you to pray to a man. If they say, listen, I'm gonna pray to the one true God, no problem. I accept it. But if you're just gonna pray to, Jesus because you think he's God, then hold off.
So then what's the difference between like a rule, like an obligatory rule in Islam, and then like a recommended thing or like a sunnah thing? You know what I mean? Like if you go to heaven, either way, then...
I got you. So the 5 daily prayers, right? We pray Fajr, Dahr, Asr, Maghrib, Isha. 5 daily prayers. Now, these are what we call fard. This is obligatory. You must do it. And then you have the sunnah prayers, right? So sunnah is it's like extra prayer. So what you do is you just do 2 rakat or 2 units of prayer prior to the 5 daily prayers, right?
Yeah, but I guess I just mean like, what's the implication like in terms of my punishment and reward? Because if I'm going to go to heaven, even if I don't do any salah at all, eventually.
Well, we don't know that either, right? Because it's that same mindset that'll get you tossed in the damn hellfire, and you might not come out, right? Because prayer is obligatory, and this is what separates the believers from the disbelievers. I get what you're saying, but like I said, the problem is if you're like, oh yeah, I'll accept Islam, but I'm not going to do anything God told me to do. Right. That would be that like total disbelief at that point. So what separates the believer from the disbeliever is the prayer. So if you decide you don't want to pray, then not prayer. If you decide you don't want to pray, then hey, look, that's between you and your God. We just go by what the Quran says, right? So what Allah says is for shirk, if you die upon shirk, right? Now, this is the unforgivable sin, right? If you die in this state. However, if you make this sin, you commit the sin, you can come back from it. There is, repentance for you. You can still do these things, and we believe that Allah will forgive you. But he can still decide to toss you in the hellfire. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because, to him is judgment and command. All right.
So you're saying that Allah can break the general norm of what happens and toss a Muslim in the hellfire because they used to do shirk?
If he decides, yeah. He's not breaking anything. Because what he says is for any other sin, he forgives at his leisure. Right?
Sure,
if I'm saying it correctly.
What about in this situation if somebody is like, for example, a Trinitarian Christian and they come on the stream tonight, we speak to them and they take their shahada, right? Will they get thrown in the hellfire for their shirk that they used to commit?
No.
Even though they took their shahada, that sin would be forgiven due to their proclamation of faith.
Yeah.
All previous sins are wiped away.
So earlier you said like prayer is what separates you from
disbelievers. Yeah.
So like, and I assume that extends to the other pillars as well, like also zakah and stuff like that.
I'm sorry?
I assume that also extends to the other pillars. That also extends to fasting on Ramadan and zakah and stuff like that.
Well, yeah. This is just as per the hadith of the Prophet. If I'm correct, is like what separates the believer from the disbeliever is the prayer, right? But some people,
it's not the same with Hajj. Like if you can't financially make it to Hajj, or you have medical incapabilities of making it to Hajj at least once in your life, even though that is a pillar of Islam. If you can't make it and you genuinely have the intention to make it someday and you never actually go, that's not something that you're going to get thrown in the hellfire for just because you couldn't.
Yeah,
But if
I'm
you
with
did
you.
have the opportunity and you're like, nah, I'd rather buy a
must go.
Benz. You know, I'd rather buy a Benz with this money rather than going to Hajj. Then you know, that's a problem.
I guess I'm just struggling to understand like the difference in terms of a Muslim's punishment between failing to do something that you must do versus something that's recommended, right? Like if I am a believer because I'm saying my 5 salah, well, okay, I'm guaranteed to go to heaven eventually. But if I don't give zakah, then maybe I'll be in hell 10 times longer than I would be otherwise, or something. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but
like,
this is what I'm saying. This is like this type of because okay, you have to be willfully doing these things, right? It's like saying, you know what, look, man, I'm not gonna pray because I know that I'm a Muslim. I believe in the one true God. I believe in the prophet and things like this. And yeah, I'll go to hell for X amount of time. I feel like these people are really, really playing with their afterlife, like truly playing with their afterlife. Because I believe, and unless somebody can correct me and say, no, these people will still make it to heaven at some point. I don't know, man. I think these people are not, they'll be in the hellfire permanently. This is what I believe. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, if someone can explain it to me, like, no, they'll still, you know, they took their shahada, you know, they just didn't do anything. You know, they didn't pray, they didn't fast, they didn't, you know, give charity, they didn't do any of the 5 pillars. To me, is like you're really playing with your akhirah, you know what I'm saying? And you really shouldn't do that.
no, I feel you there,
But God forgives what he wills. This is what he says. He forgives what he wills. So if, like I said, if you die upon shirk, there's no forgiveness. If you repent before you die, if Allah decides to forgive it, he could forgive it. But we believe also that Allah is the most merciful. Right? So you got that going for you.
There's a difference between, like, what I think you're looking for is the difference between like whether we do or do not do things that are obligatory versus whether we do or do not do things that are sunnah. Like, so when it comes to the obligatory things, we can be rewarded if we do them, and we can be punished if we don't do them. With sunnah, we can be rewarded if we do them, but we won't be punished if we don't do them.
Yeah. There's no harm on us. Basically, the sunnah is the what's the optional, right? It's optional, so you don't have to. It's recommended that you do the sunnah prayers, but if you don't do it, no harm, no foul, right? You don't get any rewards, but you get more rewards for doing so. This is what we believe, right? So like for example, you can smile at someone and that is considered charity. But if you're a grumpy human being and you don't really like smiling at people, right? Is this going to throw you in hellfire? No, it's not counted against you if you don't smile at people. You know what I mean?
So I suppose it's like, if a Muslim says Isha, it decreases their time in hell. And if they don't, it increases their time in hell. But if they say Tahajjud, it decreases their time in hell. But if they fail to do it, it won't decrease it.
No. These things, they don't decrease your time in hell.
There's not an algorithm that we could use to try and figure out what's like if I say, okay, three more prayers and I'm above the mark and I'm in the green. Anything below this mark, I'm in the red. Like, we don't have an algorithm. There is a scale that's talked about that Allah has, and Allah judges by, you know, his mercy and judges by the scale.
Yep, that we don't know about.
He can tip his, you know, he can tip the scale if he chooses to. But we don't have the algorithm to do that. That's why we could never say we are truly saved. Like, we could never ever say that as Muslims.
That's why you can never.
Because just imagine having this algorithm. People would be, look, I can do this one bad act and then do all these other things and compensate.
Yeah.
for that one bad act, right? People would try to get over. That's what I'm saying. That like Khalil said, there's no algorithm. We don't have a cheat sheet or anything like this. Allah calls us to do what is right and what is good, right? And like Khalil said, he can tip the scale, because it could be that, you know, you weren't a very good Muslim. Let's say you prayed, you know, you did these things, but you just weren't a very good Muslim with people. You were really, really mean to people. You treated them like crap. But it could be that maybe you saw a dog, right? And you know, you saw that the dog was thirsty, right? And with your mercy, you know, you gave this dog something to drink because it was thirsty. Because of this, Allah might admit you into paradise for it, right? That one act can wash away all your sins, but you don't know that, because if you did, people would be trying to cheat the system all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I'm with you.
Yeah, so because there's a story like that in Islam. It's in a hadith, if I'm correct, about a prostitute who gave a dog, you know, water from her shoe because you know, the dog was thirsty, and in her mercy, she gave the dog something to drink, and as we believe from this hadith is that she was admitted Jannah because of it.
So is there any like hinting towards like how long, like, is it like, you know, the longest ever time you'll have in temporary hell is 10 seconds, or like the minimum is 40 minutes? Like, is there like any general time frame? Is it seconds, days, years? So we have
no, yeah, we don't. And like I said, you're talking about an algorithm here. So if we knew the mathematics, we'd be cheating the system. But so there's one thing for sure, right? Those who commit shirk and die upon this is the hellfire. Straight up and down. There's no ambiguity in this. And as for heaven, you know, like I said, we hope that Allah will forgive us, right? This is our hope, that He will forgive us of our misdeeds or sins and things like this. We can only hope for the best, for mercy.
Okay.
But you also have to understand that we have high hopes in the mercy of Allah. Why? If you read the Quran, there's 114 chapters in the Quran. There's only one chapter does not start with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, right? And only one chapter, and this is Surah Al-Tawbah. This is chapter 9 of the Quran, right? So chapter 9 of the Quran is the chapter of repentance. So this chapter does not start with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, right? Because Allah reserves the right to toss your ass in the hellfire if He so chooses. Because I mean, if He was an unjust God, then He would just show mercy to everybody, right? Or He would just toss everybody in the hellfire, which is unjust for God, right? So I could be good my entire life, you know, do everything He commands, but if I'm just gonna go to hell, then what the hell's the point, right? Or I could be a piece of shit and do whatever the hell I want my entire life and then just get thrown into heaven. That's not right.
Right. So I guess the only thing that we know concretely is shirk, you're screwed, and if you're a Muslim doing the bare minimum, then you're probably okay eventually, even if
yeah, but the thing is that, like, okay, just imagine for a second, running over hot coals, right? Like how they do in some of the African places in the world or whatever. So just imagine.
Some churches too.
Yeah. So just imagine, you know, running over hot coals, but this hot coal bed is a blazing fire, right?
Yeah.
And so people think that experiencing this, oh, it's okay. It's only going to be for like 10 minutes, right? You're like, if it's 10 minutes, this can mean 100 years. Who wants to be in that for 100 years? And what Allah says about this is that for the disbelievers, these people who are in the hellfire, right? When He recreates you, He'll recreate you with this new flesh. Over your, you'll have your flesh. You'll be recreated, and these people who get tossed in the hellfire, their flesh would be burnt off, right? And then He says that He will recreate the skin on your body, on your bones, over your bones, muscle, flesh, nerve endings, right? He'll recreate it, the flesh. And as a matter of fact, this is actually a miracle of the Quran, because it's referring to the nerve endings and how the skin feels pain and things like this. But He says that He'll recreate it once it's melted off of your skin. Your skin melts off of your bones, right? That He'll recreate it, that you might taste the punishment.
Right.
Yo, Snake Juice, like, what are you talking about? He says, I don't know why Isa goes into these things. It's pointless and it's counterproductive, to be honest. That's quite that's like really messed up.
You were answering my question.
I'm like, brother, are you serious, bro? You could just shut your mouth. Like, straight up. How about that? That's not constructive criticism at all. You don't mean to hate my brother, just constructive criticism? Are you freaking crazy? I don't know why Isa goes into these things. You know what I should do? Maybe I should just shut up. Maybe I should not say anything at all. Or would you like to come up here and take over my stream? Because you can do that. So, Nasir, are you telling me to keep quiet? Or are you telling Snake Juice to be quiet? Why don't we establish the basics first? Okay. Why are you assuming that we haven't established the basics first? Do you think that we haven't talked with Connor before? Because we have. Okay, so he's saying Snake. Okay. Guys, please use the ats, inshallah. Use the ats as to who you're referring to, so that way we don't get confused up here. But yeah, like if I'm saying something that's incorrect, I want Khalil to please, like, hey, yo, Isa, hold on, let me take this over real quick. Correct me. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? I have no problem taking correction at all. That's messed up, bro. Snake. You know what I mean? Like, bro, we dedicate mad time to this, bro, for you to say that to me. Anyways, sorry, Khalil, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was just saying, no, I think a verse that is very...
Your mic is trash.
Trash box.
Hold on, I'm not by my mic right now. Damn it. Okay. So important verse right here is Surah 3, Al-Imran, verse 24.
I could never say Surah Al-Imran before. I'm like, bro. I used to mess it up all the time, bro. It wasn't until like years after, man, that I actually was able to say Surah Al-Imran.
So if we start in 23, it says, have you not seen how those who have received a portion of the scripture invoke the scripture of Allah in their disputes that it may judge between them? Then a faction of them turn away, being opposed to it. That is because they say the fire will not touch us except for a certain number of days. That which they used to invent had deceived them from regarding their religion. How will it be to them when we have brought them all together to a day which there is no doubt, when every soul will be paid in full for what it has earned, and they will not be wronged? So there's multiple people that will say, it's all right. I'm all good. I'm doing things wrong. Fire's only going to touch me for a certain period of time.
You should hear Issa's wife talk about like what that period of time really looks like in terms of like light years and eternity, and it just her and I were talking about it the other day on the phone, and it literally I was tearing up. I was on the drive home, and when I'm taking the drive home, it's like all of these mountains and hills, not mountains, but it's just beautiful majesty of Allah's creation. So I'm looking at this as she's talking about the way that, like, how to measure light years and all of these things, and I'm just like, literally, I almost got dizzy because I'm just like physically dizzy just thinking about the majesty of Allah and just how excuse me how big all of this really is. Like just how vast is, anyway. If you get the chance to hear Isa's wife speak on it, you should listen, because it's just really beautiful the way she describes it.
SubhanAllah.
Isa, you're talking and nobody can hear you.
I'm talking on TikTok. Sorry.
So, I guess another thing that I wanted to ask about is like, kind of unrelated, but is it true that like you have to pronounce the Quran perfectly for your recitation to be like valid?
Well, if you know how to say it perfectly, and you've learned how to say it perfectly, then obviously yes, you should be reciting it perfectly. Now, like, if you're just praying by yourself and you accidentally say something slightly different, I mean, if your intentions are there, I think it's fine. But when it comes to just speaking about the Quran and reciting it, in front of groups of people, we want to make sure that we're doing it perfectly, because any imperfection within the pronunciation of the words could cause it to mean something completely different, and that's what causes corruption. We need to make sure that this stays preserved. So we're very, very strict on how we pronunciate words in the tajweed that's used when we're reciting these surahs.
So but I don't know, I guess it's hard to articulate. Like, I don't even know how to articulate it. I guess it's just like, for me, it's a very like OCD thought of like would a Muslim who doesn't speak Arabic have to go through and specifically make like positive sure that their pronunciation is accurate, or is it just like you only have to do that if you're talking in front of a group, but then just do with the knowledge you have if you're praying privately?
As long as you're trying to gain more knowledge on making sure you're saying it correctly, like I lead prayer with Chloe and myself. I lead prayer. I had just found out the other day that I was saying something wrong.
Lily Billy.
Stop laughing at me on stream, babe.
I'm not laughing at you. It was just, every time you said it, it made me giggle, because Lily Billy is just I don't know, it rhymes. It just made me giggle every time. Yeah. I'm not laughing at you. It's just the words themselves.
Yeah. So basically, I was mispronouncing something, and then I was looking into it further and like going through and actually helping out another newer Muslim learn how to pray and say things in Arabic, say the prayer in Arabic. And I went through it and I realized that I was saying something wrong. That doesn't necessarily mean that my prayers were not, like, all of my prayers that I've ever said were not granted. But now that I know what I'm supposed to say and how I'm supposed to say it, that if I go back to saying the old thing, okay, obviously it's not going to be granted because I know better.
Right. I think it's very much like an intention-based know better, do better scenario.
Mm-hmm. And even though you might think continue to study, because you may be wrong. If you just stick with what you think and you don't try and educate yourself further on it to possibly correct yourself, then that's also a problem. So like for myself, I have recited Surah Al-Fatiha, multiple other surahs in front of some Muslim brothers and sisters, and I said, hey, help me out, since I'm this white dude from the United States. Like, I don't know how to read or speak or write Arabic. Like, help me out. Am I saying these things correctly?
Just so you know, Surah Al-Fatiha, you should read it right, because it won't, your prayers won't be soft, won't valid, they say.
Yeah, that's what he's asking, is that if you know how to say it properly, you need to say it properly.
Yeah.
So, one thing that's also kind of unrelated, but it's just like a practical thing that popped in my mind. Like, I know that there's like very specific like positions that you do, but I guess it's like, I guess it's like sometimes, like, what if you are reciting a surah or like praying a surah in your salah that is not one that you have memorized? Like, just from like a practical perspective, like, how do you like bend over and open your Quran and turn it, like break your like
No,
position?
no. If you don't know the surah, you shouldn't be reciting it.
Correct.
Really? So you can't, I can't recite from like an open Quran for my salah if I don't have it memorized?
I don't know. I do. If you have the Quran right there in front of you, you could look down as long as you're not making any secondary movements, because once you're in position, I think you're allowed to like make 2 movements while in prayer, like to scratch your head or something like that, but you try not to move at all.
It's actually 3 movements. Only scratching,
3 movements?
Yeah.
I think that was
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not like if you're in the middle of prayer and then you forget the surah and you reach over and grab your book and open your book and put it down. Like, no, you start over. Like, then that's why I was just asking people if all you know is Surah Al-Fatiha, that's good. You got it. If you know 2, if you know Surah Al-Fatiha and Surah Al-Ikhlas, then you just use those 2.
For example, I just, which one did I just learn?
You just learned Surah Al-Ikhlas.
Okay, yeah, but I'm still not confident in it. So I'm not going to use it during Salat because I don't want to get it wrong.
Let's go, babe. Hit it.
But no. No, why would you do that? No, I'm working. I'm doing work.
Oh, you're doing work.
Okay. You mean?
Hit it.
What did you say, Behaki? You said Surah Falaq?
Yeah, you mean Sis Chloe don't what was the verse again? The surah?
She learned Surah Ikhlas. Qul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad.
Qul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. You mean that one?
Yep.
Yeah, that was actually the first one I memorized as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that last line kills me, guys. I really mix up the last line differently every time.
When you pray Fajr, read this Surah Al-Ikhlas during Fajr.
So I actually read the Surah Ikhlas. I recite it during prayer during Fajr. I recite it during Asr. And I recite it. Hold on. So Asr. Yeah, and Isha. Yeah, because technically it's said that if you read Surah Ikhlas, if you recite it 3 times or 1 time, you've read 1/3 of it's equivalent. The rewards are equivalent to reading the Quran, or 1/3 of the Quran. Yeah. So if I do it 3 times a day, then I get the rewards of reading the Quran every single day, the entire Quran.
I think it's also like a recommended. I mean, I don't know, but I think it's also like a thing to say it in like the second rak'ah of the evening prayer. I think that's my limited knowledge. Anyway, another thing I wanted to ask is like, do you have to do like the wudu thing like before all of your prayers, or like
if you haven't broken wudu, then yes. or if you haven't broken wudu, then no, you're good. But let's just say you make wudu, you pray, and then you go take a nap, right? And you wake up. Well, you've broken your wudu. You have to go make wudu again. Or like the other night, last night, I made wudu. I was waiting for my wife to make wudu, and I set up the
Okay,
prayer mats
your
and
mom
everything.
kept talking to me.
That's fine.
I'm just
So,
saying.
anyways, I made wudu. I went up to set everything up. Chloe was talking to my mom, and she sees me storming in the house, and they're like, "What's up?" And I'm like, "Hey, I farted. Got to go make wudu again." Like,
No, you didn't even have to say anything. You came in and you had this like the annoyed look on your face. I was like, you broke wudu, didn't you? You just kept walking
Yep.
towards the bathroom. Like I already knew. Because you had said to me, hurry up, because he knew he was gonna break his wudu and the wind.
So what's the difference between wudu and ablution?
Ablution is like a full shower. Like you take a full on shower, and the reason for the full shower, there's multiple reasons. One of the main reasons is if like let me say this in the most PG way possible. If you have had relations with your significant other and you have finished with your relations, then that's when you go make ablution, because it's making wudu after you've spilled your seed is not good enough. You have to go and take a full shower before you can pray or pick up the Quran or anything like that.
And for the ladies, or if there's any kind of finishing anywhere on you as well, that's a thing. And then also for ladies as well, during your monthly, you do not pray. And when your monthly is ended, then you make full ablution.
Yeah, khusul is what it's called.
So is it like, I guess one thing that I've read that like, there's so many blanks in what I know. One thing I've read is like, there are certain times when you don't pray, like you just said, like menstruation, but also like, apparently like I read this one hadith about like, there's no prayer between Asr and Maghrib, or how you pronounce it.
Maghrib.
Yeah, and so it's like, okay, are these scenarios where like you just don't have to pray, or is it like you're straight up not allowed to pray? You know what I mean? Like,
I think it's actually referring to like traveling within that hadith. What it basically says, and it depends on your school of thought. But there's some schools of thought that say like if you travel over a certain distance, that you won't have any time in between your prayer. You can actually put your Asr and your Maghrib prayer together. So basically you pray both of them, and you're able to mix those prayers because you weren't able to pray Maghrib earlier. Depends on the school of thought.
It's not mixing both of them, so pretty much, let's say, right, from 1 p.m. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now, I don't mean by mixing like one prayer acts for both of them. I'm saying you pray Maghrib or Asr, and then you pray Maghrib directly after that.
You mean Qamar, right?
It's not the full prayer, right? So let's say, right, you pray Dhuhr, and then for the rest of the day you're going to be traveling and you have nowhere to pray Asr and Maghrib, right? So when you finish praying Dhuhr, you're going to pray 2 rak'at of Asr and 2 rak'at for Maghrib to make up for it. You're not going to pray the 3 and the 4. You're only going to pray two each, but you're not combining the two. They're going to be 2 separate rak'at for Asr and Maghrib, since you're going to be traveling, is my understanding.
Yeah, and that's if you know that you're not going to make it. But like, for example, if you end up traveling and you haven't prayed, then at the end of your travels, then you do those 2 rakat of each.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, so if you know, wa alaikum salam. Yeah, so if you know you're going to be traveling, then just like Brother Ahmed said, you do it prior to. When you do your Dhuhr prayer, you do your 2 rakat of Asr and 2 rakat of Maghrib, and then you're good to go. And then you just do your traveling. Once you get done, you pray Isha. But if you don't know you're traveling, then you're going to end up missing the prayers. But since you have traveled over a certain distance of time, then you can put both of them together. Obviously, when we're done with the prayer, we take one step back, to make sure that we've ended that prayer. We step forward.
Yo, Khalil, there's mad people trying to get in here, bro. Like, we're gonna have to remove some of these Muslims, man. Unfortunately, bro. I don't know why the Muslims keep doing this, but yeah, come on, guys.
It's packed in here tonight.
That's what I'm saying, brothers. Like, this is supposed to be, inshallah, for the non-Muslims, and we got Muslims galore up here.
I just wanted to quickly comment on the prayer thing to Connor. Okay. If that's okay, and then I'll leave. So with regards to kind of whether prayer takes you outside Islam or not, from what I've read, there is a difference of opinion on this. So some people say that if you are praying, if you aren't praying, you are outside the boundaries of Islam. And then there's another difference of opinion, which is that if you aren't praying, while yes, you're committing a major sin, you aren't outside the fold of Islam, so long as you're not saying that prayer isn't mandatory. But if you're saying that prayer isn't mandatory, then you're definitely like outside the fold of Islam.
Yeah, that is kufar.
Yeah, so those are kind of like some of the main opinions. As like layman, I wouldn't personally make a statement like, oh, okay, if you're not praying, you're not Muslim, because it's just not worth it, right? Like the pros and cons. But what I will say with regards to this, like Connor, you come across as like a very logical kind of person who's trying to figure out kind of like the game in sort of a way. But like the thing is that it's not like Christianity where all your sins are paid for. Like you will be held accountable for every little thing, and obviously God can forgive you, but at the same time, any good you do, you get rewarded for that. So you can't really cheat the system, because if you're not praying, you risk getting punished for it, and 1 second in hell is far worse than all the suffering and pain in this world, and 1 second of heaven will make you forget all the pain and suffering of this world as well. So I would say like the same God that kind of gave you the intellect to be able to have these thoughts probably already accounted for these things. So I would say just put in an honest effort. I was watching a video today, and punishment is mentioned in the Quran a certain number of times, and forgiveness is mentioned 2 times that number, which is really interesting. All I would say is not to get too worried and kind of like hung up on the kind of like, okay, if I do this, am I going to heaven? Am I doing this? Can I get away with this? Or I'll just bear the punishment of hell. I'm tolerant to pain. It doesn't work like that. It's all accounted for. So I would say just try your best, and you want to help your case as much as possible. And it's not that you will feel the effects of the pain. If God feels you did something wrong and he wants to punish you for it, then even if you feel like, oh, I have high pain tolerance, it's only temporary, it's so severe that like we will feel the effects of it. So that's all I wanted to say. And also, are you Muslim?
No, I'm Catholic.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Anyway, take care, guys. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Yeah, just to answer the chat real quick. So it's not that we don't want you guys up here. We love all the brothers that come up here and put their perspective in and help us out. The thing is that there may be a reason why we're not getting many non-Muslims in here, is because when you come into a stream and you're a non-Muslim and you see 9 Muslims on the panel, you're like, oh hell no! Like, I'm not jumping on there to get dogpiled on. Like, if we pile up the room with a whole bunch of Muslims, it's going to look intimidating. It's going to look like, man, they ain't gonna let me speak. They ain't gonna let me say anything. They're just gonna all bark all over me. So what we try and do is keep the Muslims to a minimum up top, so it looks like a safe place, a comfortable environment for the non-Muslim to come in and present whatever argument or ask questions like Connor is. Connor's been here before. He knows that we're respectful, so I don't think a whole bunch of Muslims in here is going to be intimidating to him, because he knows that we're respectful. but I just wanted to say that.
I just know
I'm wilding
Isa's
out
spitting
on
right now.
YouTube I mean, on TikTok right now, son. I'm going crazy on Bradley. Bradley think he got me though. He think he's slick with all the stuff that he be talking about.
You got Bradley on right now?
Yeah.
Outline what it means to be like Moses.
Okay, so Khalil, what I said to him was, is Moses like Jesus?
Don't talk to Khalil, talk
right?
to me. I'm talking
Shut
to you.
your ass up, bro. You gonna tell me who to talk to, bro? So listen, I said, is Moses like he can't hear you, by the way. Is Moses like Jesus? And he said yes, right? And I said, okay. Is Moses a prophet? Yes. Is Jesus a prophet? Yes. Is Moses God? No. Is Jesus God? No. I mean, yes, right? So then Jesus and Moses are not alike. So Deuteronomy 18:18 cannot be speaking about Moses, or excuse me, Jesus. Correct?
I get the logic. Yeah.
Exactly. It's very, very logical. And he's saying, no, you don't understand. And this, that, and that. Bro, this dude, he's nuts, bro.
It's very apparent. I want to talk to you. Don't talk to the audience.
Right, let me make a point. Jesus, when he came, he didn't come to fulfill any laws. No, he came to fulfill the law, but he didn't come to bring any other laws, not like Moses did. So that's the clear distinction between Moses and Jesus. Jesus only came to fulfill the laws. Moses came to bring the laws. So that's a big difference between Jesus and Moses.
What's your name, host?
I can explain how he fulfilled the law according to Deuteronomy 24:4 as well.
Right, brother, I want to. I don't want to make sure Isa gets off because Isa thinks he can insult him right away.
Who insulted you?
Host?
I didn't insult you, bro. He keeps crying, bro. This guy.
Adam, I'm not crying. I'm here. Is it Adam?
Yeah, you're crying right now internally.
Yes.
Emotional damage.
So I want to ask you a question in a moment. I want to ask Isa a question again because Isa didn't answer my question. He went to Leo. Isa, I'll ask you again. In Deuteronomy chapter 34, all right, what verses outline what it means to be like Moses?
I don't know. Tell me, bro.
So you're arguing your prophet is mentioned here, and you don't have the verses.
I did not mention Muhammad, peace be upon him, at all. This whole time, I didn't mention him.
Well, no, you argue that Deuteronomy 18 is about Muhammad, don't you?
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
You have argued that in the past.
Yes, I have, but that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I came up here and I said, let's talk about Muhammad in the Bible.
No, that's not what you said. You said you want to talk about Deuteronomy 18:18. That's what you said.
Why would I want to talk about that?
You just said, I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, well, don't play stupid. It's because of Muhammad being in the Bible, according to you. Allegedly. All right. In Deuteronomy 34, okay, so you don't know the verses, and you're quoting from there.
Sure.
Okay.
Just shut up, bro. Just read the verses and give your points.
All right, so you made a point earlier saying that it couldn't be Jesus because it says never again. And then you said, but the difference between Moses and Jesus is this. Okay, well, let's read the text. And I would encourage you, Muslims and Christians, read along, and let's see.
Bro, read the damn text already.
All right, well, you said you were talking to Leo earlier. All right, don't cut me off.
Well, just read the text.
In verse 10, it says this. And there arose not a prophet since in Israel like unto Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Now let's pause there for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere in that verse does it say the prophet will never arise in Israel. It says it hasn't happened yet. That's the first thing. So, Isa, you're wrong. You said case. Okay, no, not case.
Yo,
not case. There is not a prophet in Israel since this time. Not that it will never happen.
Let me go to this.
Then you look at verses.
I'm telling you, bro. Airbnb and Chad rinsed this guy on this point, and he wants to talk to me about it because he got rinsed. Right? He knows I don't know this argument as well as Chad and Airbnb, but he got the nerve to come up here. This is what you call a disingenuous piece of shit, bro. And I tell him this all the time, bro. He always says, "Oh, Isa goes for the low-hanging fruits," and he calls me low-hanging fruit, right? But he wants to talk to me all the time because he knows more of the language part of it, right? So he knows the Greek and things like this. Alhamdulillah, this is very, very nice. But I'm telling you, this guy is disingenuous. He wants to speak to me because he knows that I'm not as articulate as Khalil, or not Khalil. Khalil. I'm not as articulate as Khalil or even Ijaz. This is why he does it. He's a piece of shit, and that's it. Like I said, why is it that when Chad and Airbnb smacked your ass up, you haven't tried to debate with them on this? About I've already told you it talks about the language, bro. About the word brother here.
No, you're just saying stuff.
I just told you the point.
Can I bring up a point on Deuteronomy 18:18? Reason why.
Sure, bring it up.
What's your name, brother?
Brett.
Brett. Okay.
Another follower.
Yeah, you can bring up a point.
I don't want this to get to the point where Isa.
I just want to make one point. I just want to make one point, though, on Deuteronomy 18:18. The reason why it says it'll be like unto Moses, because Moses was a mediator between God and his people, just like Jesus Christ is our mediator. That's what it means.
And all prophets were mediators, so that is literally irrelevant.
Not just that, but hold on, Isa, do you have a Quran with you?
Yes, brother, I have the Qurans, I got the internet. Come on, son, don't insult me. Let's go.
All right. So I want to make a point. You made two arguments, and now I'm going to respond to both of them in full, and I'm going to give you a counter argument, and I want you to deal with it. All right?
Hurry up, bro.
Okay. So in verse 10, you say you argue. It says a prophet will never arise again in Israel. Mm-hmm. Here's my refutation of that. The verse does not say that. In verse 10, it says this: and there arose not a prophet since in Israel like unto Moses.
Okay.
We know that.
And this is
in chapter 34. Hold up, I'm not done. Hold up.
Yeah.
I'm not done yet, all right?
Sure.
We know at this point that Moses has already died because his obituary has been already given. He's dead now. So who is writing this passage? It can't be Moses. It's most likely his
okay. I get it.
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
I get it, but Ijaz, Airbnb, and Chad already gave you. They already gave you your janazah prayer. They already did janazah on you, and I don't know how you still walking around. You must be like Jesus, bro.
Airbnb. Okay, here. You want to see what me and Airbnb debated? Airbnb said that Jesus wasn't an Israelite, and he quoted Numbers 1. The verse isn't in Numbers 1. It's nowhere. He was wrong. He conceded the point. All right? He didn't dust me or rinse me on anything.
Son, your whole existence is dust and rinse,
he
bro.
He was wrong. All right?
Done and dusted.
Here's the second point. Let me finish. If you're so confident that you're right, let me get past 10 words. All right? All right? Lest you show you're nervous and afraid to hear the argument. In verse 10, it does not say. In verse 10, it does not say it'll never happen. In verse 10, it says, and there arose not a prophet since in Israel, meaning it hasn't happened yet. It does not say it'll never happen.
Okay.
I asked you earlier.
Okay.
What are the two?
Okay.
What are the two requirements?
Okay. I heard you.
I'm not done yet. I still have arguments.
All right.
The question was, what are the requirements given from Deuteronomy for someone to be like Moses? All right, in chapter 34. Let's do the verses. Verses 10, 11, and 12. And there arose not a prophet since in Israel, like unto Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Did Muhammad know Allah face to face? Absolutely not. In all the signs.
Did you say what?
Which the Lord.
Wait. What did you say?
He made the claim that Allah did not meet Muhammad face to face.
That's a lie.
I didn't say meet him. I said know him.
Yeah, he did know him face to face.
Miraj,
where Muhammad rides the flying donkey to Jannah, I'm not referring to that. The word to know face to face does not mean to go up to heaven and speak to God. It means an intimate relationship that is communicated directly. Muhammad, with all the revelation of the Quran, it was not sent from Allah directly.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was, bro. It was given. Stop talking. This is not. No, parts of it was given to Jibril, which was given to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Other ones was direct revelation from Allah to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Name one surah, name one ayah that was given directly.
I don't know, bro. This is in our hadith literature.
Okay, well then let me finish my argument then. All right.
No, you can't finish your argument because you're strawmanning us, bro. You're strawmanning. You're strawmanning. This is not the truth.
I'm not strawmanning.
Yeah, this is not what we believe.
And all the signs and the wonders which the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and to all his servants in the land. All right. So there are two main requirements that are given. All right. Knowing the Lord face to face, which is not merely seeing God in some kind of or visiting God. It's a consistent basis relationship throughout the life, and performing signs.
Listen to how the Christian thinks, bro. Like, I want you guys to please.
Okay, well, I'm just reading the verse. All right, you made a claim earlier that so the point about Jesus being God, it's irrelevant because in chapter 34, the requirements given is that it must be in Israel because that's where it says it'll be. He must have signs like Moses, and he must know him face to face. Now, here's a question: why in the Quran does it say over and over again? For example, in chapter 13, verse 7, it says, the unbelievers say, why has a sign, or the term is ayatun, not been sent down upon him from his Lord? And what's the answer? Oh, Muhammad, you are only a warner and a guide to people. In the Quran, over and over again, the Jews say, why does Muhammad have no signs? 0 signs. Muhammad says, I'm only a warner. The only sign is the Quran. How is that signs like Moses? It's not. That's why in Surah 28, ayah 48, the Jews reject Muhammad.
This dude, he loves talking for like 5 minutes, and he wants everybody to listen to him for like 5 minutes. Like no one wants to hear you talk shit for like 5 minutes, bro. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Moses brought new law. Jesus didn't bring new law. Muhammad did bring new law. That is the difference.
In chapter 34, Adam.
Sorry?
So I could say, well, Jesus was an Israelite, Moses was an Israelite, Muhammad was an Israelite. Those distinctions aren't given. The only requirements are knowing God face to face, which reflects a lifestyle consistently and doing signs. In the Quran, Muhammad does not do signs.
I know he misquoted the verse, but he talks.
Wait, that's just false, though. Wait, 1 second. I mean,
hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, can you hear me or no?
Which verse did I misquote?
Hey, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, but I want to ask Isa a question because I've responded to both his points now. So Isa, your earlier comment about the
Say
Naal
something, Kino?
No, you said God. Wait. Before you move on, you said
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me or
no,
before you move on.
It's not coming
Did
through
you?
the speakers, bro.
Oh, it's not
that
okay.
Allah
Forget it.
subhanahu wa
I'll
ta'ala
just say it after.
Muhammad a verse directly.
For the majority of the Quran, absolutely not. No.
Let me try to change this.
It didn't reflect Moses.
Okay, so there's 2 verses. There's 2 verses.
Oh, what's going on? Why is the host shocked? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. No. Something happened. My bad. I blocked someone by accident. I didn't mean to block them. Sorry.
Did you say that? What did you say about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala giving verses to Muhammad?
Yeah, so I'll clarify what I said so you can know. So in the Old Testament, over and over again, Moses speaks with God directly, and God reveals to Moses directly. For the majority of the Quran, it's given through Jibreel to Muhammad, which does not reflect the relationship that Moses had.
Why does it matter?
And I'll give this also. When I said know the Lord face to face, I wasn't referring to just seeing God, because Muhammad does not see Allah. He goes to the Miraj, and there's a veil of light, and he speaks to them that way through the medium of the veil. In the Old Testament, in Exodus 33,
why does it matter if you see God or not?
Because it reflects the relationship. In Exodus
Moses
33,
ain't never see God, bro.
In Exodus 33,
but
God passes by.
When did Moses see God, though? When did Moses see God? When did Moses see God?
Exodus 33.
No, but hold on. That contradicts what you're. Wait, hold on. That already. So if Moses saw God, doesn't that contradict nearly any other place in the Bible that says no one has ever seen God?
So in John chapter 1, it's referring to the Father. In the Old Testament, the one who appears is a second person. So, for example, in Genesis 18 and 19.
How much gods do you have then?
So we believe that there's one. So we believe there's one God. In the Old Testament, for example, when Abraham meets the 3 people at his door, it says that 2 of them are angels and one of them is Yahweh. And then in Genesis 19:24, it says that the one that. Oh, okay. Well, she left, so I don't got to explain anymore. Okay, Isa, I made my 2 responses to you. So now I'm going to give you a question. In Deuteronomy chapter 18, verses 15 and 18, how did you know the term brother? It's a very simple question.
Bro, I've already told you that I don't know how to argue this point. This is what I'm saying. You keep trying to talk to me about something. I'm telling you, I don't know. I don't know how many times, because the brother already explained it, right? He explained it. I don't remember everything that he said.
Which brother?
Chad and Airbnb, bro.
What was the point? What did they explain?
Bro, this whole thing about brother, bro, your usage is trash. Trash box.
Give an example. How so?
Kino, do you know how to answer this question about Deuteronomy 8 with the whole brother business?
Oh. So go ask Khalil, because you can't.
I said Kino, I didn't say Khalil. But do you see what I'm saying? I'm telling him I don't know. See, the thing is, he expects me to act like a Christian, like just answer things even if I don't know, right? I'm not acting, bro. I've never been that way. If I don't know, I don't know.
Okay, so Issa, you're telling me you think the term brother means Ishmaelite, and you don't even know how it does, and you argue your prophet's mentioned
Shit, bro. This kid, bro. This child literally does not understand, bro. He
don't understand what.
Bro, who's talking?
I'm asking. So Issa, if you don't know, that's fine. Okay, I'll ask a separate question.
Yo, Keno, can you hear me?
A separate question. What is the
Yeah, I
context?
can hear you. I can hear you. I don't really know a lot about the Deuteronomy one, but
Give me a second.
I think Khalid will probably be better on that one, to be honest. But I would just challenge or contend on the point that he said that the Quran. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Wait, what?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah. So pretty much.
So when you say brethren, are you talking about Genesis 16:12?
So in Genesis 16:12, it's not referring to the context in Deuteronomy. The term brother by itself can mean plenty of things. It can refer to Ishmaelites. It can refer to Edomites. It can refer to the other sons of Abraham. My question is, and I have an article on this, my question is, how do you know?
Burn it.
In chapter 18, that the term brother refers to Ishmaelite. And then Issa said he doesn't know. And that, if you don't know, that's fine. That's fine as well. My question was this. Issa, do you know the context in which the promise of a prophet is given to Israel?
Yeah. So according to Chabad.org, right? So this is the English rendition of the Hebrew. What it says here in verse 10 of Deuteronomy 34 is, and there was no other prophet who arose in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Do you see how
it doesn't say it'll never happen?
I'm sorry?
In that verse, it does not say it'll never happen. What's your point?
What it's saying is, and there was no other prophet who arose in Israel like Moses.
Yeah, it's a statement. Yeah, it's a fact.
Yeah,
it hasn't happened.
saying that it will never happen because there will never be a prophet like Moses in Israel.
But Jesus is not like Moses. Jesus is nothing like Moses.
He did signs and wonders like
Moses,
greater.
Israel, excuse me. Okay, Bradley, Jesus did not compare to Moses. And stuff for the law. In Islam, we're not allowed to talk about these things. You know, compare the prophets. We're not allowed to do this. But for the sake of this argument, when we're trying to weigh out the two prophets here, you can never compare Jesus to Moses. Ever.
So
ever.
I didn't hear a response to my question. I asked, what is the context in which the promise is given in chapter 18?
I don't know. Tell me the context. Because
18?
Yeah. This guy, he still wants to talk about this freaking
Issa, in what context is the promise given in chapter 18?
I don't know. Tell me, bro. You're the Christian here.
So you're arguing that
you have the Holy Spirit
mentioned here and you don't even know the context.
You have the Holy Spirit. Yo, if you say that one more time, I'm gonna ask him to kick you out, bro. Okay, Bradley?
I'm just demonstrating that you don't know the context.
Okay, yeah, but you've said that like 80 times.
Can you give us the context?
Thank you. If you know the context, give it to us.
All I asked if he had it.
Just read the give us the context.
Okay, great.
This guy's so desperate, bro.
Wait, hold on. I'll raise up okay, hold on. Let me just read the 18:18 again. I'll raise up for them a prophet like you from among their fellow Israelites, and I'll put my words in his mouth. He will tell them everything I command them.
Hey, Samia, can you drop down, please? Khalil,
yeah, of course.
Thank you, sister. Jazakallah.
Yeah, so Adam, you're right. Now the phrase in Hebrew is not fellow Israelites. The term is not Israelites.
It's brethren.
It's brethren,
correct?
Do you know it?
Correct.
It is.
But
it is
even
brethren.
with Genesis, hold on, let's just show you. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. But with Genesis 16:12, it says, "And he shall dwell in the presence of all of his brethren as well," which is within the same context. So Genesis 16:12, if you want the reference.
Yeah, I know the reference. But here's my point. Actually, do you want to hear my point, Adam? Because I asked Issa, he didn't know the context. Can I just give you my argument for why I think it's not wrong?
All right,
bro, just speak. We're waiting. You don't have to ask. Just speak.
All right, let's just try. I just want to hear it.
I know, let's talk.
Hold on. Let's just try, Issa. Let him explain. I want to hear his side, and then. Okay.
He doesn't have to say, "Hey, can we give you the context?" No, just talk, man.
So I asked him, like, him my argument, not just the context. The context is from Exodus. If you look at the earlier verses in chapter 18, it says the day at Horeb, and so it says, all of according to you said of the day of Horeb shall be done. So at the day of Horeb in Exodus, the Israelites are scared of God because of His glory and His power, and then God responds by saying, "I'll provide a solution to you being afraid of me." Hence the need of a prophet. So that's the context. The promise in 18.
But which prophet is that?
Israel's okay. Well, and this goes into my point. Do you want to hear my argument all the way through for why I think it's not Muhammad?
Go for gold.
Yeah, go, bro.
Okay, great. And for those who are wondering, if you guys want any sources for this, let me know, and I can give them, and then we'll go from there. So here is Deuteronomy 18. Let's just read the verses.
So wait, hold on. Sorry, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. So you're going to give me the context of brethren, correct? With the Genesis 16:16, and you're going to give me the context of brethren in what's it called? Deuteronomy 18:18, correct? Is that what you're going to do?
Yep.
Go for gold.
Okay, sweet. All right, and if you want to ask a question anytime, great. And if I feel like the point is really important, then I'll clarify. But let's just read the verses together, right? Deuteronomy 18:15-18. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from your brethren. Him you shall hear. According to all you, that's Israel, you desired of the Lord your God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God. In what context? In all of its glory and power and scarcity. Nor let me see this great fire anymore, lest I die. And the Lord said to me, what they have spoken is good. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brethren. And I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I command him. So let's go into why I think the term brother here contextually does not mean anybody besides Israelite.
Okay, so let me before you keep going, can I ask you a serious question?
What's the question?
Who is he speaking? Who is the Jews here that they're speaking of? Who is supposed to witness this prophet to come? What Jews?
It's just the Israelites. It's a promise to the Israelites.
Right, but you're talking about 1,500 years after, right? But if it's speaking about Jesus, then it's speaking about 1,500 years later, correct? Right, roughly?
Well, when I read the part where it says it's talking about the prophet given, that can be understood in two ways, and I think either view is fine. Either it's a line of mediators for Israel to intercede for them, or it's a promise that goes up until Christ.
Can I sorry, just continue your point, and then I'll interject after, and I'll give you the can be other than Israelite, but because I believe the word brethren can be actually contextualized in a different way other than actual Israelite, and I'll tell you why. But just continue with your point. Sorry to cut you off.
I'll make my argument for why.
Wait. I just want to make this point clear, because when you say for all Israel, right, or it's supposed to be for the Israelites. What my point is that he's talking about something. He's talking to the to his Israelite, his followers, right? He's given a prophecy of someone else to come after him, right? But he's speaking in to the people at the time there in front of him. But he's speaking about the Israelites who would be at the time of Jesus, correct?
So what was the question again?
He's talking about the Israelites who will witness this prophecy come true, and this would be at the time of Jesus, right? If it's
it doesn't clarify when it will happen. No.
Right, but it logically it makes sense, right? That if he's making this prophecy, you're saying it's regarding Jesus. So if it's regarding Jesus, forget that it's regarding Muhammad. Okay, if it's regarding Jesus, then he's talking about those Israelites in the future who will witness this prophecy, right?
I made a pretty clear point that the promise is understood either as the prophets for all of Israel, and then it's found in fullness in Christ, or it's referring just to Christ. So I think either you'd be fine. Yeah.
So it is, right?
Yeah. So can I get to the point about
right? So can it be right? Since Deuteronomy 34:10 is saying, from what I read, that no prophet has arose there like Moses in the land of Israel. That means that another prophet will arise somewhere else to fulfill this prophecy.
So that can't be the case, and I'll explain why.
Okay.
The reason why for that interpretation not even being allowed in the context is because of what word is used for brethren. It's a very specific word. It's not just the term "ach" in Hebrew. And then I'll go into that right now, and I'll demonstrate why that is, and I'll give a supportive answer. So I'll make my first point, and then we'll go this step by step. So one of the claims made about this passage, it goes as such: the term "brethren" used here refers to the Ishmaelites, not the Israelites. That would have to be the argument that you give, and that's standard fare for Muslim argumentation, because you think Muhammad is from the Ishmaelites, and therefore it's him. But the question is, does that hold any credence with the context of chapter 18, chapter 17, or at all for Deuteronomy, for how the term brother is used? And my answer is going to be no. And this is what I challenged Airbnb on, and we had to go to something else. In short, if we allow, and this is my point, and I'll demonstrate this with examples. In short, if we allow the context to speak for how the term brethren is being used, then it can't refer to anyone besides Israelites. And I'll demonstrate that. With the surrounding context of the passage in chapter 18, we have repeated use for what Israel shall wait for and what they and their fellow brothers, other Israelites, shall do in waiting for this person they're going to have. In all these instances, without exception, the phrase found within verse 15 of chapter 18, me'achacha, refers to fellow Israelites. Now, why is that important? Because the term here that's being used is not just the term for brother. Brother could mean anything, like a friend, a close relative. It could mean other tribes of Israel. But in context, in Deuteronomy, the term that's used in verse 15, from your brothers, that phrase, me'achecha, it is exclusively used for Israelites. So, for example, in Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 7, it says this: if there is among you a poor man of your brethren,
just to interject quickly, sorry, what are you referring to? Which book and what verse are you referring to? Sorry?
Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 7.
Deuteronomy chapter. So you're going to another to give the context of what the brother means, correct?
I'm giving an example of how the term me'achecha, that specific phrase, is used in Deuteronomy.
Is it from another Bible?
So Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy 15:7. All right. So 3 chapters earlier, how is the term me'achecha, not just brother by itself, the specific phrase from your brothers, me'achecha?
Yo, the comments is unrelenting. I'm sorry, brother. I apologize. The comments is wilding out. I'm sorry.
So in Deuteronomy 15:7, it says, which the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart nor shut your hand from your poor brother, me'achecha. In context, in chapter 15, verse 7, your poor brother. Now, how would you hide your hand or not help a tribe that does not live next to you? It's referring to fellow Israelites, me'achecha. In Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 15, it says, the Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from your brethren, me'achecha. Him you shall hear. The term me'achecha, again, is exclusively used for Israelites, and it's used there. And then in Deuteronomy 24:14, and I'll give a summary after this point. In Deuteronomy 24:14, it says, you shall not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy, whether one of your brethren, me'achecha, or one of the aliens who is in the land within your gates. Take notice.
This is correct.
Okay, I'll make it quick, and then I'll make it quick here, and then I'll explain why. Because there's a bit of a long point here. If you guys let me get all of it, I'll let you speak for as long as you want to. But there's a big point I need to make here, so you can hear all the data. Okay. Take notice of how the term me'achecha is used in Deuteronomy 24:14. This term is clearly used to show the distinction between fellow Israelite brethren and those that are not Israelites. It says, from one of your brethren, Me'afeka, or one of the aliens. It means somebody that's not an Israelite. So, and this is also how the term is used in chapter 15, verse 7, and in chapter 18, verses 15 to 18.
Yo, if you guys could read the comments right now on TikTok, you'd be dying laughing. It is hilarious.
They're dragging him.
Bro, they're saying, yo, I gotta read these comments, bro. Hold up. He's talking a whole lot of dumb shit. So hold up, let me see. Okay. It's Polyadity says Bradley the type to get a wedgie.
Oh. Who said that? Airbnb?
No. Polyadity. He said Bradley is the type to get a wedgie from a Muslim in high school. Yo, they rinsing this guy in the comments, bro. Hold up. I gotta go back up to the top. Hold up. Hold up. Bro, this joint is funny as hell. Okay, hold up. So I don't know. I don't know what happened, but Polyandity was like, homie moaned. Yo, everybody started dying when he said that he moaned, because he made like a sound and it sounded like he was moaning. So he was like, yo, homie moaned. Yo, that shit is funny. And then let me see. And then Fatima says Bradley definitely the type that used to stay back after school to pack up the chairs. oh shit.
Sensational, bro.
Yeah.
Bradley is TikTok comments are something else. That's all I can say.
Bradley the type to cry that he got 99% instead of 100 on this quiz. And then Fatima says, I just know Bradley covers his test with his hands so nobody copies his work. That's not I'm just reading some of them, bro. Like, they wildin'. And then Samia says Bradley seems like the type to wash his dishes twice.
This guy is actually insane. Is Khalid talking with him right now?
No, bro, this guy, he does not stop talking, bro. He does not, bro. This is the shit that I cannot stand about some people. Is like, listen, just be concise, be, as short as possible so we can like talk back and forth. Because if you talk for 5 minutes, I have to like talk about all these different things, and then you might interrupt me halfway through because you want to clarify or something like this. Like, this is trash box, son. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but they literally getting on this dude. Maskeen. Hold up, let's listen in.
When the term brother does not mean fellow Israelite, but rather distant relatives,
He's
or
still
those that might be related,
on the same shit, bro.
the text indicates which brother it is, so not to cause confusion. So, for example, in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 4, verse 8, and in chapter 23, verse 7, all right, which is absent from the text in Deuteronomy 18, 15 to 18. In Deuteronomy 18 to 15 to 18, it uses the language that is specifically used of Israel. However, we don't see any language to show it's not Israelites. So here's an example. Again, because the term brother by itself means Israelite. So here's an example. In Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 4, it says, and command the people, saying, you are about to pass through the territory of your brethren. Oh, so you mean like Israelites? No, it says the descendants of Esau who live in Seir. In chapter 2, verse 8, it says this, and when we pass beyond our brethren, the descendants of Esau who dwell in Seir. In chapter 23, verse 7, it says, you shall not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. So throughout Deuteronomy, the normal way the term brother is used refers to Israelite in every single context, except when the text tells us who it means, so not to cause confusion. And so here's another issue. Abraham didn't only have 2 sons. He had more than 2 sons. It wasn't just Isaac and Ishmael. So even if
I'm not gonna. Sorry. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm completely lost now because you've been going on a 10-minute.
This is what he does this all the time. I tell you, bro, you gotta be concise, man.
I got an easy way to solve this. A very easy way to solve this. It's not talking about Muhammad. It's not talking about the Prophet, peace be upon him. It is not talking about the Prophet Muhammad. It's also not talking about Israel, an Israelite. Because if you look at Deuteronomy 18, it's talking about Levitical priests, the tribes of Levi. Whenever in Deuteronomy 18 it's referring to them, it's talking about the Levites. Whenever it's saying you or your, it's talking specifically to the Israelites. So if you read through the context of Deuteronomy 18, it's specifically saying, starting off with Levitical priests, all the tribe of Levi shall have no portion of inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the Lord's food offering. They shall eat the Lord's food offering as their inheritance. Whenever it says they or their or them, it's talking about the Levites specifically. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, didn't come from the Levites. He was an Ishmaelite. But the other problem is that if we look at Deuteronomy 15 through 18, it's a continuation of the quote being spoken to the Israelites. So in verse 18, it says, I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brothers. From among the Levites' brothers, which if we look and see any prophets that came from the Levites, that was Moses, Aaron, Miriam, Samuel, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Ezra, and Malachi.
And
that's what we need to be speaking about.
And one thing, it can't be obviously Jesus because Deuteronomy 34 already says, because look, the Jewish study Bible itself says there's a clear contradiction between Deuteronomy 30. No,
it's funny now, right? We let you speak for mad long.
I actually have a response to that in my article.
Okay, that's fine. Burn that article. No one cares. Let this whole speak.
No, I'm just saying that it does contradict what 18 is saying, in a sense. Obviously, we Muslims say, okay, since it's talking about brethren, even though the word brethren is used, like, what's it called? For example, the word brethren, when it comes to the Ishmaelites, compared to Ishmael, which is in Genesis 16:12, or Genesis 25:18. That's one of the other ways that you can use Ishmael. Like, it depends, obviously. Dawah has his own context, and I have my own view on it, but in a sense that even the Jewish Study Bible that says that there is a clear contradiction between both 18:18 and 34.
I'm not saying it's arguing for Jesus. I'm saying it's not arguing for Jesus. But I'm also saying it's not arguing for the Prophet, peace be upon him, because it specifically states here. It specifically states it's talking to the Israelites about the Levites. Clearly throughout the entire chapter, speaking to the Israelites. The quotations are from God to the Israelites. So whenever your or you is mentioned, it's talking to the Israelites. So in verse 18, it specifically says, I will raise up for them, the Levites, a prophet like you, the Israelites, from among their brothers, the Levites. So it's neither speaking about Muhammad, peace be upon him, nor Jesus.
So Khalid, who do you think it's speaking about? Hang on. Yo, Bradley, you've been speaking mad long, bro. Just relax, bro. Just relax.
The host got to respond to me.
Okay, that's fine. I'm asking Khalil. Can I ask Khalil a question, bro? Please? Khalil, who do you think?
I want to respond to Khalil.
Who do you think it's speaking about, Khalil?
I would argue that it's speaking about a prophet that came from the Levite lineage.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, who in particular? Like, do you have any, like, anybody?
He named a list of prophets.
Yeah, Moses, Aaron, Miriam, Samuel, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Ezra, and Malachi.
So you're saying anyone? It could have been any one of them.
Those are all descendants of the Levite lineage.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So
I want
to. Bradley, just chill, bro. You literally spoke for like 10 minutes straight.
Just reading it. It's talking to the
Israelites. Brother has refuted you. I want to respond to him.
Yo, Bradley, can you just please just chill? I'm not even like wilding out, bro. Like I'm trying to be calm, cool, and collected, and you won't allow me to speak to my brother here.
Well, an argument was made. 2 arguments were made against me.
And you will have your time to speak. I don't understand.
Okay, so what's your question?
Well, according to
I wasn't
made an
questioning
argument
you.
against Esau.
I was asking Khalil a very simple question, like, who do you think who it is? And then
he told you.
Holy shit, man. This guy.
What's your profanity?
You're so like he really wants to defend his point. It has to be Jesus, who is not like Moses.
Give a respectful response to the host and to Leo.
Yeah. Deuteronomy 33 is about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay, so in chapter, so I'll respond to Adam. Is it Adam, right? Adam.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't want to get it wrong. So Leo, I'll make a comment about the Levite thing in a moment, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, and you're willing to be honest with the text. That's good. But I think you're mistaken on one little point, and then we'll get into that in a minute. But in chapter 34, the Jewish Study Bible does not say it's a contradiction. It does not say that. In the commentary notes, it does not say there's a contradiction. And you can pull it up. It says there's a discrepancy. It means the prophecy has not been fulfilled yet.
Yeah.
So they're not saying it's a contradiction. Even if the Jewish Study Bible...
between the perspective of the verse and the divine promise to Moses that the line of prophetic succession will continue in the future, I'll raise up a prophet for them like yourself, 1818. So it's on obviously page 450.
Yeah, they don't. I know. Yeah, it comes from many prophets. One message. I know the article that comes from. I know the article. I know the argument. And the Jewish Study Bible does not say it's a contradiction. They say it's a discrepancy. The distinction is, let's say, even if the Jewish Study Bible does say that, I can find another study Bible that says something else. That shouldn't be authority. That shouldn't be the authority. Let's look at the text. In chapter 34, verse 10, it does not say the prophet will never again arise in Israel. It says, and no prophet has arisen in Israel since this period. It does not say it'll never happen. All right? It does not say it'll never happen. And here's a question. Why even mention Israel if Israel is not the place where the prophet will be? Why not just say it'll come from Ishmaelites? I didn't hear any interaction with my point about brother, because Halil admitted that the context is speaking of Israelites. And he's going to say it has to be a Levite prophet. And I'm going to argue why that I don't think that is the case necessarily, and why that might be an unfounded conclusion, an unsubstantiated. It is true the Levites are being spoken of in the context. For example, in verse 2, we have mention of the brothers being the Levites or the Israelites, and in verse 7 that's also given. But the promise that Moses gives is not only to the Levites; it's to all of Israel. So, Hilio, I'll ask you this: What is being referred to in chapter 18? What promise is God fulfilling in chapter 18? What event is being referred back to?
What event is it being referred? So I've read it like 3 times just now, and it seems like it's talking about the promised land. It's talking about inheritance.
Well, I'm asking this. Well, I don't want to be rude. What? So it mentioned the day at Horeb, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is that referring to?
I don't know.
Okay, that's the key part of the prophecy. That's why the promise is given in the first place. That's the context. It said to fulfill all of what you, that's being Israel, not just the Levites, all of what you desired at the day at Horeb, right?
Okay.
Okay, the day at Horeb was not only for the Levites, it was for all of Israel.
Yeah, I'm a hold up, yo. I'm gonna drop down real quick, yo. Let bring up Amen, inshallah. All right, because I'm on. I know what Amen is finna say, and I'm on his side on this. Anyways, thank you for bringing me up, Bradley. Kiss my ass. Assalamu alaikum.
Well, okay, so Halil, in Exodus 20, verses 18 to 20, it says, Now, all the people witnessed the thunderings, the lightning flashes, the sound.
Well, wallahi, bro, I say that to him every time I get ready to get off, bro. I'm like, yo, kiss my ass, and then I just get off. I know he hates that shit.
Israel.
Assalamu alaikum.
So when the promise is given, is it meant just for Levites or is it meant for all of Israel? In chapter 18 of Deuteronomy.
Is Deuteronomy 18 about Jesus? Yes or no?
I'm asking Khalil a question. I don't want to go back on the progress that I've made so far. Yes, I'm arguing it is, and it's not Muhammad.
Okay,
what verse are you at right now?
So in Exodus chapter 20, verses 18 to 20.
Yo, wallahi, this guy.
Oh, you're in Exodus?
Yeah, that's the event that's being referenced, the day of Horeb.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm telling you, this guy.
In the voice of my heart.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to read over it some more. I don't want to give any answers because I'll just be speaking out of my ass. But I mean, I've read it multiple times, and if it is talking about Horeb and it's meant about Israel altogether, why is it saying there? It's making a distinction. But I will raise up from them a prophet. If it's talking about all of Israel, why is it not just saying you?
Well, actually, so your point is, why does it say you?
Kiss my ass is not foul language. Just guys, come on, don't be so soft, okay? Inshallah, these people, you don't know these people, okay? Please.
Can you equate Moses to God?
Bro, I said the same thing.
Moses is not God.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna have to read it more, but I'm gonna have to read it over again, go back to Exodus and try and link these two. But I mean, the point that I would make, and then I'm gonna drop off, is that it's definitely, I mean, in my opinion, it's definitely not talking about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Secondly, why does any Muslim care if the Prophet Muhammad is mentioned in the Bible? We talk about how corrupted the Bible is. Why does any Muslim give two flying hoots on whether the Prophet, peace be upon him, is in the Bible? For me personally, it's not a hill that I'm willing to die on. I don't want my prophet mentioned in a corrupted book. I really don't care.
So Jesus.
So don't quote references from their books then.
Well, hold on, Haman. So Khalil, did Jesus confirm a corrupted book?
I'm sorry, what?
Did Jesus confirm a corrupted book? Because in Surah 5, it says that Jesus confirmed the Torah between his hands.
Yeah, the Revelation.
The original manuscripts, the original one, not the one that we have now.
It doesn't say that. It says it confirmed what was between his hands in Surah 5.
He can. Okay. How's this? In Islam,
what does that mean in the Arabic?
We believe in the 6 pillars of faith. We believe in the 6 pillars of faith. Every prophet believed in the 6 pillars of faith. Well, one of those pillars is believing in the books that were sent to all of the messengers and the prophets. So Jesus confirmed that the Torah was sent to Moses. The Torah that's here today is not the Torah that was sent to Moses. It does say that.
So it doesn't say that in the Quran. It doesn't say that once.
It says the book that was given to Moses. Yes, it does.
It does not say that the Torah was lost. It says in the first century, Jesus confirmed the Torah in between.
Oh, let me. Yo, Khalil, don't start talking just yet, yo, because I can't hear anything. Hang on, let me switch my audio here real quick. All right, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he's making it way more complicated than it needs to be. Like, I've literally just read this thing 3 times in a row.
Who?
It's
Bradley? Or who? Bradley or Eamon?
Bradley is reading into it way too much, way too far.
Well, I know that,
it's
bro.
Speaking.
Khalil, how long did he speak before you actually said your very first words?
At least 5 to 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes, bro. And this is what I'm saying, bro. He does this all the time, and he wants people to follow along with him for like 10 minutes. I'm like, bro, no one has the time to do that. This isn't a Bible study. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying about the whole, not wanting, the Prophet, peace be upon him's name, and
It's not even really not
if it's in
wanting
there.
it. I just don't see why it's
Yeah,
important.
if it's in there to you, it's like it doesn't matter if it is or not. It doesn't matter because we believe in the Quran, alhamdulillah, right? But you know, you can bring him the verses about John chapter 14, John chapter 16. He's gonna say something. I mean, he's just gonna argue for this is their position, and it is what it is. But he should burn that paper that he said he had.
Yes, so like it's almost to me, it's like when like a Christian has come to me saying that Jesus is God in the Quran, and I'm sitting here asking the question like, why do you care if the Quran argues that Jesus is God? Like, do you need my Quran to bolster your position? No, you shouldn't be using my Quran as a crutch.
Yeah, they do.
Well, I know they do, but they don't believe that they do.
Yeah.
Just like we don't believe we need the Bible at all to bolster our beliefs. So it's not I'm not willing to die on that hill. I don't care if it mentions the prophet or not.
Yeah, that's really like Jesus, or excuse me, Muhammad being mentioned in the Bible. Look, we know as Muslims it is, but the thing is that these topics to us is like, bro, we don't care about this. What we care is about, the what's salvational, what's creedal. You know what I mean? Let's talk about that. That makes more sense. It's like speaking about whether the earth is round or flat. If you're a believer, you're a believer, right?
Now, I believe that Muhammad is mentioned in the Bible, just not in Deuteronomy 18. I think that Deuteronomy 18 is mentioning a prophet from the Levites, a prophet that will be raised from amongst their brothers. The whole context of the entire verse is talking to the Israelites about the Levites. I will raise up for what was it? I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brothers. So the prophet that's going to be raised up is going to be coming from the Levites. Now, I could take someone straight to Songs of Solomon 5:16 and be like, there you go. Literally Muhammad's name right there in front of your face. Read it and weep.
No, right. But when it mentions this word that they were giving him shit, did you read those comments, bro?
Yes, Bradley is the type of guy that washes his dishes twice.
Bro, that shit had me crying, bro. I couldn't take it.
He's the type of guy that would order chicken nuggets in the shape of dinosaurs. Like, man. SubhanAllah. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, that's funny as hell, man.
Yeah, and what he tries to do is he tries to take that as a win because he's like, oh shit, Khalil's disagreeing with Isa. I'm just saying, from my reading of it, it doesn't look like either one of y'all were right.
Khalil, we could literally disagree on every single point in the Bible, and it literally wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter because this is not our book. It
doesn't matter at all.
Ask us about the Quran. Do we agree on these points? Yeah, for the most part. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some of the understanding might be a little different here and there, but I'm sure just talking about it, we can resolve these issues. You can't resolve these issues. And yo, man, don't be dissing them dino nuggets, nuggies. Yeah, I'll be getting my daughter's dino nuggies, man. He's a kid though, and I've said this before, the kid is smart, mashallah. He's smart. He's well read, you know what I'm saying?
Before I left, I wanted to tell him that he had a really good duck face, and I forgot to.
Yeah, you got to say MySpace. That's a MySpace face. But yeah, he's well read and things like this, and unfortunately, he's doing an eisegesis. That's what I believe. He wants it to be Jesus so bad. The problem is that I asked him this very, very early in our little talk. I don't know if you heard it, but I said, hey, you probably didn't hear it, but I said, is Jesus like Moses? Right before we get into anything else, is Jesus like Moses? And he was like, well, yeah. And I said, okay, Jesus is a prophet. Moses is a prophet. Moses is not God. Jesus is God. Therefore, they're not the same at all. They can't be. How do you compare God to a man or a prophet? You can't.
Yeah, they tried to all the time. Yeah.
I think and literally after I said that, I said I rest my case. That's it. It's over. It can't be about Jesus at all. He's like, how can you rest your case? Because I'm resting it, bro. Okay. Can you just put the rest your case banner real quick for me, Khalil?
Yeah, got you.
I want people to see the I rest my case. Thank you. That's what I did. Right? I rested my case on him. I had a point. I made the point. Killed the whole argument. I think whenever you argue with Christians on this point, that should be like the first question that you ask them. Hey, before we move forward with this, I just want to know, or do you believe that Jesus is like Moses, that they're alike? And of course they're going to say yes, because they need that prophecy to be about Jesus. And then you know, okay, Moses is a man and Jesus is a man. Moses is a prophet. Jesus is a prophet. Moses is not God. Jesus is God. It just doesn't logically follow. It cannot be speaking about Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I agree with you on making sure that they don't think that it is about Jesus. It's definitely not about Jesus.
Right.
Jesus did not come from the Levites. That is
friendly Muslim put this in the private chat. He said Deuteronomy 18:18. Akh can mean brother of the same parents, half brother or relative. With this in mind, brother can refer to Gentiles, people such as the Ishmaelites and Edomites, who all trace their lineage back to Ibrahim alayhi salam, and are therefore related to Israelites. Which I agree, and this is like the points that Chad and like Airbnb, bro. There's a video literally going around on TikTok. It's been quite a while, but but this video has been going around, you know, where Bradley came up. He tried to kind of get at me about this, and then I think Airbnb or Chad, one of them came up, and they were like, "Achi, he's lying, right?" They're telling me this straight off the bat, and I said, "I know he is. I get it." And then Chad or Airbnb wanted to come up, so I just left, and they both came up there and they straight up rinsed them on it. So he's just mad that he can't really have a conversation with me because I won't let him.
Yep.
Yo, Ethio Kiro, what's up? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you gotta can you hear me?
No, that's better.
Hello.
Ethio Ikra. Trigger hand.
I think, yeah, trigger fingers. I think he's a Muslim. Yeah, he's a Muslim.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Welcome.
We can't hear you, brother.
He's flashing his mic. Yeah, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
You might have to leave and come back. I gotta get ready to go to bed, bro. I gotta get ready to go to bed, bro.
Assalamu
alaikum.
Yeah, I wanted to mention when the Connor guy was, I wanted to help clarify, but he left. So, and you brought that weird Bradley guy on. First of all, Aki, I looked at, because the Christians, wallah, Aki, man, you can't, like, you already know he's lying anyway, but you can't trust these guys when they bring verses to explain a context, because the word, I think he mentioned mechucha or whatever the word is, I looked it up. It doesn't have any. One of the word meanings would be a male nurse and a fireplace. So, and another one is brother. So the word itself, the context doesn't say it means Israelite brother.
Did you say a male nurse in a fireplace?
Yeah, that's one of the meanings of the word. So he used that context, and he did in the meaning. There's no meaning that says Israelite brother specifically. What he tried to do,
it might be talking about Santa Claus though.
No, brother, real quick. Let me get out of here because it's 3 in the morning now. I really do need to go to bed. I still got a little headache.
French fries.
Yes, I need a Whamburger. And I need a Weineken. I'm gonna take me a showerkin, cryakin shower, or something like this. But anyways, I appreciate you guys coming here. all the viewers, thank you very much. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to my channel and Brother Khalil's channel, inshallah. And you can find me on TikTok. On TikTok at Isadawa. You can find Khalil on TikTok at EA_Dawa. And EA_Dawa 2.0.
Yep.
Khalil? Yep. 2.0. I got Isadawa 2.0. Yeehaw, buddy. You can find this information in the bio or what's it called?
Description.
Yeah, in the description of the YouTube video. I'm also on Twitter. All right, at Isadawa. All right. Anyways, guys, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Take care, guys.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So as I was saying, that's the first point. Second thing, he mentioned Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse, I believe he said 7 to 14. The whole chapter, I'd never seen anywhere between those verses it mentions brother. So he tried to use that, and then he used 7 to say it mentions enemies. So he tried to say this is referring to the Ishmaelites, but the context itself is not. He said mechucha, whatever is mentioned there. There's no mention of brother there, so he lied about that. He was just. This is why he was jumping chapters and books, because he was trying to formulate like a concocting, this kind of false context, which I don't even know if he knows what context means. There's a difference between context and then explaining what the verse is trying to say, but that's not context. Like, there's a difference. That's another point. And the other point he mentioned, if I read it here, if you read the verse, Khalil, it goes for your point where I believe it mentions, I think in verse 5 of Deuteronomy 18, it mentions that, let me read.
Let me just share it. I'll share it on my screen. Boom, boom, boom. Right here. All right.
Yes.
You said verse 5?
Yes.
Yeah, for the Lord your God has chosen him out of all your tribes to stand and minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons for all time.
So did Jesus have sons?
No, they would argue what his sons mean.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but it's the problem. So it's talking specifically about the tribe of Levi, and then it's mentioning him and his sons for all time. So this is the problem I'm having. If it's talking about the specific lineage and it's saying his sons, then logically it would confer that he's speaking about the literal sons. So it would be better to prefer that to, like when you mentioned one of the Levi prophets, because they had sons.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's what I'm saying. And then he jumped to
so
Exodus.
although we have to bite the bullet that no, this isn't talking about the prophet, peace be upon him, it's still not talking about Jesus.
Exactly. And this is why he kept jumping between verses and books, because he knows that the actual context would not support his claim. But for him to make his claim, he has to just throw verses out, and then hopefully you won't read them. And
do you see at the beginning of each of these verses how there's this quotation mark?
Yep.
That is specific. You don't see it at the end because the quotation continues. You don't see the ending of the quotation mark anywhere. It's just because it's at the beginning. On each of these verses, there it is again, starting at verse 9. There it is again, starting at verse 15. So in the context, it is speaking to the Israelites, saying the Levitical priests, all the tribes of Levi shall have no portion in inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the Lord's food offerings as their inheritance. They shall not, and like you just keep going through this.
Yep, and that's why
all of your tribes. That's talking to the Israelites.
And that's why, brother Paul, who got blogging theology.
Yep.
That's why he was speaking to a Unitarian Christian who was arguing that it's not talking about Muhammad here, and he agreed that look.
Yeah, I got to mute real quick, but I'm listening.
Yeah, so he agreed that look, this specific chapter, it's argued by both Christians and Muslims that it's speaking about a prophecy of a prophet. Some say it's Jesus, some say it's Muhammad. But the point that the Muslims are making is that if the interpretation is open because of the likelihood of who, because it's unknown who that prophet is, then we can say it's possibly to be Muhammad, just as a person could say it could be Jesus. But if you want to go by the context and by the understanding of that context strictly, it would logically follow, yes, it would be neither. It would be a prophet from the Levites. So that's the point he made. So that's why we Muslims, we don't really use this as much as this guy thinks. Like, we usually go to Isaiah 42 or to Songs of Solomon. But this one is kind of an open interpretation kind of thing. And this is what he was doing. He was building a context out of different verses. And honestly, Khalil, if you went to the verses that he was throwing out there, which he did the machine gun tactic, you would probably find that the context doesn't show that. Just like 28:7, where it never mentions brother, it just mentions the enemies. So this is the problem with Christians. I see they do hermeneutics and they claim to have a context, but it's really just their own own interpretation. He's basically guilty of doing what we're doing with Deuteronomy 18:18. So that's the gist. Sorry for rambling. If anybody want to comment.
What are your thoughts on 1815? So you're saying from the beginning, it's a bust basically from who they're talking about at the front.
It's a bust for both claims, Muhammad and Jesus. It's a bust, but for us, it's not really, because we're not really relying on that verse. It's an open interpretation. We have other verses which are much more clear, and the context is kind of clearer than that. But it's still, I mean, and another point, the mechucha is always mentioned as brother. There's not another word, I don't think, for that mentioning the Ishmaelites. Mechucha is always mentioned for brother. Him saying it's not when the term mechucha is only mentioned for Israelite brothers is wrong. He actually is lying about that. And he, the thing is, I think he admitted that. He mentioned that it's also used for the Edomites. So this is what the thing is. He trips himself up but you just don't see it many times. And he lies about verses. He'll make a context out of a verse and then jump to the next verse fast, because he knows you brothers are not going to run and go look at that verse. You guys are just going to take what he says seriously. So that's what Christians do. It's no different than how Christians debate, bro. They quote a verse and they run to the next verse, because they don't want you to look up the verse and refute them.
Yeah, like I was just while we're here, I'll talk about it. So on 1815, in the Masoretic text, it says "from among you." In the Septuagint, it says, "The Lord thy God shall raise up thee a prophet of thy brethren like me." In the Samaritan Torah, it says, "God will raise up for you a prophet from the midst from your brothers like me." And then Dead Sea Scrolls, apparently it's completely missing.
See, so it doesn't matter here nor there. It's not showing what he's saying. Just as you desired on the day of assembly, and that's the problem. If he's saying it's speaking about the day of Horeb, and that's what they desired, if that's the context, it can't be Jesus, because if you were to literally take that, then that would mean they would have to see that sign, not those who came after them. So if it's promising that they will see this miracle, then it wouldn't follow that it's Jesus. It would have to be them, or at least their descendants. So it's problematic.
Yeah.
It can't be further in the future, like 2,000 years later. It would need to be at least a prophet that would come soon after, within maybe that generation.
So the thing, so then they jump to John basically, and then ask, well, in John, when you're asked the prophet, are you the prophet? Or are you Elijah? He says no. Are you? Sorry, there were three things they asked.
Well, Aki, if I just can't remember where in Exodus he mentioned. If I go to Exodus and read what he was quoting, I promise you it wouldn't say what he's saying, or it wouldn't show what he was trying to say. Because this is what they do, and if you guys catch that, you'll be able to succeed with people like him, because he was machine gun tacting for 10 minutes straight. This verse, this verse, this verse, this verse, this verse, then going back to that verse, then this verse, back and forth, and that's why he was machine gunning the tactic. He probably has these all written down, and then he just machine guns them, hoping that you guys will not look up the actual verse.
Yeah, even Khalid was like, "Why you jump?" He went to where did he go? Exodus or
he went to Exodus. I think I don't remember the verse, like 20 or something, like 24 maybe. But then he went to Deuteronomy 20. What was it? 28, 17, and he said it mentions Mechucha there, and it's referencing Ishmaelites. It's calling them enemies, but there's no mention of brother there in the English translation. So he literally just lied about that. There's no mention of Mechucha in those verses that he mentioned in Deuteronomy 28. So this is the deception I'm talking about. Now I didn't look Exodus up because I don't remember what the verse he mentioned. But if I did, I guarantee you, I'm almost 100% sure that it would not say what he's saying, because what he was doing was building a straw house. Essentially, he was just taking different parts of the Bible and then saying what he says it's saying, without you looking it up and reading what it actually says, in order to make his point. This is the games certain missionaries play.
Oh yeah, I was looking into like prophecies, and there's a piece I'm reading through, and it's just about the prophecies and what they say, and then you go back to the Hebrew,
Yep.
you know, and you see what the changes are, and yeah, you know.
I'm telling you, those brothers Airbnb and Chad, I bet you they knew this tactic. So what they did was they went slow with him, and they went verse by verse, reading those verses and then refuting him, and that's why he was probably so he had a mental breakdown. I'm telling you, Ak, he definitely was vindictive about it now because he got refuted. And what did he do? He used the same tactic he used on them, except they don't. These brothers, they're not well versed on how to deal with it, so they weren't bringing him up on each verse. But next time he speaks to you, go to each verse he's mentioning, tell him to slow down and go bit by bit, and look at the verses. Look up the verses he's mentioning and see if they actually coincide with his tafsir. And it won't be that way.
Yeah, and that's what I attempted to do with him. I was like, hold on, let's just go, like, you want context, right? He kept saying in the context of the verse, in the context of the verse.
Yeah, but that's not the context.
Let's look at the context of the verse.
That's his own explanation, his own concocting of explanations together.
Yep. Each of these quotation marks, I'm just looking at God speaking to the Israelites about the Levites.
Yeah, and
nowhere does it switch it up.
I
don't understand how he could say it's from Jesus.
Honestly, you did well to bring that up. That was probably the best point of that discussion, because that's literally what context is, before and after. It's not going to hermeneutics. Literally, it's hermeneutics to go to a different book. Deuteronomy, going to Exodus, going to Genesis. Going to even different chapters is a problematic thing because that's not context.
Yeah, and if he says it's talking about Horeb, right? So you would just be showing us a contradiction.
Exactly.
Because Horeb was for who?
Exactly. Like I said, it's referencing the day of assembly at Horeb. So it would have to be a prophet that would be within that generation if you took it that way. And it wouldn't be Jesus because he would be much after.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of doesn't add up, because this was the problem. If I was arguing, I wouldn't use that because it goes against you. If I was him, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, but he was harping on it, and the problem I had with it, he used Horeb to refute some of your guys' points, which were actually very good points. I just can't recall what you were saying, but I remember hearing that, and I was like, wait, you're using Horeb, but that refutes you as well.
Yep. So it ends up showing contradiction.
So logically, like I would say to Christians and Muslims, it's not problematic that you would interpret that one of those prophets could be mentioned, which is Jesus or Muhammad. But more so for Muslims, it's very not problematic. Not problematic. Why? Because even if it's mentioning Jesus, we believe Jesus was prophesied before. So it's not an issue for us, but for him, it's a big issue if it's open to interpretation for it to be Muhammad. So,
yeah,
big issue.
Me personally, I don't find I see Muslims arguing for that all the time. Oh, the Prophet Muhammad's in the Bible, blah, blah. And I'm in the back of my mind, I'm like, why do you care? Like, why do you care?
We don't need to. But I mean, if you go to other verses, that it's kind of hard for a person to argue that it's not him. Like I said, Isaiah 42 is one of the best ones that I see that some of the Salafi brothers do. Isaiah 42 and like you said, Song of Solomon is literally his name. So those ones are
That's what
and
I
there's
would go
others.
to.
There's others as well, which are clearly in reference to him. But we don't need to do that, to be honest, because it is a corrupt book. So even if he was to give evidences that show it's not for Deuteronomy, we don't, like the brother just mentioned in the Septuagint, and before then it wasn't even mentioned there, those verses.
Yeah.
So it's we don't really need to rely on that. It's a corrupt book, bro. Like, why should we take everything it's saying seriously? Why should we take its criteria of what that prophet will be, or if it will be Levite? How do we know the Levites didn't just write that in when it mentioned that verse? Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's a problem for him, though. Like I said, Ikhwa, that's a problem for him, because if he admits, okay, I'll take your understanding that they might have changed it and put Levites there, but that would still open it for Jesus. But then I would say, yeah, but that's your problem, because now you would have to agree that this book is corrupted, which he didn't want to as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he misquoted the verse as well, talking about it says that it'll be in the hands of Jesus, in the Quran, the Torah in his hand. That's not what the verse is saying. When you read the context, it's not talking about that. Doesn't mean literal hand, because obviously writing was not a thing back then.
Yep.
So it's subhanAllah, bro. It's
I'm reading Isaiah 42 right now.
Yep.
I know I have it marked off in my Bible. I'm just looking it up online.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's too
You
clear.
can make that argument, yeah.
It's way too clear, because from Kedar, first of all, from bringing a new law, and even mentioning the what's the name of that mountain, man? Mount Selah. Even mentioning singing on the mountain tops, Mount Selah, and it mentions Mount Selah. That's explicitly talking about mountains, which some Christians will say Selah means preaching or whatever they like to say, but it's mentioning mountains in that and literally that passage. So, and it's referencing Selah. So Mount Selah. So that verse I would use that against Christians, but I don't really care, to be honest. The whole point, arguing these things with them sometimes can be pointless, unless you're arguing with a Christian who just wants to see that Muhammad was prophesied in their book. Then it can be useful. But as for arguing with a person who is a caller to Jahannam, who literally believes God became a baby, then there's no point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abdullah, do you know a guy named Jeezy?
Jeezy?
Young Jeezy?
He's trying to diss me, huh? He said I'm sound like Young Jeezy.
No, do you know Jeezy?
Nah, who's Jeezy?
Oh, you don't? Okay, my fault.
What? Who's Jeezy?
Nah, just some guy I know on Discord.
No. I don't. I've never joined Discord. Alhamdulillah.
Bro, that's another type of world. Like, you can ask Kino, like, it's ruthless in Discord.
I'm on Clubhouse, but I'm not on.
Yeah, Clubhouse, man. Like, nah, bro. If you want contentious debates, like, you go to Discord. That's where you get a lot of these guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazies, man. I avoid that place, wallah. But he's
that one guy that I spoke
tell
to yesterday, that Atheists guy, like, he came from Discord. Like, I heard when he was like, yeah, somebody came over to Discord and had me come over here. I'm like, I'm already prepared. Like, I'm ready to go. Like,
yeah, that's why I always tell the brothers on Clubhouse and even here, like, we're not the most knowledgeable. Even you, Khalid, like, we're not the most knowledgeable. So it's better. I'll even say this to Hamza and those Dawah brothers, Mansour, and I would say, look, try to find the sincere people like Muggles. Remember Muggles, Khalil?
Yeah.
Like that. Speak to those kind of people. But when you find these rats in the in the sewers, it's just not worth it anymore. It just becomes annoying and tiring.
Yeah.
Like that guy, he's clearly been up all night after he got whooped by Chad and Airbnb, bro. He clearly was.
He's out for Issa because Issa talks shit about him. He's out to try and defame Issa.
Yeah, bro, he can't do it, bro. It's not a good argument, to be honest. It just makes him look stupid. And the fact that he rambled on for 10 minutes straight and then interrupted when you guys were speaking, it doesn't look good. It just looks like
even Issa said, like, once I made my point about it being about Levites, dude was quiet.
Yeah, he knew, bro. He knew. He had to jump away from the context. He had to run to it. Did you see how he had to run to Exodus and then to Deuteronomy 28? He had to run, bro.
Khalil, do you remember what verse he went in Exodus?
I just can't remember where. It was like 20.
No, Khalil, because I remember him going, "Oh, you're going to Exodus."
Yeah, I think it. I'm trying to remember.
And the funny thing is, he mentioned the Jewish study Bible. One says something and the other says something else, but then he literally started referencing the Jewish study Bible to say what it means. So he this is what I'm saying. He contradicted himself every like 30 seconds. He's clearly just I call it, when Christians do, I call it like hopscotch. They just jump. And your kids, you just jump on that talk. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, and then they use context and cross-reference as an excuse for it. There's proper cross-referencing, and then there's what you're doing, and
not
the same thing.
Yeah, he doesn't. Like a Muslim, when we explain the verse in the Quran, with the Quran, we will tell you this is what the explanation is according to Allah. When Allah mentions this, but we won't say the context, because the context would be just us reading the verse before and after.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the correct way to say it. But for him, he literally, I can't believe it. You guys sat through all that. He went from Exodus to Genesis, Deuteronomy 28. He went to like everywhere, bro. Wallah. Like Genesis.
Yeah, I'm used to Deuteronomy 28, especially being on Clubhouse. You got Dula. And was it Mr. Best or something like that?
Yep.
Or Mr. Show Me, or all those Hebrew Israelites. Deuteronomy 28. They like love that verse.
Yeah, but Christians, man, they you can't trust what they're saying ever, because they're literally going by their opinion. They don't have any, like, we have to see it. They don't have any authority. Like he claimed, funny enough, we don't go by this authority. We have to go by the text. But bro, you're not going by the text. You're going by your own explanation. Like I said, this is a Qur'ani argument. Like, you're literally going by your own explanation, bro. Like, just be real about it. You're not actually going by the text.
Yo, somebody said they're looking forward to the arena. Sal said that. There've been people who have come to me saying that they want to see me on the arena. I would love to join the arena, but the arena is more like they invite people on, and they invite people on based off of like the viewers themselves. So if you guys would like to see me jump on the arena and hang out with those guys, I would love to. But I'm not personally going to ask them, hey, bro, can I come on? If you guys think so, if you guys want to, like, in the chat or reach out to him, or however you guys do it, if you guys want to see me on there, just request it. If he sees enough requests, then they might reach out to me and ask me to come on.
Yeah, definitely they would. Can I ask you one thing? Because the Bradley guy is just another weird guy. Probably sits in his basement all night. I wanted to ask you, I think you went over the Jordan Peterson speech thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Do you know what that reminds me of? Like, watching that video, man, it reminds me of a white guy going to the Native Americans, and he has one chief elder, which is a Cherokee, and one which is like a Sioux Indian. And then he's like, listen, both of you, we want peace, no fighting. and then both of them are looking at him like, "Who the hell is this guy, bro?" Like it's just like, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
Khalid, right? You get what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
yeah, no, I get you.
Like it's like that guy who's like, "Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?" Like
Man,
in
ain't
Rush Hour,
nobody understand the words that are coming out of
coming out of your mouth, man. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, bro, just because we're Eastern doesn't mean we're barbaric, and it's like, this is the perception of the West, that people from the East are just like living in caves and eating meat from the bone, like, you know, like, and having swords in their mouths and stuff, like we're just some like monkeys, bro. Astaghfirullah, like, bro, there's a reason why Shia and Sunni have been fighting. It's not about like what you think it is, bro. It's aqidah. It goes deeper than political divide and what you probably think in your brain. Like, just because you spoke to Muhammad Hijab and Hamza Yusuf, like 3 Muslims in total, he probably spoke to his whole life, who are somewhat educated, you think you're like a scholar of why Shia and Sunni are fighting. Like, bro, like, it's been happening for hundreds of years, bro. One white guy who thinks he's a white guy with a stick up his bum is not gonna like solve the problem. Like, I'm sorry.
Abdullah, you actually, bro, whole time you're talking, bro, you got me tripping right now. I keep thinking you're one of my friends from Discord, bro. That's crazy.
Wallah, I'm not, bro. I'm not on Discord, wallah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did the same thing with when Truth, what is it, Truth and Knowledge, he came up. I was like, this is Muslim Rockstar on TikTok.
Wait, are you Somali though, Abdullah?
No, I'm not. I'm Sudanese.
Bro, that's crazy. That is so crazy. You sound, honestly, you guys laugh the same. You guys
Really?
talk the same accent, same everything.
What's his
Everything's
name?
identical.
I might know him. What's his name?
Jeezy.
Nah, I don't. There's some people I've heard them come on here and they do sound like me, bro. I'll be weirded out. I'm like, yo, this guy sound like. But no, that's not me, Aki. I'm not on
That's
Discord.
mental, man. I keep tripping.
It's all good, bro. It's all good, man. But yeah, bro, I just you know what, with Peterson, when he was speaking to Muhammad Hijab, and I think I mentioned this to you guys when I was on here last. I don't know if I mentioned it here, but I noticed, like, when he spoke to Hamza Yusuf, I don't know if that was before and after, but I just noticed he keeps asking the same questions again and again. So it's like a person who keeps asking those same questions, even though they got answered very clearly. Like, how sincere is that person? Or does he have an agenda?
Well, they say that his agenda is he wants to widen his audience, which is what he's wanted to do essentially. And him and obviously his daughter is doing interviews also. So they were like, well, he wants to move into the sort of Muslim demographic and market with his books and stuff and talking. So this is where that's why he started going.
Yeah, but one thing he mentioned to Muhammad Hijab was at the end, he was like, Muhammad Hijab praised him. And then he was like, Muhammad Hijab told him, the Muslims really appreciate you, bro, praising him. And then he's like, well, I really don't want to mess that up. And he started to do that teary thing, crying, whatever. And it's like, bro, like, you literally within how many months now, you already messed it up. Like, we have scholars 60 years plus studying. Like, we have generations of scholars about this issue of Shia and Sunnah. Like, it's not gonna be solved by some guy who spoke to 3 online YouTubers. Like, wallahi,
you're right when you put it like that, and you sort of break it down. The guy just goes, "Hey, Muslims, cut it out."
He didn't even say Muslims, right, bro? Like Muslims, like, come on, bro. Like, you sound like George Bush and stuff, talking about Islam as this and that. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, just shut up. Like, stick to Christianity. Stick to believing God became a baby and start figuring that out with your Christian audience. Stop talking about Islam and you're still holding on to the points that we're fighting each other and killing each other. Like, dude, you're in America, bro. Like, I'm American. I'm in America. Like, bro, you killing us. Your country has killed over like 50 different countries, bro. Invaded them. And you over here talking about why are you so angry and upset? Like, you literally sound like that guy who invaded who went to the Aborigines and was like, calm down, don't be angry, and then you just take over the country. Like, it's just condescending, it's just obnoxious, it's disregarding of evidence and information. And it's just like a racist kind of thing. In my view, it seems racist, to be honest. If I'm being honest, it's racist against Eastern people.
I got offended by him like emphasizing and get a pen pal. Oh, and heaven forbid, or lo and behold, even a Jewish
He's watching too
person.
many of those commercials. You know those
He-
commercials that have the Sunni and Shia girl and guy holding hands? You know, like one of those commercials you saw, like
What
just
Sunni
like
and Shia got holding hands? Where?
there was like a commercial where there was a Shia girl or Sunni girl, I don't know, and then a Shia guy, and then they're just like sitting on a bench. I don't know if you've seen that. And then they're like, like it's like they're looking away from each other. All of a sudden, they're like, one of them gets injured, and then she helps him out. I
Oh
don't know.
yeah. The
Yeah,
one
it's like,
he has an asthma attack, and then they
yeah,
start
it's those
cussing at
classic,
each other, and yeah.
classic non-Muslim ads that make it seem like the only reason there's an issue between Sunni and Shia is because of the names, like the labels. No, bro, it's Aqidah, bro. It's Aqidah. Like one of us, we worship Allah like directly, while the other person is talking about Ali Madad. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's a big difference. Like, it's not how it is. They make it seem, and it's just and to be honest, if you watch Jordan Peterson's video the day before, he has a video. It's basically the same thing. A message to the Christians. I don't know if you guys seen that.
I saw
He
the
has.
title. I didn't see the video. So
Well, I skimmed through it. I didn't. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't watch the whole thing. I skimmed through it, but it's like he's being philosophical, bro. Like he has nothing bad to say. He's just philosophically talking to Christians. But when it comes to us, it's like he's speaking to a bunch of barbarians, and it's condescending. I know he means well, but he's so jahil. He doesn't get that. It just looks like he's a dumbass. Excuse my language, bro. Like you just don't know what you're talking about. Just stop it, please. Like just stick to your philosophical garbage. And honestly, man, it annoys me. It annoys me when non-Muslims do this, man. They want to speak for us, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Ridiculous. I think Khalil's falling asleep.
No, I'm reading something right now.
Go ahead.
Brother Islam Pill sent me something talking about Deuteronomy 18:18.
Yeah.
So
just ridiculous, man.
You think Isaiah 42 is a stronger argument?
Definitely.
I would say it's stronger, yeah. Deuteronomy 34:10 says, "No prophet ever rose again in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew with such a great intimacy."
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. And the whole argument about Moses actually spoke with God and saw God, even though it contradicts what the Bible verse that says no man can see God. I mean, when you look at that evidence, Moses himself, he didn't actually see God. He just saw a glory of God. Some Christians will say he saw the light of God and this and that. He never actually saw God.
Yeah,
because that would contradict. That's a problem for them.
Yeah, bro, that Broodley guy wouldn't answer that at all. He was just like, when everyone said, "Well, did he see him? Did he see him?" He just diverted. He didn't say anything.
That's what they do, Aki. That's why I said they're hopscotch Christians. They just pogo stick. They just jump to one part of the book to the next. When you catch them on a point, they move the goalpost. They can't actually explain the verse. They have to jump to another verse to explain it. And then when you read the verse they're trying to use, it doesn't make sense.
I call it the Holy Ghost two-step.
Holy Ghost two-step, electric slide, whatever you want to call it. Aki, wallah. It's so annoying, wallah. That's why I just don't even entertain those kind of people, because they're just a waste of time. They already made up their mind. Like, they're not actually looking for the truth about it. They want to prove their belief. Maskeen, bro. I mean, imagine a Muslim will contradict his own book in order to prove his belief in the book. Like, he'll contradict his own belief in the book. Like, we don't do that. But the Christians will lie just to reject Islam, bro. They literally contradict themselves every time. They contradict their own book. Like, he has no problem doing that. Shameless. That's crazy, wallah. That shows you deep down they know their book is corrupted. They know their book is problematic. Because they'll contradict themselves, and when you ask them, hey, there's a contradiction, they'll just literally negate it. They won't even pay attention to that verse.
Have you guys ever met a Christian that's memorized the Bible?
Bro, who could memorize that, bro?
Even in English, not even in its original version.
Yeah, bro, they can't.
Their language.
I haven't met one, man.
Well, never met one, bro. The Pope himself can't, bro.
Oh, the Pope's too worried about LGBTQ.
Good point. Well, good point, man. And you know what? I have to give it to Daniel Hakikatu. He might seem a little bit too aggressive, wallah, and he is, but he has a point, bro. That as soon as Jordan mentioned, what was it, Abrahamic, what do they call it?
Abrahamic Accord.
Accord, yes. That's a good point. You know, it is mentioning that literally to unite with falsehood. Like, this is a bad principle to have, bro. Like, and he mentioned that like this guy is in tune with people like Ben Shapiro and their likes.
Yeah, he's a Zionist, bro.
Yeah, bro, he's a Zionist, bro. Like, so we get a picture of what these people really are. And even though Jordan Peterson might be a little bit more nicer, have better manners, he's a caller to Jahannam at the end of the day.
To be honest, I never really like saw what people see in him. Like, it's just like from day one, it's like I don't think I've listened to anything that he's really put out, except for like the part where he was beefing Muhammad Hijab. You know,
there's some things he says that like LGBTQ stuff, all that other political things. He does.
He likes it.
Huh?
He likes it.
No, he rejects it. He's a conservative, Aki. He's a classical liberals. They're literally, how can I put this? They're Bill Maher. You know who Bill Maher is.
Yeah.
They're like that. They hate religion. They hate religious dogma.
He's such a weirdo, Bill Maher.
Yeah, they love conservatism. So even though he's a Christian, he's a little bit different in that regard. He's a Christian, but he's still a classical liberal. So he won't really go into like dogmatic views. He'll just start speaking about philosophy of Jesus Christ and all that crap. Like,
I see.
You get it?
And also, like, if you look at, you know, Matt Walsh.
Yeah, Masakin, bro. It's Maskeen people, bro. Allah. This guy, he's a Maskeen person, bro. He got clarified so many times about these points about Sunni and Shia and this and that from Brother Muhammad Hijab. He got clarified about it, and yet he's still harping on the same thing. So that shows you his mentality. He's not. He already made up his mind. So whatever you tell him on your podcast is not gonna change his mind. He sees it a certain way, and he's gonna proclaim it like that. So.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Your voice is low.
Barely.
Oh, okay. Wait. Is this better?
A little bit, but still low.
Guys, it is time for me to leave, so I'm just gonna peace out at the moment. But inshallah, I'll come back on tomorrow and we get more people. You know.
Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yeah, man. And look, bro, I grew up listening to these idiots, these people coming on and being all kumbaya, especially Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
So, but also non-Muslims and stuff like this. So it just annoys me when some outsider thinks he knows our religion inside and out and tries to advise Muslims. And you know, it's kind of like, it's just like stupid, bro. It really is. If you want to go tell that to a Sikh will agree with you instantly, because that's his belief. He believes everybody's on the right path. As long as they be good to their path, they'll be good. They'll be okay. But when you tell that to a Muslim, like, nah, bro, like, we don't unite. We don't unite with people of falsehood. Sorry.
Yeah, there was a guy in here last night. He claimed to be a Muslim, but at the same time, he was saying that that everybody should, that everybody's path. There's many different ways to salvation, other than Islam.
A lot of those kind of people, they're so easy to refute. Wallahi, like, you just ask them, okay, what if I tell you, if you think every path is the right path, if my path is to tell you that your path is wrong, am I right?
Yeah,
Wallahi, you'll hear him tripping out. That's when the glitch comes in the matrix. It's like glitching out. Because it doesn't make sense. Every religion says it's the right path, and most of them contradict each other. They say this is wrong, don't say this, don't say that. How can you claim every path is correct, bro? It's just it doesn't make sense. You're actually contradicting the beliefs because they're telling you this path is not correct. This is the correct path. You get what I'm saying, Khalid?
Yep.
So you're disregarding some of the verses of those books. Like the Quran is saying, don't say 3, desist. Are you disregarding that verse? Or are you saying it's okay?
Unless you're Richard.
Huh?
Unless you're
What's your
Richard.
Richard Madsen?
Yeah. Yeah, but we don't need that. We don't have that Sikh ideology, bro. We're Sikhi ideology where we believe everyone is on one path. And
No.
bro.
I mean, he could justify it.
How you justify it? Tell me. How would he justify it?
Yeah, bro, I don't think you've listened to him enough.
I'll listen to him. Does he come on here? I don't know him that well.
Yeah, he comes on here all the time.
Okay, I'd like
cannot be debated.
Oh, is he one of those guys? He just goes on a tangent.
No. Very respectful. What I'm saying is that you're not going to catch him up through an internal critique. He is very consistent.
Okay, interesting. So if I was to tell him that same question, he would be able to get out of it?
Yes.
What, does he use analogies?
No. He uses a hyper literal translation of the Bible.
Hyper literal translation of the Bible.
Yep.
Oh, I mean that's him. What is he, a Christian or something?
He's a Bible believer, but he also believes that the Quran and all these other beliefs are talking about the same exact stories, and he can line them all up and show how, everything. He is basically a sci-fi movie of a belief.
Okay.
So he takes a hyper literal translation. So what he does is he goes back to the original language and then finds out what the definitions of the Hebrew or Greek words are, and then uses those definitions in place of the words themselves.
Okay.
So like he did that with the Exodus story, and in his view and his belief, the Exodus story is there were these aliens, and these aliens made a whole bunch of these human being things, and these hominoids of some sort, and then they accidentally made Adam, and Adam he's red. His name means red face, so that means a person who has emotions, right? Who gets embarrassed and angry, and other reasons why your face would turn red. And he realized he had an intellect. He realized what was going on, and then
he's one of those guys.
And then he took some of those people and he hijacked this spaceship. And he hijacked the spaceship, found an Earth, terraformed it.
Khalil, please, bro, I beg you, Aki, please don't go anywhere. That is the most maddening belief, man.
Yeah, but if you actually like talk to him about it, he will justify all of it, like consistently.
Yeah,
he'll
but
show you that all of those words mean exactly
question.
what he's saying.
It goes into question. How is he, if he's bringing these words and making this explanation? Do those words literally say aliens? Do they say, is the explanation there, and where is the explanation taken from? That's the point, because if he's in a vacuum and he's mentioning this explanation, and no one else has mentioned this in the past, in the distant past, clearly, then why should I take what he says? That's the whole point I go back to.
Well, within his view, the Bible's only meant for one person. It's not meant for the rest of the world. We're not going to understand it. It's meant for the one person who is to overcome. It's meant for the hero. It's meant for the Jesus of that earth. And this is the 24th earth. There's been 23 previous earths.
Is he claiming he's the Jesus?
Bibles. He doesn't specifically claim it, but
that's the problem right there.
I would argue that he is.
That's the problem. That's the problem, because he would have to argue he is. Because if he's saying it only went from one person, how are you understanding it then? Unless
you would have to be that hero. But he's too humble to say that. He's not going to outwardly say, hey, I'm the hero. I'm Jesus.
Okay, then if he's too humble to say that he is that, then logically we shouldn't know who it is. It shouldn't be him then. If he doesn't want to say it. Or if he admits it, then he has to. So it just like it falls apart, but like It doesn't make sense, bro. This Majnun kind of thing, bro.
No, bro. What I'm saying before you say it doesn't make sense, I would hear him out, because
Yeah.
when I was an atheist, I was literally a redheaded hair away from adopting his beliefs.
Really, huh?
Absolutely, yeah. Like,
you were gonna sacrifice a red hair?
No, he was close.
Oh, a red head, like a whole red head?
Well, not normally. Normally, I would say different words, but I kept it PG.
All right. Thanks.
No, basically, what I'm saying is that I was extremely close, almost 100% convinced of his beliefs.
An alien, huh? So they knew what aliens were back then. See, if you break those.
What do you mean?
Down,
What do you mean back then? What do you mean back then?
So he's saying his explanation that Adam was basically created by aliens.
Yeah.
So how would the writers of this book know that back then?
Adam's the writer of the book.
So Adam knew there were aliens.
Adam is God.
Holy crap. Khalil, wallahi.
Adam is God? No.
Yeah, he thinks that Adam is God. Pharaoh is Satan.
Oh my God. And Pharaoh existed with Adam?
No, what are you talking about? None of this stuff has happened yet on this earth.
So
the entire Bible is future prophecy.
Okay, so he's saying this is future prophecy.
On this earth, it already happened on previous earths, which is where they got the ideas from.
You know what? I think I'm going to take your advice and leave that alone. That sounds a little too much.
No, I'm not telling you to leave it alone. I'm telling you should look into it. It's super interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, here, let me do that. I'm going to show you something.
Khalil, bro, I really insist that I should pass on this. Well, I can tell this is one of. I've heard so many things like this on Hangouts.
You've never heard anything like Richard.
Listen,
I guarantee it.
If I was a Christian, you know, I have like no ground of grounding for my belief, you know, and that's the most consistent view. I would be, you know, I would really hold the Richard view, you know, be a follower of Richard, or follower of God, you know. But at the same time, if I didn't know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I didn't know about, you know, the jaw and all these things, but
I mean,
yeah, God is not. He doesn't believe that God is like a being, like an agent.
Yeah,
like some.
He believes it's just like a bunch of laws
set of
and
ideals.
rules. Yeah, ideals. Yeah. But yeah, if I didn't know about the jaw and all of that, I
does he
would
have an
fall for
explanation
Richard.
for that as well, Khalil? Does he actually prove that with evidence as well? That
What?
God, that you see, because with those kind of claims, I'm very critical about where are you getting that explanation from. So every word he'll say, I'll ask him, is there evidence for what you just said?
Yeah, I'm about to show you.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
You know, I truly want somebody like with good production and you know video editing to take his claims, or him take
And
his
make a
claims.
movie out of it.
Yeah, and match this, like take a couple of books, right? The Torah, the Quran, the New Testament, whatever, and like the Hindu scriptures, all these, right? The most main ones,
Yep.
and then show the same exact Adam story from his view, and put it all together and match it, and keep doing that for every single main story in his belief. And you know what? He will have some, you know.
So Khalil,
Like,
what made you
it will make
reject
sense.
this? What made you reject this belief? Since you said you were close before Islam, and accept
What made
Islam.
me reject it?
Yeah.
Contingency. He couldn't answer contingency. Because when you ask him, so what's the explanation for these aliens? He says, I don't know.
That's a good point, actually.
That's the only point in the 4 years that I've known this man. It's the only point that I've ever been able to get against him. The only one.
Yeah.
If you see, Richard Curtis Madsen.
So
Right?
essentially, what he does is he explains differently each verse, and
He
then
doesn't
but when
explain it. He just literally goes to the original language, uses the definition for those words. Here, I'm going to show you. This is an entire paper he wrote specifically on David and Goliath. This is the story of David and Goliath through Richard's view. Let's see.
Like for example, he will say he's a Muslim, right? He's gonna say that, and we would ask him like, "Oh, do you pray 5 times a day?" And then he was like, "Oh, what does praying mean in the Arabic word?" And then you get the definition of praying. He was like, "It's like humbling yourself and this and that." And I was like, "Yeah, I humble myself 5 times a day." Yeah, like he will do that with everything pretty much to justify his
Yeah,
but
so
then
he goes right here.
you
He
have
goes
mentioned
through preliminary objections, right? So the objection to continuity, the context should be continuous. So he answers to that objection. Objection to brevity. The story does not describe all aspects in present reality. Objection to authority. Objections to majority. Objections to false conclusion fallacy. Objection by historicity, objection by the plain reading. He does go through all that. Let me see here. Okay. Right here, the following is a list of things provable or disprovable that, if proven, would render this interpretation as being not plausible. So he's giving you means of falsification for his view. All of these things down here. If you prove that any of these things are incorrect, then he would throw his belief away. He would throw this story away, right? If any of these points were proven true, or finer points of these, or if all of these, it would prove this interpretation falsified, right?
But
the assertion. The story of David and Goliath, contained within the Old Testament and further editions of the Bible, can be interpreted as stellar bodies within our solar system and their forced interactions. And that evidence exists for the characters in the story of David and Goliath to be interpreted as the sun, Sol, and the inner stony planets and the asteroid belts, and Jupiter and the Jovian moons to include an honorable mention of the balance of planets in the solar system. This interpretation creates a scenario for the initial driving cause and forced interactions of those same stellar bodies, having plausibility in chemical theory, electrical theory, and gravitational theory, which could result in a series of observable events which would align further biblical verses describing what are called the announcing miracles of the coming God, that the story of David and Goliath justifies what will cause the changes prophesied in the text. That is to say, the prophecies answers what, and the David and Goliath answer how. This interpretation is accomplished through identifying stellar bodies by textual descriptions of story characters, application of the storyline and actions of these biblical characters within the story to those same stellar bodies, initiating a series of causes and effects, with the first cause originating from outside of our solar system, identifying how those interactions would be visually discerned by people on this earth, blah, 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 blah. It goes through all of it.
So wait a minute. So he's giving those explanations he's giving of how basically to interpret. Where would he get that from?
Right here. So verse number 1, 1 Samuel 16:23. He's saying that this is talking about Mercury releasing the evil spirit from God that is upon Sol. Right? So he goes through each word, the word pass. Now he goes in, gives you the Hebrew definition, Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, al-bar, prime word meaning to cross over, to use very widely, alienate, alter, beyond, bridge, convey, escape, blah, blah, blah. Then he goes to evil, and he goes to spirit, and he does the exact same thing with every single word in here, right? And he gives the references for everything that he uses.
Yeah, but even then, when I'm looking at it now, looking at it like how you're showing it, it's not clear. It's very ambiguous. So even when he defines the terms, it's still based on a presumption.
Well,
so this
here's
is talking about
the
this.
thing
This
that
is
I would
talking
say.
about this. So
well,
it's
here's
still
the thing that I would
presumptuous.
say. If like the way that these things line up, to reject this would be along the same exact lines of when the prophecies made that that one day we will stop riding camels and the Arabs will drive their families or will take their families to the masjid in a wooden box that you sit on, right? And you're like, well, what does that mean? That doesn't mean a car. Why would it mean a car? And then you're like, well, what else could it mean? Obviously, it's a car.
Yeah, but that would be through observation, essentially, because the Arabs of that time wouldn't know what a car is.
This right here, this prophecy will be occurring within the next 2 years.
That's the point. So if that was observed, then it would have a point, in my opinion.
Exactly. So in a couple years, when you see all of this happening, what are you going to do if it happens?
Yeah, that's a good point. But I was still harking back to what those alien point, because still, bro, it still has a problematic view.
Hey, but
here's the point. If it doesn't happen, what is he
one second, because this is something been on my mind for like a while. And my dad has actually brought me this hadith a while ago, and it's a hadith, basically the prophets prophesying that the hour will not come until we're in a war with specific entities, right? He doesn't give them a name. He describes how they look like,
Oh, you mean the common enemy?
No, it's not what you're talking about. He describes how they look like facial wise, right? And my dad sent me the hadith, right? And he showed me the pictures of how like aliens look like, and how the prophet described things from this earth that exactly look like aliens. And it's pretty mind-blowing.
Are you talking about those with pale faces, like beaten with iron, that one?
No. It talks about their face looks like crickets.
I've never seen a hadith that says that.
It's a Hasan hadith. It's in Ibn Majah. I'm gonna read it.
Ibn Majah, you mean?
Yeah.
So Ibn Majah, you need to be careful, because you need to find out whether it is Hasan or not, because there is that.
It is. That's what it was written. It was Hasan.
Where did you find this source?
Let me read it for you, but it doesn't give you the hadith number. It gives the page number. So it's like a whole book, and you have to find the page number. And I really tried to find it online for a while, but all I could see is the picture my dad sent me, and it only said the page number.
I'll tell you something I learned recently from one of the brothers who went to Medina University. He is very good with hadith. It's ironic you mentioned Ibn Majah. It's amazing. I actually learned about it recently. Ibn Majah, his criteria, the reason why he's not one of the top sources of hadith, he's like maybe third or fourth, is his criteria for accepting or rejecting hadith was much more open in regards to than Bukhari and Muslim. So even if it's Hasan, the scholars who would go by the strict methodology, the Hasan might be Hasan or authentic would actually become da'if or even fabricated. So you need to actually look for the chain.
Islam pill on the camera. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, so it might be taken from the scholars of today, like even Albani, who would look into these hadith. It might have been even made da'if or fabricated according to strict hadith criticism.
I get what you're saying, bro. But you could just read it for what it says and gather an understanding, right? And sure, whatever the scholar says, but let's just look at what the hadith says and what it entails and what that could potentially mean.
You can use it for anecdotal, but if it is the case that it is da'if or fabricated, it would just be pointless to rely upon.
Yeah, I understand. It's a Hasan hadith. I'm not giving you a weak hadith. I read it. It literally says Hasan under it.
Yeah, I know, Aki. But Aki, this is the thing about hadith science. Some of us are ignorant of it. Ibn Majah, like I said, his criteria for grading a hadith was much more open in comparison to Sahih Muslim and Bukhari. So what Ibn Majah might have said was Hasan, the scholars might have looked at it and said, no, this is actually da'if or even fabricated, according to the chain. Do you get what I'm saying? So be aware of that. Just because it says
I get
Hasan
you.
doesn't mean what the scholars of Sunnah have actually said about it is actually that it's Hasan.
I
It could
get
be
you,
just
but
the Ibn Majah standard that it's Hasan. You get what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like the
Yep.
hadith, the way it describes the people that we're going to be fighting until the hour comes. It says that they have the faces. Let me read it in Arabic, right? Let me try my best to. Give me a second. Let me try to find. I have like the whole screenshot of the hadith and the images that show you what the hadith is talking about. 1 second. I don't know how I could like put images on my phone to here, but
What's up, Islam Pill? What's up, bro?
Not much. I came on to share a next level book called Urantia, and I forget his name. The guy you were just talking about kind of reminds me of him. This stuff it claims to be from, I guess, aliens that have been entrusted with passing it down. It's like some revelation. It goes into some nutty language, like it's crazy, and it's so long. There are so many chapters, and it's incredible.
What's it called?
Urantia. I think that's how you say it. I don't know. I put it in the private chat. Urantia.
Urantia.
Yeah, this stuff's crazy. Like, apparently Jimi Hendrix, like a lot of people used to be up on this, and it hasn't really gone anywhere.
The Supreme Trinity Personalities.
Oh yeah, it's you're just getting started.
The Trinitized Sons of God. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Urantia during early land life era. Wow. The first human family. Wow. 196 papers. The faith of Jesus is how they ended. What?
It's crazy. It's really detailed. It's very verbose.
So I found the verse. I think it is mentioned in Sunan Majah. It's mentioning Sahih and Dar al-Salam, but I wouldn't trust that. I think scholars went over it. But I read it. It says the faces. It says like something with crickets. I can't read it now because my thing will freeze up. But I read it. I think the scholars mentioned that these people were the, if I'm not mistaken, these were the Mongols.
What do you mean? Who are these?
The hadith mentions their eyes being like that. I think it says like the of crickets or something. It mentioned the scholars of Islam. I think it was Ibn Taymiyyah himself. I think it mentioned that they were the Mongols.
Mongols? Who are they?
The description of the people of that the hour will not be established until you fight these people. If you read it out, I remember reading that this is mentioned by the scholars of the time that this is the Mongols, that you will fight the Mongols. So it was prophesizing the fighting of the Muslims against the Mongols. You know the Mongols, right? The Mongol horde. Yeah, if you know about the Mamluks, they defeated the Mongols in Ain Jalut.
Okay.
Yeah. So I knew of the hadith, but I think in Sunnah Ibn Majah it has different wording. But there's another similar one that's a little bit more clear. I think it's in. I don't know where it is. So I don't want to misquote. So, but I know I read it in a different book. Maybe it's Bukhari or Muslim, but it has different wording.
What we need to do is we need to have Richard on and Abdullah come up and have a conversation with him.
Wallahi, Aki, from what you've shown me, bro, I think it'll be too long, bro. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna let him believe what he wants, bro. Sometimes you gotta back out, bro. Like there's certain people I do not.
Lakum dinukum waliyadin.
Yes, lakum dinukum waliyadin, bro. That is what it is. Like, what am I gonna say to him, Aki? He's obviously, if he came up with this thing, he's obviously convinced by it. So
Well, no, but that's the thing, bro, is that a lot of people come up
Justifications.
saying a lot of people come up saying like, man, no, I'll take care of him. It's too easy. He's like, this guy's out of his mind. And then they get in a conversation with him and he puts everybody in their place.
I'm not gonna doubt it, but the thing is, Aki, from what you've shown me, this guy is clearly, there's certain people I'll talk to, and there's certain people like I realize, look, bro, I'm literally just gonna talk to a wall. Like I don't believe there's any point. It's a little too. It's he seems too far gone. That's another way to put it.
I'm not trying to convert anybody to Richard's belief. I'm simply just saying it's interesting as hell. Like listen to what he says, and he destroys Christians like on a daily basis. Like his YouTube channel is called Demolish Doctrine.
Interesting.
You've never seen him before? Hold on.
I've never seen him, and I don't wish to. Please. Khalil's literally, bro. He's one of those guys who's like, you have to speak to him, please.
Yeah, no, I want everybody to speak to him.
I want to continue on from what I left off last time because I'm trying to dig into like how his belief could potentially line up with ours, and I'm trying to I'm just trying to disprove that. Just try, right? I mean, obviously it doesn't align because one thing for sure that he's wrong about is the existence of the necessary being, right? It's not just like a set of ideals.
He gave these reasons why a person could reject what he's saying. Was one of them the contingency argument?
Say that again.
He gave these reasons in his works of why people can reject what he's saying. What do you call them? What's the word for them?
The cases of falsifiability?
Falsifiability, yep. So was one of them the contingency argument? Because you did bring that.
No.
Didn't you?
So the interpretation was simply an internal critique on critique on his paper on David and Goliath.
So he has no answer for the contingency argument, basically.
Well, I mean, I haven't really gotten into it with him yet. I'm much more interested in figuring out the rest of his beliefs and everything that he's talking about. Like he has solved the whole Jehoiachin being 8 and 18 simultaneously. Like he solved that. It's not a contradiction in his view.
Is that
like
the guy
I've conceded.
on the left? Is that him
on the left? Yeah, the old guy with the beard. That behind him is the spaceship that I was talking about, aka Heaven.
Oh man, this guy's
and it's described in great detail. He says, like he has drawn this in great detail from exactly how the Bible says it looks. Yeah, Richard's my dude. Like I love Richard.
I don't know, bro.
I honestly take him seriously. I'm not doubting this guy. I really do take him seriously. I don't just like, oh yeah, this guy is crazy. I do take him seriously.
I don't agree with him, but like you can't not take him seriously because I mean, normally the people that you don't take seriously, you can just refute point after point after point after point that they say. And like I have yet to see a human being refute him.
Interesting.
Outside of the whole contingency thing, like,
and that's our thing, you know. People don't refute us; we refute people. So when it's like us versus Richard, and it's like there's a agreement and disagreement at the same time, it's like, you don't know how he can't attack us, and we can't attack him at the same time.
So hold on. So you'll mention a point to him, and then he'll disagree. Essentially,
no, like if we have a Christian on, he will go to like refute the Christian, and we're like, yeah, Richard, we still don't agree with you, but good job.
So how does he deal with the Quran and like the explanation of the Prophet? Because I'm sure he started break down Arabic.
He's actually written an entire paper and sent it to me about that. He's diving into the Quran right now, showing how it says the exact same thing that the Bible is saying.
Come on.
Okay. So he's diving into the Arabic.
Yeah. Doing the exact same thing.
What criteria is he using to dive into the Arabic?
I don't exactly know. He hasn't finished it yet. Once he finishes it, he'll send it to me, and then I'll look at it.
Interesting.
But like, yeah.
Because that's the problem. If he's gonna, the Quran is another kettle of fish. Because if he dives into that without appreciating the context and the language of the Arabs itself, it becomes very subjective.
No, but that's what his criteria is based on, is language and what the original words actually meant. Like, for example, like Philistine, right? How would you what do you think a Philistine is?
What you mean, the use of it?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't be able to answer that.
In its original language, it means a rolling migratory.
Oh, so he goes to the literal language, excluding the context provided.
Well, but what he does is that he goes to the literal language for every single word. It's not like he picks words here and there to get. He goes to the actual, like, in every language. Like I was.
So what about, would he reject? Oh no, Khalid just dropped off. My next question would be, what about hadith? Because that's an explanation.
That's
Why
the
do I
thing,
keep
right?
doing that?
So
yeah, I don't. So yeah,
Khalid
Khalid,
told me that he doesn't. Yeah, Khalid told me he doesn't. He only accepts like scripture, like holy books, you know, for what it is. Because obviously, from his view, it's like there's just one person that just dropped this book off. You know,
so
nobody
he goes Quranist essentially on it.
Yeah, like Bible only, you know, Torah only. Doesn't look at any, I don't like people's opinions, you know. Just
That's
looks
a
at
little.
Quran.
That's a little bit convenient though, because we, as Muslims, we would tell him that the Sunnah of the Prophet is an extant form of revelation, is a inspiration.
Right. That's what I was
So
trying
for
to
him to
get
reject it
him.
is like rejecting is literally like
Yeah.
rejecting one of the books of his gospel, or the Bible essentially.
Yeah. But he doesn't believe in like the history of these things. Khalid can expand on that because me myself, I don't even understand how that works.
No, but I'll give you an
yeah.
example. Like we have Hadith Qudsi, which is literally Allah's statements.
Yeah,
So
I understand
if
that.
he
Yeah.
rejects Hadith, and this is the problem I find.
Last time, hold on. Last time, right? He was making an argument.
Yep.
Khalid knows what I'm talking about, and I was trying to drag him. He was trying to say that, you know how he believes that Adam is God, right?
Yeah.
And Adam is Jesus, right? And he also said that Prophet Muhammad was the only prophet, right? Meaning that obviously Prophet Muhammad is God, and Richard is Jesus, and Richard is simultaneously Prophet Muhammad, you know? That's his view, right? And he's the Jesus / Prophet Muhammad /
Kind of.
Yeah. Right? That's his view. So his thing was, he was like, well, doesn't the Shahada say Muhammad is the only prophet? That was his argument, right? Because it says in the Shahada, Muhammadun Rasulullah, correct?
Muhammad Rasulullah.
Muhammadun Rasulullah, yeah.
Yeah, Muhammad Rasulullah. So that would not say the only. It doesn't mean that in the Arabic.
It doesn't even say the word only, yeah. It says Prophet Muhammad is the prophet of God, right? I mean,
yes.
So from his view, he would want to take that, you know, the prophet of God. Like, it doesn't say the final, it doesn't say any of that. It just says the prophet of God.
Well, Khatam al-Nabiyyin, in another qira'ah, it does mean the last messenger in the Quran.
Yeah, and what I'm saying was, first of all, that the Quran refutes that, because the Quran talks about, you know, him being the seal. If somebody's the seal, there's before him.
Yeah, but
right?
wait. We need to go into like the Arabic language and figure out what each word's definition is. Like, let me just show you this. That first verse we went through, and he went through each word, figured out what it meant. Back, decline, depart, ishu, like departed, ruach. He goes through all of these. This verse can then directly be translated and interpreted as the following: crossed over calamity, violent exhalation, Elohim above pressing down, asked to boil to journey, to twang to thrum, rising of light, asked to breathe freely, violent exhalation to turn off, asked. In modern English, this might read as the following: calamity happened as a violent exhale. Elohim from above pressing down on Saul. Mercury started a journey, pulling the strings, causing the solar ejecta, relaxing soul from producing more. And like, he has references, and if we look here, he's got 153 pages worth of all of this stuff just for the story of David and Goliath.
Yeah, I honestly, if you would want to take anyone seriously from the people you speak to, it would be this guy, honestly.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Judah. What does Judah mean? Literally to use, to hold out the hand, physically to throw, also to revere or worship. Like that's what Judah means in its original language. Zeka, primary word to surround. So people reading this through just with a face and through face value, I mean, a Zeka would be somebody's name, but no, he's saying no. This means to surround. Dawn, blood of a man or animal, an analogy to juice of the grape, figuratively bloodshed. So to juice of the grape, they understand the great wine press. And when it's spoken about in the Bible, the great wine press means the end times. Well, what does it mean by the juice of the grape when it comes to the great wine press? So, and he's got, here's what I'll do. For anybody that's interested, I'm just going to copy the link. Copy the link and I'll put it in here. Abdullah said, screw this, I'm leaving. Oh, he came back.
Yeah, my phone overheated, bro. This freaking StreamYard, bro. It literally does overheat it.
Yeah,
StreamYard's
hard on it.
Yeah, it's hard. So I'm not gonna take too long, but I don't know what you were saying, Khalil, but I'm gonna say.
No, I just I posted the link in the private chat and in the comments for anybody that wants to look at this paper.
Yeah,
just for entertainment purposes, or if they
if
actually
he
want to
spoke
try
to
and refute it.
If he spoke to a person like Farid, I think he'd be in a problem because of hadith rejecting. We would go back to the Quranist thing because there's hadith Qudsi, which is literal statements of Allah, and then there's hadith from the Prophet. So if there's statements that would literally explain those verses, I think it would be problematic for him to reject hadith and say this is from a man. Another thing would be, how did these verses come down and who preserved them? Because the Quran didn't come to him directly. It wasn't revealed to him directly. We have it now in a book form. So these questions would be problematic for his worldview if he was just to stick to the Quran.
No, they wouldn't.
Why would you say that?
No, they wouldn't be a problem for him, because if he had spoke with Farid, they have different means by looking at the text. They fundamentally have different criteria by which they look at the text and what it's saying.
So do you think he would accept hadith and go to the literal meaning?
I don't know if he would accept hadith.
That's the problem I'm saying.
He might just say that the people that wrote the hadith just completely misunderstood what the text was actually saying.
But what if the same people wrote the Quran? That's what I'm saying. That's the problem.
But he doesn't. He believes the Quran is written by God.
Exactly. Yes, but how did those verses come about? Who preserved them? How do we have them in a book form? Do you understand? It's literally like if I wrote a letter to you, and then I wrote a secondary letter, and you reject the second because you say, "Oh, it wasn't from you," but I say, "No, because I wrote the first one. This isn't the second one." You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, then he could then look at which ones actually come from God, like the revelations from God, rather than just the people writing down what the prophet did and said, right?
But but there's hadith. That's the problem. That's the point. There's hadith Qudsi, which is literal statements of Allah.
Well, then he might take hadith Qudsi and use it just like the Quran, and go to the
what
original words and what the original words meant and do the same
But
exact
there's the
thing.
problem again. If he does that, then he'll have to accept the hadith are part of revelation. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure. Then he could accept that.
Yeah. So that's the.
Last
some
time,
of the hadith.
Hold on. Last time, you have to understand. I was really gonna get into it, because the argument he was saying that Prophet Muhammad is the only prophet. I was like, you would have to accept hadith to say that, because that statement, Muhammad Rasulullah, only exists within hadith, right? That little statement, right? He was like, sure, I accept hadith, and then people started speaking, and we went on a whole other conversation. So
and there's hadith that go into detail. There's many hadith, like in the Majlis especially.
Hold on. He said, and then he had that last statement with my conversation with him. He was like, sure, I accept hadith. So I'm not sure if he accept this hadith or he just accept hadith in general. And if you accept this hadith, then you can't not accept the others. So that's what I
Yeah.
wanted to continue off of. Like, if we accept hadith, okay, sure, cool, let's go on
Well,
from
he
there.
might make a category where hadith that are specifically from God, and he just rejects everything else.
That's cool. That's cool. Let's see the criteria. Let's use the most authentic.
I'm just saying
form
here,
of
man.
hadith.
I'm not saying that we should believe in him whatsoever.
No,
but
Khalid.
the dude's
I'm trying to show you
interesting.
the flaws in his argument because
Listen,
then he would. Then
I get you, bro.
The
But
chain
this
of
is how you
narration.
I get you. I want to see you show the flaws in his argument with him. I want to see you speak to him and do it. That's what I want to see. I want to see you do it to him.
I want to take him to get him to accept hadith, and then from there we can bring on hadith to hadith and see how any of these things align with his belief in prophecies and creation and any of that, right?
Ahmed,
Because
you
I
know
mean,
why it would be problematic?
Because here's the thing: one second. Many
Go
of the hadith is just teaching you how to live, right? How to pray, how to do this, how to do that, right? But other hadith is specifically, explaining Quran, talking about prophecies that will happen, speaking of specific stories about the prophets. So if there's hadith that give you details about the stories of the prophets, you know what I'm talking about? If like a hadith is telling you about specific things that happened to Moses or Jesus or the Antichrist and things like that, I want to see him go into detail and explain that with his view.
Yep, that would be
consistently.
interesting.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
And then you would have verses like in Ibn Majid mentions, "I'm the last messenger. I'm the last messenger. There's no messenger after me." So these kind of things be problematic.
Major spook. You know how old Richard is? Old man's in bed right now. He's way past his bedtime.
He may just have a dream
of it being in a spaceship.
Oh yeah, here's another thing that he states.
Is that just me or Khalil frozen?
Yeah, hey Khalil, you froze. Hello.
Yeah, Khalil, you froze.
You're in space. Hello. You may want to drop down and come back because we can't hear you.
Maybe it's the aliens.
Yeah.
That it used to be flat-footed now.
Oh yeah, I know what he's talking about. So pretty much this guy used to be flat-footed, and after he received his revelation, he received it randomly. He was just an atheist minding his business, and then he just received this revelation. And then after that, his flat foot got healed out of thin air, even though you need like surgery or something, or it's unhealable or something like that. So that was a miracle that happened in his life.
He got rid of his family.
Oh my God, Khalil.
You keep freezing. Another thing I'd like to see him do, because Arabic is very complex with the meanings.
Yeah.
I would like to see how he chooses which meaning to use.
Yeah. He could definitely freestyle with the meanings to really fit his view, since Arabic is really fluent with the meanings.
Yeah,
with the
like he doesn't have a wife.
Khalil,
your thing is
you
loud.
good? All right, there you go.
There you go.
Khalil,
Yeah,
we can see you
Khalil,
now.
you were lagging really badly.
Yeah, I know. My whole screen froze up.
Oh, okay.
I think it's because you're talking about aliens. I think I'm taking it as a sign. I think it's interdimensional something saying, look, brothers, keep on the straight path. May Allah keep us on the straight path, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Ameen.
SubhanAllah.
May Allah protect us from flat-footedness.
Something.
That's it.
So let me tell you guys something interesting that happened in the past 1 to 2 days, or one day, like yesterday to the day before, right? So, according to my mom, she told us, like my dad or me or something like that, to take out a big piece of meat or steak from the deep freezer and put it in the sink, right? It's like a couple pounds. It's like a big piece, right? And then according to her, and then today she's asking like, hey, where's the meat? It's not in the sink. It's not in the freezer is nowhere, and we're like we're talking like, what are you talking about? You didn't tell us to put anything anywhere. Even though my dad knows what she's talking about, my dad knows the meat she's talking about, but the thing is, according to her, she told one of us or him that to put the meat in the sink. But according to all of us, she never told any of us to do that. But at the same time, we can't find the meat anywhere. And the meat can't just disappear, you know? It's either in the sink or in the freezer or in the fridge. Like it can't just disappear. So it's pretty trippy. I don't know if you guys understand.
So
Not,
okay,
but
let me just read it. Okay, so the meat was in the freezer, and she wanted you to defrost it, so put it in the sink. Or
yeah, so like 2 days ago, according to her, what she said was to take out this meat to one of us and to put it in the sink so it could defrost, not in the microwave, right? And then today she's asking all of us like, hey, where's the meat that I told you to do this, and that with? We know that this meat exists in our freezer, but we none of us recollect that she ever told us to take it out and put it in the sink, right? But at the same time, we're trying to find the meat in the freezer and everywhere. We can't find it, but all of us know that we bought this meat and it's in there. So you know what I mean? It's like this meat just disappeared out of thin air.
Or it's possible you might want to put cameras in your home, bro.
Like, I mean, who's gonna jump in the house and steal the meat? Like, what do you mean?
Bro, I've heard stranger stories. Trust me. There's a story of I don't know if you've seen those. There's a story of literally a homeless person living between the walls of a person's house and stealing their food when the people weren't even knowing.
Oh yeah, I know about that. Yeah.
So you might want to put cameras in your, or you might want to do some ruqya, bro, because there's a jinn that like your food.
Bro, I feel like with this whole CERN thing going on, you know, some stuff been happening.
Yeah, Allah
Yeah, it has. It has. Did I show you guys what I saw?
Yeah. The double stuff.
Yeah, bro.
What? What did you see?
It's got me messed up.
What happened?
There's a lot that's been going on.
Okay, so you guys know what Oreos are, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm familiar with an Oreo.
What about the Oreo with the pink stripe on it?
I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with the pink stripe Oreo.
I don't know if I've seen pink Oreos, I think.
Is there a double stuffed Oreo?
Here's the thing, right? Not many people recollect Oreos like that in that specific brand.
No, I did. I did.
All right, sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Khalid. What are you saying?
No, I'm just saying, do you remember double stuffed Oreos?
Yeah, I remember that. I think. Yeah,
How is it spelled?
Double stuffed Oreos?
Yeah, on the box, what does it say?
I don't remember that.
Come on.
STUFFED?
Yeah, but he's saying on
think,
the box.
Right?
It's one F,
That's what you
isn't
would
it?
think. Huh?
Well, yeah, that's the point.
So what?
No way.
No
Double
way.
stuff.
Has anybody ever recalled it just to have one F?
Yeah.
No.
I don't think anyone would ever even write that.
I wouldn't remember, to be honest, so I can't give an opinion.
I don't know if it's always been like that, but I've seen it recently.
What was it, like a miss?
Well, here's the thing. I've tried to find them. I've tried to find it with stuffed. Can't find it anywhere. I guarantee. Like, I used to be a fat butt, and I used to buy the box, and just get a gallon of milk, and I'd kill one of these boxes in one setting. A box of double stuffed Oreos, just in one sitting. Just sit down and watch some Supernatural, and kill a whole thing of Oreos.
Are you the only one that noticed this?
No, I found this on TikTok. Somebody else noticed it, and I was like, wait, what? No, I know it says double stuffed.
Wow.
They must have just recently changed the box. And this came out like 2 days after CERN did their thing.
So I guess they just wanted to have their own interesting title.
So do you guys, do you know who Publishers Clearinghouse is?
No.
So Publishers Clearinghouse, right, is this idea that there's this guy named Ed McMahon, and he would show up to people's doorsteps with money, with these big checks, right?
Yep.
And even the Golden Girls had episodes of it.
Ed McMahon, like, what is he, a relative of Vince McMahon, that WWE guy?
No.
Different guy? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so right here. Ed McMahon, what's with all this bullcrap?
I feel like you're going to tell us he's a djinn or something.
No.
All right.
Context. All right. Claim Ed McMahon was a spokesperson for Publishers Clearinghouse. There are people, even Golden Girls episodes, that talk about Ed McMahon showing up to their house to give them these checks. Context, there's no evidence that McMahon ever worked for Publishers Clearinghouse. He was, however, a spokesperson for American Family Publishers. In old television commercials for American Family Publishers, the word publishers appeared much smaller than American Family, perhaps because the company knew that so many American households had confused the two brands, believing that McMahon worked for the competition. But everybody understands Publishers Clearinghouse, and the Golden Girls used to have they literally had like episodes talking about it, but there's no evidence whatsoever that stated that he ever showed up to anybody's house.
So wait, what? I'm so confused. So what are you saying, Khalid? What, he's like a ghost?
That tons of people remember this man working for Publishers Clearinghouse, going to people's houses, giving them checks. It never happened.
So him doing that never actually happened.
Never happened.
Well, it did.
And it's literally on TV shows.
Is he alive? Like, is he a real person? Like,
I think he died recently. Yeah. Ed McMahon is a real person. He just never worked for that company and never did what everybody thinks that he did.
So when
everybody remembers these commercials about Publishers Clearinghouse with Ed McMahon showing up at people's doors with huge checks because they won something.
So if they asked him, "Did you do this?" and he'll be like, "No."
No, he never worked for him.
So the person on video,
it was on video, but nobody can find any videos of him actually doing it.
It's so strange.
Well, he did it, but on another Earth.
So what they're saying, this is a different.
There you go, Richard Madsen.
Oh God, you're doing the Richard Madsen
thing. No, that's what Richard Madsen says. For any contradiction that we find in the Bible, it's solved by multiple Earths. If you have multiple Earths, it's not a problem.
You know, I once had a thought.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, what if when we look up in these billions and trillions and all these zillions of stars, right? And galaxies within galaxies and all that. You know, there may be, you know, aliens on other and some of them, right? But on like many of these are other versions of us doing slightly different choices. And living different lives, like completely different lives in different dimensions. Not here.
I don't deny that there is, because Allah did create many different creations, and we're not the first, nor will we probably be the last. But I don't believe, if that's true, I don't believe they're in this plane of existence. If there is, then they would have to be in a different plane of existence than ours. And when I mean plane of existence, I mean everything. The heavens, everything. There would have to be something Allah did not mention to us, and only He knows Himself.
Yeah.
So as for us contacting or reaching them, I extremely highly doubt that will ever happen.
Not reaching, but the whole thing with what's going on with like realities mixing together. Like for example, don't you think in one of these billions of galaxies, there's one where it has like a slightly the same universe, but with just this a reality that has stuff and one that has stuff.
No,
And
like I said,
like
in the heavens, which would include that billions of galaxies, the heavens themselves, it would just be us and the jinn. I don't believe there's any sentient beings like us or anything near us in this creation that Allah described to us. Everything I'm talking about. Now, in regards to what, not on earth. I'm talking not just on earth. I'm talking about the seven heavens, bro. Like I'm talking about the whole creation as we know it that Allah gave us the knowledge about. I sincerely, highly doubt there are any other sentient beings. If it is, it would be on another plane and another plane of existence that Allah created. If there is, so it would be totally separate from this creation as we know it. It would be on a different existence.
I get you. Yeah. So
Different
you
creation.
have this universe, right? You have this universe, and this universe contains the seven
No.
heavens.
Not. I think universe. Well, that's not even correct. I don't even know about if that's correct because maybe this universe is just the first heaven.
I know, but like, let me take you down my train of thought, right?
Yeah.
You have.
I'm trying to help
the Earth
you. So
is the first. Yeah, the Earth is the first heaven, right? And you keep going up, and up, and in different states until you reach the seventh, and until you
yes.
reach like that's it. That's the end, and it's the same way for these small little dimension stars up there. They have their own little seven heaven, but it's like in a different existence, not the same one we have. You know what I mean?
So they
It's
wouldn't
hard
be
to imagine.
they wouldn't be contained in the seven heavens, is what you're saying. They would be in a different
not
plane
an
of
hour,
existence.
not an hour. They would have their own.
Who remembers the Monopoly
It's
man having a
possible, I mean,
monocle?
only Allah knows, man. Huh?
Not me.
I remember this a little bit, yeah.
The Monopoly man had a monocle, bro.
They probably changed it though, Khalid. Probably edited it over time.
Well, no, but here's the thing: with all these things, nobody can find any actual pictures that aren't pre-made, that aren't like photoshopped.
I don't know. I do remember the one on the left.
Yeah, but that's what everybody thinks it is, but it's always been on the right.
I don't know. That's a little bit stretching for me.
Well, go do some research. Go find anything with Fruit of the Loom that had the basket in the back.
Yep, I will do that.
Cheez-Its.
There's a lot of these for people to just be tripping out. No.
Yeah. I think there's my opinion. Like I'm very skeptical about things like this conspiracy stuff. In my opinion, there's always an explanation. It's just that we just don't see it most of the time.
Yeah, who remembers C-3PO having a silver leg?
What, he always had a silver leg?
Yeah.
I don't remember him having a silver leg.
Yeah.
Only once when he was like he got taken apart and they were putting him back together, and then
go watch Star Wars. He's got a silver leg
through every single scene.
Yep.
But I don't know how. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something because I would say they edited they did edit the newer movies.
Edit everything in the world.
Yo, people got VHS of those movies. Come on.
I'm challenging that CP3O, bro. I'm gonna Google myself right now.
Yeah, no. They edited like there's newer versions of that movie that are not on video, but the video ones might be different than the ones they recently edited because I think they put in like new dubs and new visual effects and these things. They do these things with movies.
No. I mean, look, I've got.
You could go back.
Look, it's late, so maybe I'm talking crap, but
you just gotta expand your mind, bro.
Yeah, for me, these conspiracy things is kind of.
Yo, look at this. Luke, I am your father. The exchange is as ironic as the Star Wars movies themselves. However, it's another line that was never said. He actually says, "No, I am your father," is the actual line.
I think I remember him saying that. We're gonna need a bigger boat, is what is said by Roy. We're gonna need a bigger boat. Interesting.
Life is like a box of chocolates. is not what Forrest Gump actually said. If you listen closely, he says life was like a box of chocolates.
You know, Khalid, I think the
Nah.
next, what you're gonna start showing is you're gonna show those videos of time travel videos where people have like iPhones and like a Mike Tyson boxing match.
Yeah,
Those
bro.
Yeah, bro. I mean, those are strange, but I always say there's something
Mirror,
off.
mirror on the wall. They never said that. It said magic mirror on the wall. But if you watch Shrek, he says mirror, mirror on the wall.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, Tom Cruise's sunglasses, right? Risky Business. He had sunglasses on in this scene. Now, if you watch it again, he's not wearing any sunglasses. Run, you fools. You can clearly hear him saying, fly, you fools. Hello, Clarice. In what is it? Silence of the Lambs. He never says it. He never says hello, Clarice. He says good morning. Yeah, like there's tons of them. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, right? Especially after seeing 2019 Tom Hanks film. But even the movie makers got it wrong. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. Lucy, you have some splaining to do? Nope, never said it. Explain that if you can.
No, that's BS, bro. That's BS, bro. I've literally remember watching this in like the 4th grade, bro. And she said, Lucy, you have some splaining to do. Everyone knows that.
Yep. Well.
So now explain that if you can.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm gonna call BS, Khalil. I really feel like it's just a little too stretchy for me.
Well, hold on. Before you call BS, you're saying it does say, Lucy, you have some splaining to do?
That's what I remember.
Go find me anywhere in I Love Lucy to where it says that.
Okay, will do. That's my homework.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's just this thing. I think people sometimes they look for things, and maybe it's I don't know. I have to
I
find.
mean, you think everyone is just making shit up, bro?
No, but it's just like conspiracy man is.
Bro, you
Sometimes
can't just call everything a conspiracy. You just gotta like think about certain things.
I gotta accept it, right?
You know when
That's what you're gonna say.
no. You know when the word conspiracy was made up?
Yeah.
When?
Whatever you call it, bro. You can call it conspiracy. Whoa.
No, when people started using that term, you know who it was used on?
Hey, one second.
What in the heck? I thought I was actually going to say it.
That's the third world.
Lucy, you got some splaining?
See, that's a voiceover.
So I've watched I Love Lucy all my life. I'm in my 30s now. I've been watching since I was
He's probably explaining why he can't find it as
everybody
well.
else, my family I've asked people out in public, and everybody remembers Ricky saying, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Well, Ricardo never said, Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
Let's see if that's true or not.
Have you seen the film Waltz with Bashir?
It's just people explaining that she never. Well, lie, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to find, like, come on, there's got to be someone on here.
Yeah, it's just people explaining that she never said that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if people were going to try and, gosh, if people were going to prove this wrong, then you would expect to see the actual video of them actually saying that. Because
That's a good point.
it's one cool thing to have a Mandela effect, but you're a real badass if you debunk somebody's view. Why am I not seeing any debunking going on? No, I can't watch all that.
Here's the question. So I would question how they got these clips. Do they have actual videotapes that are old, or that are
No.
missing?
Do you know what a Mandela effect is, bro?
Yeah, I'm aware of a Mandela effect, but I'm saying these clips themselves. If you pay attention, the clips themselves that they have, are they originals, like videotape, or where no one can go back and edit them or kind of delete the statements themselves? Do you understand what I'm saying? So the actual
I get
clips.
what you're saying.
Like if they show me a clip that like this is my videotape, it's like from 19 whatever 7 whatever, and she doesn't say it at all. Like when we remember her saying it, she never ever. Then I'll be like, okay, that's messed up, bro. Like, but if it's a YouTube clip of 5 years ago posted, then I'm like, is this just a re-edited remake or what do you call it? Re-release or something? Then I'm just like, I don't know.
A rerun?
Yeah, a rerun or something. Then they could edit.
A rerun just means that you're running the same. Like, what's the purpose in them going in there and saying, you know what? We're not going to say, Lucy, you have some explaining to do. We're going to say, explain this, Lucy.
That's a good point, but I would still be skeptical. I was still skeptical. I would be very skeptical.
I know. Islam Pill, what do you think?
My concern would probably be with the pliability of memory. If you've seen the film A Waltz with Bashir, they bring up something, I don't know how legitimate it is, but they call it a well-known experiment in psychology where they take some people and they give them 10 photographs. 9 of the photographs are real photographs from their childhood. The 10th has been doctored, and they are basically photoshopped into a scenario where they're with their parents at a carnival. They've got like a balloon, and they distinctly remember this memory, even though it's completely fabricated. It's just a Photoshop. And so it could be that maybe some other pop cultural references have stuck out in our memory, and
that's a good point.
Overwritten.
So you think basically we watched those scenes and they never actually said that, but then maybe some other thing that we watched related to that might have had that, and then we associated that image with the actual original work. Basically, I get it. That's a good point. That's actually a very good point.
So what? Like we watch Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls, and we see the guy with the monocle in his eye and the crazy mustache, and Ace Ventura says, "It's the Monopoly guy," and then we automatically remember and think that the actual Monopoly guy in the game had a monocle when he really
some of us maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually remember some reference on some show saying, "Lucy, you got some splaining." I remember that, and that maybe it's possible we associated that with actually Lucy on the show. It is possible.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Khalil's like, man, no, I want to believe it's a third world, bro. It's a different world.
No, I'm just right now, like all this Mandela effect. I'm just sitting here like, well,
what about
it
the guy and the money?
legitimizes Quran.
Hold on.
4:157.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
What about the money thing? They would have to explain that.
What money thing?
The guy showing up with the checks.
Oh, Publishers Clearinghouse?
Yeah. How would they explain it? How would
I
explain it?
I mean, if there's like that one's still creepy to me. That's maybe the most creepiest one. But if there was a video of the thing that would really make it like, okay, now we're really in trouble. Like if they asked him literally, dude, is this you in the video? And he's like, no, bro. Like literally, he has good memory.
See,
that would be like.
Well, guess what? Guess what? Abdallah.
Yeah.
You know the Sphinx in Egypt?
Yeah, the Sphinx, yeah.
Never had a nose.
That's not the nose is still the same, right? There's no nose. It's not even about that. I told you.
Oh, the eyes are open.
Yeah, yep. So you do know that so when you remember the Sphinx, it's a a lined body and a face and the eyes are open, correct?
I think so. I didn't pay attention to the eyes.
I mean, you know, it's the most visited place on Earth. You know,
I
the
never visited
Sphinx
this.
and the pyramids.
Yeah.
People take pictures with them regularly.
Islam yeah. I'm skeptical, bro. Just bear with me. Like I'm not
All right.
I'm not a conspiracy guy.
I
Go
mean, I
ahead.
remember them myself. Everyone will tell you, yep, you know, the Sphinx eyes are. Or you ask anyone, they will tell you, yeah, the Sphinx, it has open eyes. But then you look now, and the eyes are closed.
There's actually like prophecies that are made in some cultures about the Sphinx eyes.
In the scripture, yeah. Like Egyptologists have pointed this out.
So they look now and the eyes are closed. Is it clearly
Yeah.
like the eyes were closed, or is it like erosion?
You could pull up a picture, Khalil.
So like a before and after picture?
Yeah. And dude, you ask anyone, they will tell you yes, the Sphinx eyes are open. No one ever would think they're closed, right? I'm Egyptian myself.
Yeah.
Like that was obvious. If something's eyes are open or closed, come on, it's like asking, hey, is the Statue of Liberty's eyes are open or closed? Like people visit that every day and they know how the Statue of Liberty looks like, you know?
Well, as a Muslim, I would say it's the same thing when the Jews heard the cow moaning in the time
Moaning.
of Musa. Yeah, do you know when they heard the sound coming from the cow, the golden calf? Yeah, this is from the jinn. To deceive them, thinking the calf was alive. You heard of that, right?
Yeah.
You know about the story, right? Yeah.
I mean, oh yeah, I get what you're talking about. But you can't just say, oh, it's fake or people are tripping. We have to actually say, like, okay, some trippy supernatural stuff is going on. You can't just, throw it under your back and just be like, people are tripping. You could say jinn, you could say this, you could say that. You just can't say, oh, people's memories are weak. Yeah, I just don't think so.
No, I didn't say that. I said if the guy himself who had a good memory said that was never me, then that would be a big issue. But this one, yeah, you have a point here. I would say erosion, but then again, it's like the way the eyes are. Yeah, but the way the eyes are, it's like indented.
Yeah,
like
you need some
so for that
hard
to
work.
be erosion, it doesn't add up. It would be the opposite way if that was the case.
Like how can you like if you say people rebuilt the Sphinx eyes and made it look closed, how long is that gonna take? And how did not anyone report that happening? People just woke up one day and boom.
This is the same
eyes.
Sphinx. This is the same Sphinx though. But look at the difference.
There's only one Sphinx, bro.
Yeah, but this is the weird part because you can see the erosion to the right. Like you can see the indentation marks on the left, and the Sphinx's what do you call it? The hat it's wearing. I don't know what the name is.
Yeah.
And on the right, you see there's erosion. You see the difference? Mm-hmm. It's a slight differences, but you can see it's just different. But even the way it's positioned, I don't know, man. That is a big question mark. Even the shape of it, like maybe it's the angle, but like the head on the left is more wide, I guess maybe you say, and then the right one is more small. Like look at the head difference.
Maybe it's just the angle and the zooming of the picture. Yeah. I think it's just the eyes being closed and open is the thing about it.
Yeah, but the eyes being closed and open.
The size of the Sphinx, like people could have commented on that, but it's just the eyes. All of a sudden, it's open.
Yeah, but look on the left picture, the cheekbones have indents on them.
Check this out though. Check this out.
On the right, look at the right one. There are no indents.
Yeah, but look at the sides, those flaps. You see that it's all gridded on the left photo. There's lines, loads of lines on those side flaps. I don't know what they're called.
That's what I was saying. But look at the cheekbones.
Yeah. Well, it's in the shade though. It's in the shade, so you just couldn't see the gradient in it because it's in the shade in the right.
But look at the cheekbones, guys. Look at the left one. His cheekbones have lines, horizontal lines, right, on both cheeks, right, on the left. Now look at the right. You see those same lines?
Do we have another picture of the Sphinx, an up-to-date one?
Yeah, it just seems a little bit strange, but it's a little. It doesn't look. I'm not gonna say there's two Sphinx. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. But it just doesn't seem like the same Sphinx for some
Well,
reason.
obviously, it's a Sphinx from a different reality. That's the answer.
So basically, you gotta give some leeway, bro. You can't just take the bait, bro. You be a little
All
bit
right,
more
bro.
skeptical.
Give me a better explanation. Like, you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is the evidence fishy or not? That's my point. That's what I always harken back to.
I mean, you have
If
people
I give
visiting.
you like it's like if I give you two pictures and I'm like, look at this, bro, and they look different. It's crazy, right? And then you find out I just bullshitted the evidence I gave you.
I mean, sure, bro. This could have been debunked for like this has
Yeah,
been out
but
for
that's
a
what I'm
couple
saying.
weeks. Hold on. This been
This is
out
the
for a couple
rabbit hole
weeks.
of
You know,
conspiracy theories. We look for things like this, and then we start questioning. Oh my god, like it's a little bit. Look at it. Look at the pictures. It's just some things is different about both of those pictures. It's almost like there's two different sphinxes. And my point is, you're saying, oh, that means they're different.
All right, so people in Egypt are
that
tripping?
just tells me that you're biased towards it has to be.
So I'm not looking at my phone right now, but so I just don't understand how you still explain the eyes being closed and open. You think it's Photoshop, and people are just tripping?
But in this day and age, bro, you can Photoshop anything. You don't believe
But
me?
what about the people that are visiting the place and witnessing the eyes being closed?
I would have to witness it myself. Taking their
Okay.
testimony, I don't trust their testimony unless they're trustworthy.
You don't think the testimony of people in Egypt right now?
I would have to see you first of all. That's your claim. I haven't talked to anybody.
All right, cool. I got you. Sure.
Yeah, Abdullah sounding like an atheist right now.
Yeah.
I have family. I have family in Egypt too, by the way. So I never heard this from them.
Really?
Yeah. Athanasius, what's up, man?
Oh, hey, I just thought I'd drop in.
Yeah, welcome.
Thanks.
Guys, this is Athanasius. I spoke with him. If you guys missed the stream yesterday, I spoke with him. Concerning Trinity, incarnation, time.
Yep.
Divine simplicity.
Yeah.
Sense.
Yeah. What you want to talk about today?
I don't know. I just dropped in. I just thought I'd say, I'd say hi.
Oh, okay. Well, what's up? What's up?
No,
Sorry, did he say you're a polytheist?
No.
Oh, you didn't.
What's that?
Oh, did I say that Kelly?
He called me a polytheist.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I did.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's fine. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yep. But no, I'm just chilling.
We were just looking at Mandela effects.
Yeah.
What are your views on that?
I think it's a bunch of made up stuff.
Hell yeah, let's go.
I don't think it's real.
How do you remember Fruit Loops spelled?
I don't remember.
Yeah, take that, Khalil.
How do you spell? How do you remember Flintstones being spelled?
You're starting to scare me, Athanasius. Because
FLINT, and then stones. But I could be wrong.
Okay. Well, he remembers it the way that it is today.
Me?
I remember it FLINSTONES, not Flintstones.
Yeah, Flintstones.
That's because. Have you considered that maybe you're remembering things wrong?
There's just a lot of hand waving that I have to do. A lot of things that I'm remembering wrong.
Yeah, we do that.
And that many human beings remember it the exact same way, and it's not that way at all.
But lots of people kind of shortcut when they're thinking about things. Like,
that's true.
You watch everybody's like, oh my gosh, the Mandela effect is proven by the Star Wars scene. Oh my goodness. Everybody remembered it wrong. It's because
Luke, I am your father.
Yeah, that's because it's easy because we know who Darth Vader is addressing, so we think he's talking to we think he's talking to Luke. So it's like, Luke, I am your father makes sense because he was talking to Luke. He might as well have been saying Luke, I am your father. So I think taking that and then saying it's not precisely the way I remembered it, therefore the Mandela effect is real. Everybody else, everything, the world must be wrong, not me. A bunch of made up stuff.
Man, it's sad it took a non-Muslim to explain that to my Muslim brothers. Wallah.
Well, no. See, I'm glad that he did, because now we can think, man, what could have been forgotten or thought that somebody actually said something when the New Testament was written, 50 to 70 years after Jesus died?
Yeah, crazy.
The Holy Spirit, man. The Holy Spirit.
And then imagine all of the things that would have been forgotten when people started disregarding the church fathers and then wrote their own made-up book.
Yeah.
Kind of weird. Didn't preserve when they didn't preserve the holy tradition from the first century.
Oh man.
See, I can gaslight too.
Yeah, I'm not gaslighting.
That is what you know what I was doing. Yeah. No, but yeah. No, I don't think the Mandela effect is real. I mean, I think it's real in people's minds, right? I think
So you're kind of anti-conspiracy like me a little bit.
No, I think there's conspiracies.
No, I do as well. I don't disclaim that, but I mean the general ones where the YouTube rabbit hole goes down there.
I would say that I'm definitely a conspiracy theorist. I'm also skeptical.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like the moon landing thing for me definitely is a weird one. That's one of those.
That's your biggest conspiracy, bro. There's a lot.
Oh my gosh.
No,
the moon. Man.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
What about COVID? What about
I think
there's a lot of bigger things.
Pizzagate, bro.
It's not that hard to figure out what was going on with COVID. So
chill. Islam knows exactly what I'm talking about.
So COVID. So with COVID,
hold on.
It's obviously.
Here's the thing. You're right. It should be really common sense to figure out how it's all a hoax. But the sad thing is, people are falling for it in a way that you would assume people are smart enough to not to, which is crazy.
What with COVID?
Yeah, and like the vaccine.
Okay.
Dude,
So
I know a dude who lost his smell, and until now he doesn't have his full smell back.
Okay, so listen, COVID is obviously a real thing.
I'm not denying that.
But then we know. But then people, a correct accusation is that governments use it as an excuse to expand more surveillance power, and I think that's accurate. That's not that.
As well.
It's not that. That's not a complicated conspiracy theory.
I think the danger is lumping kind of common sense with conspiracy. Like we know governments do that. It's an open secret.
Yeah.
They admit it in the history books, like false flags, all this thing. It's been happening, and they admit it in their schools. So that's not something I can call conspiracy. The moon landing thing is even another one, which is like, yeah, it's conspiracy, but it's not really, because it's not far-fetched to know how our countries run.
Yo, Khalil.
And to know.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What would you say, Ahmed?
I'm gonna.
Okay.
You have your phone with you, right? You could show like a video on your phone, right?
I can, yeah.
Right. So I'm gonna send you a TikTok real quick, and I want you to put it up on the screen if you can.
What's it called? I could just look it up on here.
Let me find it. I have to leave to even view it. All right, let me come back.
Okay, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Walaikum
barakatuh.
assalam wa rahmatullah.
Yeah, concerning, I just wanted to point out that one, and then I have a question to Indonesia. If I've mentioned, yeah, correct. Concerning, for me, it wasn't a pandemic, wasn't a very fast stretch, because I already had a background of seerah of Sahaba when the pandemic happened in Ta'un in after a lot of Sahaba who were affected with it is part of Syria, I think, or part of Sham, and they remember hadith of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam told them if there's a Ta'un, if there's a pandemic, nobody should come out of the town, and nobody should go in. That was amazing. Subhanallah, I just affirm the teaching of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and many issues which become relevant and in the future. Second, I wanted to forgive me. He was extremely nice at Tunisia, but when we went to private, I agree with him. With the group of people we had were a little bit rude, and we couldn't have been going well. But you asked a series of questions, and I just wanted to ask you what was the goal, because you asked me about at the end about Jannah, and we enter concerning Jannah. Do you remember the series of questions? And I think brothers will be extremely excited hearing your questions, and let's see what they answer.
Wait, questions about what? I'm sorry. I lost.
Yeah. You asked me, did the sin enter the world? Remember about, and I say I disputed you using Christian theological languages and entering. And then, and you
I
asked.
don't know. I already I don't know. I already asked all the questions I wanted to ask about that.
Oh no! And you ask about, and then brother asked you about the purpose of what is the main purpose of creation.
Yeah, they said I asked why they believe we're being tested, and they said they don't know. And I was
among them. I was among them.
I remember.
Yeah, and we said, and then you said pleasure about paradise, and I said to you,
well, they prioritized pleasure. That's what they said.
Yeah, pleasure. And I said, do you know the biggest pleasure in Jannah? And then
I know. I understand that. I understand that.
What did I answer?
I mean, do I have to repeat it? It's the glory of beholding the face of God, right? So anyway, I just was surprised to hear them say that the main thing about heaven is the pleasure, that's what's the priority. I was surprised to hear that.
Yeah, it's a land of pleasure, because we came from test, and it's where we as creators, sentient animals, we experience pain and we experience pleasure.
No, I understand, but what the reason why it surprised me is because I understand that in the kingdom of God there will be, of course, amazing pleasure, amazing joy, but the way it's the tone and the way in which they were prioritizing pleasure kind of took me off guard. I don't know. It was just kind of the tone in which they said it. It wasn't anything they said in particular. It was more just the tone in which they were talking made me think that maybe they care more about the pleasure of things than maybe some more important things.
And we had like what? Important things like what?
Okay.
Like truth.
Well, we know the truth. It's Islam.
Yeah. So it seemed, but the way they were talking made me think that they prioritize pleasure above truth or goodness. I didn't like that. But that's just me.
So according to Christianity, what are you going to do in paradise?
For the sake of goodness itself. which is God.
Good is obeying God's commands.
Yeah.
Why would you obey something there? You are there to enjoy. We
I
obey here.
I enjoy to obey God.
Is it in the Bible, or are you just making stuff up?
So there's because in this life you have everyone is motivated by reward and punishment, right?
Yeah.
The more reward
No.
you get, the more happy you are, the more
No.
consequence and punishment, the more
No,
even
that's
if you deserve it or not,
no,
right?
no, that's you.
That's how you're driven.
Nope.
Athanasius, can you bring the Bible to the table, please?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Proof from the Bible. Just speaking
That's
from your
such
own
a
mind.
vague way of.
He came to the table today. We just want to chill. He didn't. As he entered, he said, "I'm just here to chill." So let's move it from there, because we want it to be fruitful at the same time. We don't want to let him.
Yeah. Okay. So the Apostle Paul, the Apostle Paul talks about this kind of thing. The Apostle Paul made it very clear that he preferred goodness to anything else. He did not care about his own self-pleasure. So in the letter, in one of the letters, I forget which letter, but he writes. Let me see if I can find it. I would. For my brother and Paul. I'll just try to get, because Elias is like demanding a verse every time. So I'm not going to. I'll tell you what. I'm not going to provide a chapter and verse for every single thing I say, because I don't feel like it. But I will say that I will find it for this. So the Apostle Paul said,
we're not gonna hold your feet in the fire, because you entered and you said you're coming to chill, and we just wanted to get reference. We wanted to understand, because what can I?
So in Romans chapter,
me and you, we talked, and then he said, "Give me a minute, and then you can come back on it." Me and you agreed that being present in the presence of God is the ultimate pleasure. And
right. Well, that's why I enjoy obeying God.
And then concerning us, you say just now, concerning us being in earth, worshiping is a pleasure. To us, it is. There's some Salaf brothers can correct me, who said whoever doesn't find Jannah on this earth, he will never find it in Akhirah, meaning hereafter. If you don't find paradise in this earth, you will never find it in Akhirah. And they say, what's the pleasure? What is that Jannah? He say, I think maybe worshiping God, waking up at night and worshiping God in the darkest of coldest night, and being presence of God at this life. So we hold that to be true,
right.
And to us, worshiping. There's one of the Salaf who was locked up, and he said, "You can do." He was locked up in prison, and then he said, "You can take away from me all the world, but you can never take away what's between my chest, which is worshiping of God and being in presence of God." And that we hold dear. So that shows a shortcoming on our understanding of our faith. I just wanted to point it out to you.
I want to mention something real quick, by the way.
I was going to answer Elias's question. He asked for a Bible verse. So he asked for a Bible verse, basically saying, asking where is it in the Bible that I should care about obeying God for the sake of goodness and not care so much about pleasure. The Apostle Paul says in his letter to the Romans, that's chapter 9, verse 3, he says, for my people, my brothers and sisters, I would be willing to be forever cursed, cut off from Christ, that if that would save them. So he is saying in this verse that for the sake of goodness, for the sake of truth, he would be willing not just willing, he would gladly suffer eternal torment and be cut off from God if it would save his brothers. That is what he is saying. He's saying he would prefer, he would be, if that's what it took to help save his brothers from hell to bring them to God, he himself would be willing to suffer the eternal pain of hell so that his brothers could be saved. When I'm talking, so when I take that example and I say that obedience to God and acting for the sake of goodness and truth above all other things, even if I suffer, even if I have to sacrifice my well-being, I will offer that for the sake of the conversion of souls. I would rather suffer than to see any other person suffer in hell. I'd rather suffer so that other people will be lifted up. That's called being humble, not for the sake of myself and not out of self-hatred either, but for love of what is good. What is good is to help other people. And so the now obviously what the Apostle Paul is saying here is impossible. It's impossible that he could put himself in hell to save other people. But the willingness is there. And the willingness of a Christian, a good Christian, or of anyone who follows God should be not about pleasure, not about wishing for pleasure, although in heaven there is unimaginable pleasure, of course. But that's not what we're supposed to aspire to. What we're supposed to aspire to is absolute obedience to the good, absolute craving of the truth, because God is the truth. God is the good. And they are not different things. They are one thing, because God is one. That's my... Yeah.
Can I respond, because I understand completely what he's saying?
Sure.
So what you're saying is the motive for what you do shouldn't be pleasure, right?
Yes, it should not be. It should be for the good itself, for God, and for just for the sake of truth, not for pleasure. And so when I was talking to, our Muslim friends the other day,
I got you. Yeah, they were talking about how they're gonna get all this in heaven.
Well, they were talking about how they preferred pleasure, and I said, when I said, wait, that's not the most important thing, I said they laughed at me, basically.
I was in the room, and I've told you, and I've repeated it now, that not only do we aim to be good in this earth. Look at the 5 principles of Islam. There's which are for personals, and there's which for societal benefits. One of them is charity, which is sadaqah and zakah, which is self-sacrifice. I bet you have never come to a religion that has sacrificed for the benefit of other, not only Muslim, for non-Muslims, than Islam. Islam has. We have records and records of people who have not only sacrificed themselves for the benefit for this world, not for hereafter, for this world.
Brother, one second. I just want to continue.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so like he said, he was talking about, how we have the charity, we have this, we have all these things that we have to do in order to contribute in society, better society, and better ourselves, right? And these things are not optional. These things are obligatory. So you have to better yourself. You have to be more spiritual, be good to others. And here's the thing, right? God knows exactly the psychology of a human. He knows how we are driven, right? God could do anything he wants. He could create whatever. And we believe, if we go a little back, we were in a state of contentness, right? We didn't need anything. right? But then God showed us this even better place that we could achieve, right? Which is heaven, and what's inside heaven, which is what was way better than what we had. And then he was like, okay, in order for you to achieve that, you have to go to this you have to go through this test to truly attain this place of higher happiness, higher pleasure, because this is what we're driven by: happiness, pleasure, joy.
No.
In this life, hold on, in
That's
this
what you
life,
say.
hold on, in this life, pleasure and joy, you get it from like temporary things, and like, you know, things that, you know, would be sinful, right, and have bad effects. Sometimes, not all things, right? But either way, we want to be happy, and we like pleasure, right? Of course, we get spiritual pleasure from worshiping God and being good, of course. But when God tells us, hey, if you do this, he's pretty much giving us the worst possible scenario to be in if you don't do these extremely good things, and he's also giving us the best possible scenario to come out of if you do these good things. So you are motivated because you're going to achieve this. You're motivated because you don't want to attain that, because when there's laws in society, right, you are motivated because you don't want to. Because here's the thing, right? I gave this example to Shah a couple days ago. There is the drinking and driving law, right? You can't drink and drive. There are people who will not drink and drive because they don't want to hit people. They don't want to be a dangerous society. And then there are others who don't want to drink and drive because they don't want to get fined. They don't want to get put in jail and all of that. Both motives fulfill the purpose. And that's the point. God wants the contribution of goodness to earth. He just wants you to avoid sin. He wants you to believe in him, avoid bad, and do as good as possible. Your motive doesn't matter as long as you're striving to do good and you're avoiding bad. That's what the test is for. But you're like, oh, you know, you have to do it for God. Sure, but we're fallible human beings. We have other desires. We have other motives. You know, for us to simply want to avoid sin just because you don't want to go to hell, or we want to do good because we want good in the afterlife and we want this good place in the afterlife, that's not a bad motive. You can't say, oh, that's not that's a wrong motive to have. No, it's not, because the only reason these exist and God mentions these things in the Quran is to motivate us to want to work for this goal, which is paradise, to show us how good it is and how much pleasure we can attain, because this is how we're driven. So I think you're wrong if you tell me
you should not be motivated by selfish pleasures. That is not a virtue. You should be
I mean, on earth,
like the greatest pleasure on earth is to suffer.
Heaven is not selfish.
No. The greatest pleasure on earth is other than receiving the Blessed Eucharist, is to suffer for the sake of the good.
Can I answer on that? The last sentence, can I answer on that? Concerning there's a hadith says the hand which gives is better than hand which receives. And imagine sadaqah, that's giving charity. The hands which gives is better. You are sacrificing your wealth, and there's a hand which is receives is less than the hand which gives. There's so many references concerning goodness, and to us being good in this world, we are just taught it by being rewarded in Akhirah. We are sentient, we are created sentient, and we will always be sentient. And Sahaba of Rasulullah sacrificed a lot on that section. So it is not. It's not it's refused. One of the religion tenets we refuse is what we call being in a sanctuary. What do you call it? The people who just stay and just worship God and just stay in one place. Monks. It's forbidden to us to do that. And we were not told by Rasulullah they're bad. They said Muslims shouldn't do that. But they were praiseworthy. Rasulullah said, "Don't. If you see where monks reside, you shouldn't even enter. You should leave them alone because they're there praising God and worshiping God. But you come, it shows you a less understanding of Islam, and I think we explain it. It's not only good for us. And what's the point of view of Christianity concerning hell and heaven? I just want to know. And you answered, I remember, and I gave you an optional answer, and you accepted it.
In a certain sense.
Yeah.
In a sense.
In a certain sense, we could say.
Continue.
This is a bit speculative, but I think there's truth to it, and I will research more later so that I can come back and give you more doctrinal evidence on why we believe this. But I have one of the things that I understand is that heaven and hell, in a sense, are the same place. Why? Because the glory, what is hell to an evil person? An evil person has rejected life and has rejected truth. And so it is like, and we see that demons, when they see the truth, they recoil away from it. Truth and love and beauty are so repugnant, are so repulsive to evil people, to demons, that any hint of the good, any hint of the truth burns them. It burns them because they hate the truth. They hate goodness. A good person who has been regenerated by the grace of God does not fear the good, does not fear the truth, and does not have attachment to sin, does not have attachment to carnal thinking. They are enlightened to the way of the good and to the way of God. And so all of the good, because we see that even the name of God, demons cannot bear to hear it. Even the name of God, evil, and atheists are often the same way. Even the name of God, atheists don't like to hear the name of God because they hate the good. They hate the truth. As they continue to degenerate and they reach hell, that is, they have rejected life. They have rejected God, and God is life. They have rejected all life. They have rejected all truth. They are not just allergic to the good, but the goodness burns them. That is hell. Rejection of God, and yet the glory of God remains. It cannot be denied, even by those evil people who would wish to deny it. That is hell. Separation from God by rejecting his life. The kingdom of God.
Oh yeah.
The kingdom of God is being completely detached from evil, being completely detached from sin. There is incredible pleasure in heaven, yes, and what Elias said about there not being different rewards in the kingdom of God is not true. There are great rewards in the kingdom of God. There is even a saying by a famous saint where he says, I forget his name, but he says there are many saints that people do not even know about, and they are greater than I am. So yes, it is possible to achieve greater righteousness in heaven. In what sense, I do not know, because I do not know about the kingdom of God. I haven't seen it. But this idea that you have, that we are motivated by pleasure, and that we were motivated by punishment and reward and pleasure, and speak for yourself. Speak.
Do you like doing good?
No.
Do you like doing good?
No. Speak. No. You speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. I don't do good so that I can be experience pleasure.
Wait,
don't-
Athanasius, wait.
We-
Do
no
you
one
like
said- no,
doing
hold on,
good?
hold on.
Wait, Ahmed, wait. Do you like doing good, Athanasius?
I like doing good for the sake of goodness, and
That's
I will.
it. That's it.
No,
You're
no,
motivated
well,
by reward.
let me tell you this: I don't get a lot of pleasure from it.
Oh, you don't?
No.
But you get some pleasure, right? Some pleasure.
The pleasure I get is in loving the good.
Okay, you love
That-
it.
that's
This
it.
is reward.
That's
this is your reward.
Exactly.
You're motivated by reward.
Yes. That's the reward. That's the reward. But
So
every
again, you
have
motivated
you ever
by
have
the
you ever
reward. I
heard
was
the
right.
saying? Have you ever heard the saying? No good deed goes unpunished. I get punished for every good that I do.
No, you don't.
And the
because
question, and
will
the
get more in
no.
paradise.
That is the challenge. That is the challenge of every good person. Every person who seeks the good.
We live in that too, by the way.
No.
There's a piece- wait.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen, I'm telling you something. I'm giving you a personal testimony. Every time I do good, I'm punished for it.
Same in Islam. Same in Islam.
Because that is the same for every person who seeks the good, every person who seeks truth. They are every time they do good, they are punished for it. And this is the test. This is the test. In a sense, it is a test from God, but it's also a test from Satan, because he says if you start doing good things, if you start following truth and following goodness, Satan has a question for you. Are you doing good just because it benefits you? Are you doing the good just because it gives you pleasure? Well, let's see if you start doing good when we take away every bit of pleasure and make you suffer for
In
every bit of
paradise?
good that you
Yo,
do.
chill.
No, this is a serious topic. I'm not going to. No.
You are completely missing the point. You are completely missing the point.
No. I'm not missing the point. No, not in paradise. This is not in paradise. This is on earth. Let's
Can I
see.
talk, please? You
Guys, guys, please, I want to continue with him because I get what he's saying and I have a response for him.
let
the
me-
prophet himself, please.
Let's not we don't need a dog pile
Yeah,
or
please.
yell over each other.
I'm telling you that when you start doing good, and this is something that good Muslims should relate to as well. You start doing the good, you start following the truth. Satan has a question for you. His question for you is, are you doing the good just because you get pleasure from it, because it benefits you now? Let's take that away. Let's see if you do the good now. When there's no pleasure from it, there's no benefit, there's no reward. Let's see if you're doing good for the sake of goodness. If you're not, you'll stop doing good. But if you're doing good for the sake of goodness, because you not for the sake of pleasure, yes, and you will be rewarded with great pleasure in heaven. But if you're doing it for the sake of pleasure, you're going to fail real quick. You're going to fail.
Can I respond?
All right, sure. That's my rant. Yeah.
Cool. So, one of the top first people that will go to hell will be the three types of Muslims. It will be the ones who did good to show off to people that they're doing good, right? That we completely disagree with, and they will burn, right? If you're trying to do it to show off that you're a good person, right? We don't believe in that.
Yeah, that's carnally minded.
But we believe in living for the next life, not living for this one. What living for the next means is that every action you're doing, you are building a whole other life when you die for the afterlife, right? So having the mentality like, hey, I'm doing this because if I do this in heaven is gonna happen, and God promised me this in heaven, right? If you do it for the sake of, hey, I want to give charity because this child will have, he's gonna be fed, he's not gonna be hungry anymore. If you do it for that purpose, cool, bro, no problem. You're still gonna get your reward, and you're still gonna get your reward in heaven. You're still gonna get your good deeds. And if you do it with the mentality, hey, I'm gonna do charity because I want to attain the highest paradise, cool, bro. That's also an okay motive.
Yes, I agree.
Both of these motives, none of these are from Satan, and that's
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So
but
I don't understand your objection.
Well,
Both
my
motives are
objection
okay.
my objection
Hold on. And also one thing, the way the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, lived his life, he was the poor. He had so many chances to be so rich, but literally his wives would complain because of the poverty he would live in. He simply didn't care because he knew the how the afterlife would be, because this life meant nothing, and the love of God and the knowledge of the pleasure of the afterlife, both of these things, they don't separate. They are connected. You could have one or the other, and they would both fulfill the purpose. So I don't understand your objection.
My objection is when I was speaking to, and I'm not sure who of everyone was in that chat. I was speaking and I was asking them questions about how they viewed pleasure in heaven, and I asked them these questions, and they said, "Oh yeah, you can get drunk in heaven. You can have lots of sex, and you can't
get drunk
and you can do cocaine in heaven, but it's and it'll be more pleasurable."
Whoa! Sorry,
First
I was
of all,
in the chat there, and you asked those questions. You asked about cocaine. I asked about intoxication. So please don't say that they were talking about having cocaine in heaven. That is a misrepresentation.
Not a misrepresentation. Because I asked those questions. I asked, so you can do cocaine in heaven. You can have lots of.
We never answered that question. Nobody answered that. Then you started talking about.
No, they didn't. Someone did answer that question. They said yes, you can.
Can I just comment on something? Right?
No. Wait a second. They did answer that question. Someone. I'm not sure who it was.
1 second. Two people were in there, and I know the other guy didn't answer that one.
Okay, but someone said yes. Someone said yes. You can have cocaine in heaven, and you can, and it'll just be without any negative effects. The attitude of this I don't like, because I feel it is carnally minded. The types of pleasures that we will receive in the kingdom of God aren't going to be of this earth. They're not going to be carnal pleasures. They're going
How
to
do
be.
You know that?
So. The fact that you are attached to the idea of having carnal pleasures in heaven tells me that you're too attached to this world. I don't like it. It's very unappealing to me, because the way that reaching the kingdom of God is experiencing the fullness of the beatific vision, the good, not indulging ourselves on carnal pleasures that we didn't get to indulge ourselves on earth. That's not what it should be about. It's about experiencing the good in the truth in its fullness. Like, what is this?
And I told you,
I don't like that.
One second. The same purpose. It's the drunk driver example. Whether he does it because he doesn't want to go to jail, or he does it because he's gonna get $100 at the end of the month, or he does it because he simply doesn't want to hurt people. But all the motives fulfill the purpose. Simple. We are here for a purpose, and that is to do good on the earth and avoid bad. Simple.
It was the general attitude of and I again. I'm not because they are focused. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They were it's a focus.
Can we chill?
It's a focus on carnal pleasure.
We are here to chill. Euthanasia, we don't need to be up on our arms. He came in and he said he want to chill, and we gave you about 10 minutes. You ranted, and let's take it a notch lower, so we can at least just have a conversation. If you need us to be in that mode, we can. In any other stream, we will be in that mode.
Okay.
But I want us to benefit, and what you understand and what we understand as a Muslim. And concerning the pleasure, we talked about it and we explained. He said about Qamar, and the brother said it's not. He answered you drinking alcohol.
But by the way, not when I was having that conversation, not everybody was saying it that way, but there was like one or two guys, and I don't remember who their names.
Yeah,
they were saying that stuff.
No, they weren't. No, they absolutely were not. And you're being deceitful. Okay, so two
no, I'm
other
not.
parties were there.
No, I'm not.
And the other
They
guy
said those
didn't mention
things.
any of those conversations. So you're being disingenuous.
Well,
and
I'm not saying it represents Islam or anything. But those guys who
No, that didn't happen.
they were saying
that
it.
didn't
Yes,
happen.
it did.
It didn't happen.
It did happen.
The way you're saying it, and you're being
It did
dishonest.
happen. They said those things.
You're being dishonest.
So can we benefit what happened? What happened? We are here now. We can talk about it. I'm here. The other brother was here, but at least the other brother I asked him to lower the notch and let it not seem aggressive, and let's benefit. What the understanding of Catholicism in hereafter, and so before you started your rant, you said I don't know anything and I'll go back. That was extremely sweet, and I just wanted to interject, and then the other brothers picked it up. But it was really, it's pleasurable. It said there is a saying which is said, "Man yaqulu ma ya'lam faqad afta." Whoever say I don't understand, I don't know, he has given fatwa. He has given a verdict in Islamic theology. He has said that he has given a verdict.
Wait, could you repeat that? I didn't understand. I'm sorry.
Any brother can clarify it more. I'm not that eloquent.
Okay.
Brother.
No, like I said, I know that.
He said whoever say I don't know in Islamic theology, he has given a fatwa. Fatwa is a ruling of a scholar. When a scholar says, don't do this, do that, don't do this, do that, that's the correct way of doing it. It's called fatwa. It's a ruling.
Wait, hold on. How is saying I don't know giving a fatwa?
Fatwa is.
I understand what a fatwa is. But how is saying I don't know is just simply avoiding.
No. Fakad after. He said you have given a ruling. That doesn't mean it's not correct. It means that you have given a ruling, so the individual knows that he may go and ask a person who knows better.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's a ruling. So you've gotten the thawab, you've gotten the reward of you giving advice. Say I don't know. You let the individual search for more answers.
So pretty much he's saying, when you say I don't know, and you tell him to
it's respectable.
You get a
and it's something you get a reward for saying I don't know. And I think there's several hadith concerning when a person doesn't know anything.
Instead of just making stuff up about your religion. Saying I don't know
you don't know, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing if we don't know. So what we want you to bring is there's several things which we needed you to bring in the table. One of the polytheist of Ash'ira. Other ones is there's several things which we asked you to bring forth, and the other one just now is the Christianity and beliefs and hereafter. So what is the hell? And you can come in, you can pop in, and we can benefit from you, and you can understand Islam from our perspective. We're not only carnal pleasure. As I told you.
No, I don't think you are. I don't think that. No.
Look at the Sahaba. I always say in this stream, we always have to go to what Muhammad ﷺ was and Sahaba, how they lived, how well they were in this world, and the aspiration of hereafter. One of the most biggest sacrifice, I'll bring it to your attention, was Muhammad ﷺ praying at night, and his feet were swollen. Extremely swollen as standing in the night. And as a prophet, he said, this was obligatory for me to worship God the whole night. Other people, it was, he said, why other people, it's you get a reward for standing up at night and pray, but to him, it's an obligatory. God has, because he knows the truth. The truth has been shown in front of him. So he has to. So he said he was standing the whole night until his feet were swollen. The wife asked, why don't you? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has granted you his mercy, has granted you. He said, should I not be the one who's more grateful? By me standing the whole night, I'm being grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So sacrifice is entwined in the thread of Islam. So you have no idea how it's lack of you understanding Islam. And I'll just stop it at that. Thank you.
Okay.
We change the topic to completely different one. Okay, well, let's change it. Thanasius,
Yeah.
why do you reject Islam? Number one main point, come on.
It's made up.
The biggest one. Give me the biggest one then.
It's a bunch of nonsense. It's I don't. It denies some basic things about God. First of all.
No. Give me one thing. The biggest thing why you reject Islam. Don't machine gun. Biggest.
It does not have the Eucharist.
Why should it have a Eucharist?
That's the main thing for me.
But why should it?
No. You're right. Now I'm not. Now this isn't something that I can give a strong theological defense. But you were asking my personal opinion, right? So my personal not it's not a deep. Maybe it's not a deep defense in theology, but my real personal reason for not believing in Islam or thinking that it is something it's not worth my time. It does not have the Eucharist.
What? Do you even realize what you just said? It's coming to a Hindu. It's like Hindu coming and saying like, I reject Christianity because you guys don't worship a cow. This is what you basically said.
One second.
Okay. Well, you asked my reason.
But this is a stupid thing. I thought you have something.
Well, if you think my reason is stupid, fine. But I still gave my reason.
Well, we need to ask him the importance of the Eucharist in his view, because I mean,
please. What is the Eucharist and what is the importance?
I mean, I used to be Catholic, so I know his
Ritual
answer,
cannibalism. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So go ahead, explain it for us.
I've never experienced anything more beautiful than the Eucharist.
Yo, guys, don't laugh.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. But no, I'm sorry because I really don't mean to laugh.
We have a pleasure of him being here in the stream, so let's not try to belittle. Continue.
Let's ask this question. Let's ask this question before we automatically go there.
Yeah.
Athanasius, do you like some Catholics that I actually was part of the Catholic Church? Some Catholics do believe that it is literally the body and blood of Jesus. Do you agree?
Yes.
So you are eating flesh.
It's not a chemical change. You went to Did you go to catechesis class?
No, I didn't go to catechesis class. No, but
so you know it's not a chemical. So you should, but if you studied it all, you should know it's not a chemical change.
No, but what I can do is bring you Catholics that have literally taken prayed over Eucharist to a laboratory and claim that there were skin cells that were growing inside of the Eucharist.
Yeah, those are Eucharistic miracles, but generally speaking, we are generally speaking, those are extraordinary events. But what we're talking about is a change in the invisible substance. So we do not believe that there is a chemical change ordinarily, and so maybe I'm sorry, Khalil, you seem extremely educated on this. I would find it hard to believe that you don't actually know what the doctrine of transubstantiation is. Like I understand. Are you playing with me? That we don't say that you should know that we don't say that there's a chemical change.
No. I do understand that a lot of Catholics do, but I have met Catholics that literally
not a lot.
say not a lot. No, I never gave a number of how many Catholics. I just said that I have met some that do believe that every single time that the Eucharist is prayed over, it becomes literal flesh. It does go through a chemical change. I was asking you if you agreed with that small group.
That's not the doctrine, though.
I understand that. I never said it was the doctrine. I simply just asked you if you held to that same view.
No. I hold to the doctrine of transubstantiation.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We don't say that there is ordinarily a chemical change.
Sure. So going from there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I get that's the reason you have. Cool. Yeah, no problem. But that should not be the biggest reason at all. It shouldn't be something objective.
Why not?
You think it's
Well,
objective?
I mean, how could you? I mean, I just think we shouldn't tell him that it should not be, because then we would have to give justifications on why
I'll give
it
justification.
should
So
not
let me
be.
give you an example. A couple weeks ago, remember this guy that my friend that came on, and he just believes in like this whole oneness and like you can experience
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
meditation
Through psychedelics and stuff.
and that to him is truth. That to him is God. That to him is reality. When he gets to experiencing through meditation and stuff like that, and the way he interprets religion and all that, right? And
Wow.
he gets this amazing.
This is an incredible comparison to the Eucharist.
I mean, I would assume that you feel the same way. I don't know. It's a spiritual
No, I don't.
experience. That
It's not. No,
makes you
it's not.
go to-
It's not a drug. It's not LSD.
No, he's talking about the experience that's had that can be compared between the two. Whatever the means by gaining that experience is irrelevant, but the way he describes how it makes him feel when he has these experiences it seems similar to the way you described, like it's better than anything else. It's the greatest conceivable experience ever.
Not because it's not. Yeah, it's well.
We're not talking about a drug, by the way. I'm talking about like Hindus through meditation. They say the way they connect with God, they feel God, they feel divine, and they feel like this amazing light experience.
It's not
and
about.
You can't take that away from them at all, because this is truth to them. This is observable truth to them that you can't take away.
It's not an emotional thing.
It is.
Not for me.
All right, explain how.
Oh, he's got the yeehaw buddy hat on.
Yeah.
The I don't know. Like I said, I don't know that. I don't know that my reasoning here is something that is something that matches with like the tone of this like debate-oriented channel. But we were just talking, right? And you asked me what is the reason? What is the biggest reason why you would not accept Islam? I say the Eucharist. And you're like, that's not a good reason. And you laugh at me. Well, I don't care.
Athanasius,
I love it.
Did Prophet Noah do Eucharist?
No.
So he was on a wrong religion, right?
No. What kind of?
So
dude,
you don't need Eucharist to be on the correct religion then. So what's the point of Eucharist?
Dude.
That's
what kind of question is that? I'm not in. I don't care about that question.
But that's like that. Well, and I'm just trying to be objective here. That's like asking, like, did Moses believe that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was the last and final prophet? And if he didn't, then he wasn't.
Yes, that they did meet. They met.
They what?
During the Israel Mirror, they did meet. So yes, he doesn't believe that.
I think what Elias means is that the biggest reason that would make you reject another belief system is like the experience you get from it that is like very spiritual and divine. It's like I get what I'm saying. This is not like a thing that you should hold to. Like I feel like you should hold to, the oneness of God. To like if I give you my reasons for Christianity, I'll be like, okay, preservation, the oneness of God seems to be a little sketchy. Things that are objective that you could test for yourself and see whether it's corrupted, whether it's polytheism, whether it's contradictory. All of these things are objective. But I'm not gonna tell you, the feeling I get from praying 5 times a day. Oh man, there's no other better feeling. Therefore, any belief that
I don't care. I'm not. Well, I didn't say it was about a feeling.
So can you explain further what makes that true, or objective, or whatever?
The reason I've never known the glory of God to be greater than when I receive the Eucharist. I just never have. And it's not due to some emotional feeling. It's so there was one occasion where I was at Mass, and there was the Eucharist. And during, well, the Eucharist was there. I was praying, and I had my eyes closed, and I felt like, and we were we were inside, and I felt like sunlight on my face.
Mm-hmm.
And it was such sunlight on my face that I thought that I was going to be sunburned. So that afterwards, I went to look at my face to see if I had been sunburned, but I hadn't been. But I had felt sunlight on my face. There was another time during Eucharistic adoration where I was praying, and I was deeply upset. I was in a state of mind where I was upset. I was even, and I was praying to God, and I was crying. I was crying, and I was falling apart because I was, and in my mind I was basically screaming at God, begging him, screaming, and just in my mind. And the reason I was screaming is because of my brother, who lost his faith in God. He became an atheist. And I've been praying for him to come back to God ever since then. And because I want him to be with God. I want that more than anything. I want more than anything for him to be okay. I want him to be okay. And I'm scared for him because he has rejected God. And so I was crying and I was praying in front of the Eucharist. And I realized I should just trust God, and I felt peace. And then I talked to this friend of mine, and it was an incredible thing, which is that, and my friend told me that they saw me crying, that he saw me crying and prayed for me to find peace. And that the exact same moment he prayed for me, I stopped crying and I felt peace. And this was when we were praying in front of the Eucharist. There was another time when
Can I pause?
I was... Sure.
Can I pause real quick?
Sure.
So you started off saying that this is not emotional, but
there's emotion behind it. But what I'm saying is,
I know miracles happening in your life. I totally understand that.
Okay.
Billions of people
Well,
have miracles.
All right. Well, I was just giving.
It's not an objective fact. I'm saying
Well, if you look, man, if you don't care about it, that's fine. If you don't want to hear it,
I don't care, brother. It's not. I don't care.
All right, whatever.
Here's the thing: if you
Whatever.
genuinely want me to reach the truth, right, and you tell me, hey, man, I want you to reach God, look into Christianity, find the truth of it. I'm gonna tell you my miraculous experiences with Allah, respectfully.
All right. Well, I was just.
That's not gonna mean anything to you. You're gonna be like, that's the devil, right?
No, it wouldn't not mean anything to me. But whatever. I won't talk about it anymore.
All right, man. It means a lot to you. I understand that. It's important.
I got a question. Okay.
Yeah.
So
You know what? I think I should go. I'll see you guys later.
I wanted to try and see about maybe seeing what arguments or anything that you brought up to your brother, and maybe I could give you.
No, you're not going to help me with that. And you know what? I wasted my time trying to tell you guys about that, and you just told me how you don't care. So
No. We never. Nobody ever said we didn't care. We said we're not saying that we don't care. He just wanted to ask you a question about it in between.
It's very. I just feel like you're very it doesn't matter. It's not important. I'm not going to talk about it anymore.
You know,
Are you from
this
Finland?
obviously happens for a reason. This is a good part of your. I don't believe that this shouldn't have happened or this is not important. Of course, this is a part of your journey.
Okay, now
I totally believe that, and that's important to you. But that's not what holds truth. That's what I'm saying. All of this is good for you,
great.
bro, and I want to help you and your brother. All of that.
You're not helping me. You're not helping me. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel sorry that I opened up at all.
Why? We appreciate you opening up.
Because
Nobody said that they didn't care.
Because the first thing you did, you're just dismissive about it. I don't know.
Who dismissed it and how did they dismiss it?
I don't know. I know
nobody
you don't know.
proves religions
because
using
nobody
emotional
did.
arguments, my guy.
I'm not trying to.
Wait.
But
Nobody asked him for an argument. They just asked him for his personal reason. He's not doing anything wrong here. He's giving us his personal testimony because that's what we asked him to do.
Right. They don't like I am telling, you know, just a person what's going, why I personally feel that the Eucharist is important.
Sure.
But
yeah,
but then
absolutely.
but while I'm telling about this, like, well, that's just I'm getting dismissive responses where they just say, well, that's not a very good argument. Just over and over again. I don't care. Well, then I'm not going to open up. Then I'm not going to tell you about my personal experience.
I just want. I'm going to say this, Athanasius. Even though we disagree fundamentally on almost anything when it comes to theology and doctrine, you said your brother is an atheist.
You can't help me with that. I'm sorry.
How do you know that?
I'm not interested in talking about my brother.
What if maybe
because
what if
I do not know you well enough.
Well then, but here I'm not going. Let's not get into the weeds of it.
I'm a private person.
That's fine. Can you please just hear me out? We heard you out. Hear me out. I was an atheist for 12 years, a hard atheist. I specialize. You can ask all of the brothers here. You can ask Christians. You can ask Catholics that have spoken with me. You can ask atheists that used to be atheists and they're no longer atheists. I may be able to help you get to your brother.
I don't know. I do not trust you pertaining to matters of my brother. I do not know you well enough.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's atheism in general, not just your brother.
God may have sent you here to get arguments from me, and you're going to openly reject it. And that's totally your decision.
Okay, buddy.
And I would just want to say something. I didn't mean that in a negative way. It's just that you started off saying it's not emotional, and then you went on describing.
Well, yeah, no. It is. I mean, it is emotional. It's just that. What I'm saying,
that's all good now. Now that you clarify that, that's fine.
What I'm saying is, it's not just emotional, but anyway, I'll keep talking about it. So, and the third thing that I now later on. Yeah, thank you, Elias. I can tell facts don't care about your feelings.
Brother, continue. Sorry.
So I went camping with some of my friends, and I met this, and during that I met this this young lady. Very nice person. She suffers from a lot of illnesses and has had a troubled past. Incredible person, and she has something called synesthesia. You know what that is?
No.
It's when you can. It's. I believe it is a gift where you are able to see the colors of sounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
And on LSD.
She could
even. I was about to say, yeah.
No, it's not LSD. It's an actual thing. It's like you can look it up.
No, I'm not saying it's not an actual thing. I'm saying that I've done plenty of LSD in my life, and I felt like I could see the colors of sounds and I could hear colors.
Oh.
But yeah, go ahead.
No, this person does not do drugs. and we were talking about it. We were just talking, having conversation, and one of the and we were talking. You know, at one point we were talking about the Eucharist, and one of the things that happened was she mentions that how when she was praying in front of the Eucharist, she could feel sunlight on her face, like she was going to get a sunburn. And I was like, what? That's the same thing that I experienced. So that's a personal testimony. Yes, there's emotion behind the testimony, because I was praying to God very strongly. And I was crying because I was worried for my brother, of course. But what happened there was not an emotional thing. It was, wait a second, that happened to another person as well. I'm not alone. And then reading the testimony of saints, there are saints who, when praying in front of the Eucharist, have felt sunlight on their faces.
Can I give my theory on that?
And well, you could. I'm sure you have theories, but and it reminded me of the writings of Saint Stephen. The writings about Saint Stephen. Saint Stephen was he died. He was killed by the Pharisees preaching the truth. And when they brought him before the court so that they could find an excuse to stone him, his face was almost glowing. Not unlike that of Moses, who, when standing in front of the burning bush, he came back and his face was glowing so much that they had to cover his face. It is my understanding that when standing before the Eucharist, you're standing on holy ground. You are standing before the Logos in the flesh. And now that's my personal reason, again, is Islam does not have that. I'm sorry. There's no religion. There's no false religion that has that.
You would think.
Man, Hindus can tell you like millions of such
Exactly.
stories.
I wanted to say the same thing. Exactly the same thing.
Hindus like this stuff.
But you don't have the Logos in the flesh, because
they could name it whatever,
because you're against it fundamentally. But anyway, that sure you have personal experiences, and you can have personal experiences to try to argue against my own. But you asked me personally why I.
The thing is, we have the same type of journey. Me too, I have my own personal journey,
Okay.
which started as a 15 or 14, I think. Yeah, I was not practicing. I was just a kid at home, and nihilism phenomena and it led me to the path of being after research. I've done research on Islam a lot, and I've come to the understanding of not only cognitively, spiritually. I've already accepted Islam, because after that phenomena, I had Adhan of Fajr, and I had to go to I had to go to masjid, and it was first time, and this is personal, and we will not take it away from you, this personal experience, but that doesn't rule out your own building upon that with cognitive understanding or what do you call it? Using your faculty, which is God-given faculty of understanding God. There is spiritual understanding of God, and there is cognitive or mental understanding, which is relevant to. If we ignore one of them, then we are no longer on the path. So the brother was just saying about Hindus have totally when the specific God, one of the gods, have
No.
the same type. Please don't.
I get it, though.
Yeah, don't. There's native Indians. Native Indians. Let me not use a little bit. Native Indians have totally. They've seen their ancestors and they've talked and they and they believe the ancestors are part of God. The ancestors are part of God. They hold the same view that the ancestor came to earth as God. So whatever you bring, personal experience has to be accompanied by theological inbuild. Yeah.
Yeah.
And an amazing thing I like about you is that you go back to the, what do you call them, the fathers, the Christian fathers, and we will call ourselves Salafi. You have to build on fundamental ground of understanding the faith from the forebears of our faith. That's how it
No,
is.
I'm happy to have theological dispute about all of that stuff. But again, I was asked my personal reason for.
And you shouldn't ignore personal experience. It contributes to who you are today.
Right, but what I'm saying is what I personally experienced was a bit of a miracle with the Eucharist, really, and I know that you're dismissive of that and don't believe in that.
Can I give my theory? Can I give my theory real quick?
Yeah, sure. You can. Sure.
All right. So this is not like something new. The idea that I'm presenting, right? But the reason, not specifically. This is the first time I've heard feeling sun on your face.
Yeah.
But I have heard a lot of that, Christianity and the whole, the son of God and all of that is based in origination in sun worship.
Yeah.
God.
I thought you were going to say
this
something
is
like
and
this.
this is why you're feeling the sun on your face, because you're getting touched by the sun God, my guy.
He was doing it on a Sunday, right?
Can I tell you
Saturn day?
Can I tell you? Let me tell you something.
On Sunday,
the sun God.
Go
There is no sun God. That's made up.
Right.
That's a fake.
There's only the Son of God, which is Jesus, the Logos, right? That's
a false god. There's no such thing as pagan gods. Aren't real. They're made up.
Really?
Yeah.
There's no jinn. There's no spirits.
So there's demons, but they're no.
That could fool people, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I
they could make people
get
feel
it.
experiences, right?
Yeah. That's what you want it to be. I know.
Right. You could do that with every belief system, bro. You're gonna say that to me. You're gonna say that to a Hindu. You're gonna say that to a Jew that feel, their experience. You're gonna say the same.
That's a cool hot take in theory.
Okay. I mean, it's
Can we?
It makes sense.
Shift. Can I ask you please to take a look at Islam and what we are, what we belong? It will be amazing. You're a very, very smart guy, and I think you'll come to conclusion that Islam bears. Yeah, no, you. Yes, I'm saying just take a look at Islam and the message of Islam and what it's built upon, and I think you'll find yourself in Islam, because this message hasn't come to a sane person who's spiritually well and has intellect, except it has defeated any other understanding of God, and I'll invite you to do that and take a look at Islam, and many of us have passed through the path of Christianity, understand it somehow, and we understand the basics of it, and we'll ask you to do the same and look at Islam as.
I think that I think so. I understand that you met, although I do not know. I don't know this for sure, but it seems to me that you genuinely love God and are genuinely seeking God. Did you say? I really believe that. I believe that you are genuinely, truly seeking God, even though we disagree. I really believe that, and I like you guys. So
and
we do too. We don't believe you're like you're trolling or something.
We believe you are. Islam, brother, I tell you the truth. Islam has an answer to many things. So many. It may just be a rant from me, but I'm telling you, just take a time and look at it. Look at read autobiography of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his life, how he dealt with his enemies, how he dealt with his friends, how he dealt with his family, how gentle he was, how kind he was. Just take him as an individual. Just say, let me look at it, explore this individual. Not other what other people say. Just let me combine all. How did he deal with his prisoners when he had the power over them? How did he deal with wealth when it was under his feet? Because he had access to extraordinary wealth at that time. He had Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And how did he die? He died. He had nothing in his house. He died.
He's pretty much saying look at this historical character with an objective perspective without any coming with a whole baggage.
And you're a very smart person. And then take Quran, because if you understand his life, you will understand the revelation and the timing of Quran. Quran, we are selling it to you now, the Islam. And you see if it fits you well. If it doesn't, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guides. God, you believe God guides to the light to everyone. I believe that if you're a sane person, you're an understanding person, at the end of the day, with the blessing of God, you will come to the truth. And please take a time as a brother. That's my personal advice. This is what led me to who I am today. I understand.
How do I pronounce your name?
Katununu. Yeah. You can say Jomba.
Keep going. I'm listening.
Yeah. So I'm saying we need to. I examined his life. He was born from an orphan. He was an orphan by the 6 months. His father passed away. His father passed away before he was born. And how did he live with his community? He was the most trusted man in Mecca. I'll never end. And you'll find some story which will resonate with you extremely. And it's a very subtle aspect of his life that may take you another. If you don't come to conclusion that he's a prophet of God, you will come to conclusion that he's one of the most extraordinary individuals ever lived.
Yeah. So pretty much
we empower the individuals who we put. Yeah. So I will let I'll pray for your spiritual success in understanding of God, and we are all seeking God. And I hope same for us. We continue understanding God and learning about our faith. That's the only message we can give you. There's nothing. Allahumma balagh fashhad. Allahumma ashhad balagh. I fulfill that. I've told you about it, and it's upon you to follow it up and understand, to ponder upon it. And
Katununu.
Thank you very much. Appreciate for that, brother.
Yeah, he's just telling look at. He's just saying look at him from an objective perspective through what people knew about him, what this guy claims, and through the eyewitnesses, through all the history we know about him, the authentic history
even
about him.
Through his enemies,
Katununu. I genuinely believe that you are a person who loves God, based on how you talk, how the kind of attitude that you have, even when things are getting heated. You have a very gentle and loving way of talking, and I think that's an amazing thing about you. You're an amazing person, and I can tell that you genuinely love God, and no matter what disagreement, I absolutely respect that about you. You are a person who loves God. You genuinely want the best for the people around you. You love others. I really believe that. I really believe that based on the way you talk, based on the gentleness, and I know that you want. I know that you want me to experience the love of God, and that is a godly trait. I really commend you for that. I think you are truly. I think you are truly following God to the best of your ability. I really believe that.
What it is this: we are in this earth for a very short time. We are in this earth for a very short time. Death is always upon us whenever we wake up from our beds. Yeah, and we don't know when we are going to back to our beds at night and covering ourselves in our sheets and sleep. Death is upon us, and we have to ponder upon this. What understanding? It's a lifetime of struggle of understanding God, and we will only come to conclusion. We only after the time is for us to understand. So me, as a person who has a certain experience in life, I'm asking you to ponder upon the message of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
I ponder.
No. Take books. Keep the books, because knowledge is a pen of a wise man. You do understand me?
I understand you.
Yeah. So learning about, pondering about knowledge of understanding of this deen, of this claim that God is certain way, he revealed to Muhammad at certain age. This is a very important question. Do you understand me? And you will understand. The message of God, first of all, we have to come to an agreement. The message of God has started not only with Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Muhammad is just one of among good people of God. So there's a good people of God who came. Jesus was among men of God. It goes back to Adam, and the message has constantly been the same. Has not changed. Men have changed. Men have tried to change the word of God, as you have said. Other than Catholic, other people have came in with other claims which are a heretic, totally out of realm of understanding of God. The same applies to throughout the centuries. People have came and claimed which are far from what the message of God has brought forth. So we have to constantly, and Islam takes you back. It doesn't. It claims. This is the claim. It claims that Adam was the first prophet of God. It claimed Moses was a prophet of God. It claimed Jesus was a prophet of God. It claimed Muhammad was the last and final messenger of God. These are claims. It's for you, individual, to verify the message of Islam. And if you find any faults, you will. This is your own into your own conclusion. But if you find goodness in it, please, I ask you to adapt it. And this applies for all of us to constantly review Quran and review the life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's not one time you read the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You have to constantly read about his lifestyle.
Hey, Katanunu.
Yes.
Just a question for you. Do you have a Discord? I'd like to add.
No, not much. Not much. This is my main channel. I usually come.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
you don't have like a Discord account?
No. I'm not into the realm of it.
Sad.
I'm a listener. I learn from people. I just learn.
No, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Let's do. Okay,
So,
I understand.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, we constantly have to. I'm asking the whole panel and whoever's listening. We have to constantly learn about the Quran. It's a duty for us. We have to learn, understand the message from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it's a constant renewal. So let us not stop on that.
What did you No, I hear you. You're very. Like I said, I think that you genuinely love God. I really believe that, and I like you, Cat Nunu. I think we should talk more, but yeah.
I appreciate for that. It's just the message has to be clear, and we have to give this message to everyone who's listening.
No, the
panel has
truth.
I don't know. I'm waiting for anybody to interject so I can.
No,
I can
no, no. I like
talk.
talk. I like talking. I'm cool. No one. I don't care if
All
anyone.
the brothers,
I like,
even Khalid, everyone went quiet. I want people to intervene and save me from further embarrassment.
no, you haven't embarrassed yourself. You were like obviously. Well, I don't need to say anything like that. What I will say, but obviously I do not agree with some of the things you say. But you say them with love and you say them with sincerity, and I really appreciate that about you.
What did you not agree with me when what I've said?
Well, obviously I just don't agree with. I just don't agree with Islam. That's not important. That's not important. I think
I totally agree with you. I totally agree. If you can't say it, that's fine. But I'm saying if you could point it out to me, that could be beneficial.
No. Like, okay, well, if you don't have Discord, maybe there's something else you have, so we can talk later, as well.
You'll always find me here, and whenever Khalid closes, maybe we may end up in our own discourse, me and you, and we may benefit from each other.
That would be cool.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Any brother pick it up from there? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam
wa rahmatullahi.
And another way to prove Islam is just look at the fruits. This is what your book says, right? By their fruits you shall know them. Just look at the fruits.
Okay, I don't like the fruits.
How many Christian countries criminalized alphabet movements?
Yeah, very cool, very cool. But the thing is, what do you mean by the fruits? Also, why is it that you guys? Why is it if I say something like that, your response is like whataboutism?
What about it?
Well, do you remember? Well, yes, you did. I mean, like, so.
No, not now.
Oh well, in the past, like one of the things I say to you is that, or I think it was you, Elias, actually. Is it Elias? How do I pronounce that?
You do realize that Jesus in your Bible used whataboutism, right?
No, wait. How do I? Elias. Okay.
Elias.
So what I So, for example, what was it? I'm trying to remember. Give me a second. Yeah, I asked you. I think it was you. I asked a question. I asked why. I asked a question. If God does not tell me, if Allah does not tell me why He is testing me, why should I trust Him? Your response to me was, I could say the same thing about Christianity. Okay. Now, and when I said that, when you said that, I said, I agree with you. It is a question that you should answer, but you can't deflect.
Yeah.
You can't deflect an objection by saying, I could say the same thing about Christianity. You should say the same thing about Christianity if you can, but the question still remains. So, I don't like the fruits of Islam, I say. And
can I answer why?
And so your reply to me when I say I don't like the fruits of Islam is, but there's bad fruits in Christianity too.
No, there is no bad fruits in Islam. Well, what bad fruits in Islam?
So hold on, Elias. Let me just answer this question. So you're asking why that's one question, I guess, right? There's many, I'm sure, but that's one question. Why is Allah testing us? Right?
Oh no! Well, that's it. I was told I was already given my answer for that, which is that we don't know.
No, that's wrong.
Oh, really? What's the answer then?
We chose to take the test. That's the answer.
Who chose to take the test?
That's not what
we did.
That's not what he's asking.
We existed
he's
in the realm of
why.
souls.
He's asking why.
Why? Why? I'm asking why does God choose to test us?
So the answer for that is that we existed before we were human beings. We existed as souls, and God came to us and said, "Hey, would you like to reach a higher?"
Give me a second.
Yeah, he will just ask you, like, why did He create us to choose
sorry,
this
Khalil.
test?
Sorry, Khalil. Continue. I'm learning this. I've never heard of this before. Please.
Yeah, so we existed in what's called the realm of souls.
Okay.
And it's a realm to where everything's good to go. You're just chilling, just like we are in here. We're just chilling in a room. And
Oh, really?
yeah, we're just chilling in this realm, and nothing's going bad. You don't have calamities or anything like that. And God comes to you and says, "Hey, would you like to take this test? If you pass this test, you will receive a higher level of paradise than where you exist right now. But taking the test, you are given free will. So we want you to make a choice, or I want you to make a choice whether you will take the test and pass. You may fail and have to go to hell for a certain period of time. You may completely flunk the test and end up in hell for all of eternity. But would you like to take this test?" And then
Wait, that you
those
believe
of us
in-
who exist, we said yes.
You believe in a temporary hell?
For Muslims.
Yes.
That's but you believe in purgatory.
For Muslims,
It's similar, not exactly the same.
What does it do? What's the purpose of it?
It burns off our sins.
Yeah,
so
that's purgatory.
And that's fine. But I know the understanding of purgatory, and I don't think it lines up 100% with what we believe. But it's very similar.
What do you think the Catholic teaching of purgatory is?
Well, the Catholic teaching of purgatory, from what I learned when I was a Catholic, was that it's a place that believers go to.
Mm-hmm.
Only believers, right? It's not unbelievers. Only believers go to this place of purgatory, and it's basically almost like a second chance. But within that second chance, there is torment.
What do you mean by believer, though?
Like somebody that's part of the church,
right? But like someone could be, like we don't know who would reach purgatory. Like someone could be, someone could have been genuinely seeking the truth. They didn't find it exactly, and they still were attached to sin when they died, and they would still be in the church by virtue of that. We're talking about stuff like that, right?
That's not what I was taught.
Okay. But if someone is genuinely seeking the truth, God will not deny them the truth. We know that. And so God will grant them grace. It's called baptism of desire.
He will grant them grace.
You know what baptism?
Do they still go through the cross?
Yes. Do you know what baptism of desire is?
No.
You weren't taught that. So
I probably was. It's been years. Like I left Catholicism 20-something years ago. I was a young kid.
Okay.
I think I left when I was like 13 or 14.
Imagine that there is when the gospel was being spread.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, we're getting a little sidetracked. We'll pull it back, but the imagine that there are people living in some indigenous island or something like that, and they never got the chance to hear the gospel.
Yep.
How, of course, God wishes to forgive all people, although some may not know the truth about him. And some may wish to spread the God, and Christ died for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
He died for everyone, not just some people in some particular region.
Those who believe.
Yeah, and so there will be people. What about these people on this indigenous island? Are they just damned because they don't have a chance to hear the gospel verbally? Well, there are those among them who truly seek the good, who truly seek the truth, although they may not be able to hear the fullness of truth. And they would have what was called the desire for baptism. Although they might not know what it's called or by what name it is, they have the desire to receive the grace of God. They truly have the desire to receive the grace of truth, of good, that is God. And we believe that God grants that to those people by his judgment, because he knows the hearts of those people. And that is, of course, through Christ. It is through the cross that they are saved in an extraordinary way. And so we don't say, and there may be many people even today who have not gotten the chance because of various reasons to not hear the fullness of the truth about God, but they truly desire the truth about God. They truly crave the truth beyond all things. They crave the truth, and because of that, God will save them, and God will although they will are not going to be baptized in the ordinary form, God will baptize them because of their sincere desire for the truth, their sincere desire for and in pursuing the good. And now, if those people have attachment to sin still, they might have to go to purgatory. Now, if you're saying in Islam, there are people who, are you saying that people who truly are unrepentant go to this purgatory? Do you believe that?
Unrepentant.
Or is it people who
so the difference between this, with the distinction that I'm drawing, is that for those who, like, for example, you said an indigenous, group of people.
Mm-hmm.
For those people, they will be judged by a different criteria, because when we're in our graves, we're going to be asked 3 questions: who is your God? What is your belief? And who is your prophet? Those 3 questions will be asked. If we are not, if someone has not been given the truth, or they don't know anything about Islam, they will be judged on the day of judgment based off of other criteria. And obviously, you would agree with me that we need to be, wiped away of all sin to be in the glory of in front of the glory of God.
Absolutely
correct. So we believe that God can either just wipe it out without having to do anything and say, I'm going to show you my full mercy and just get rid of your sins and you're free to enter. Or he may say, I think you need to burn some of these sins off before you enter. Now, those people that have never heard of Islam, or were truly genuine but never received it in the correct way, they will be given the chance to eventually come to paradise. We believe that all Muslims will either go straight to paradise, or they will eventually get to paradise going through this temporary time.
Okay, so that's purgatory. That's very, like, that's very similar. Like, there might be minor differences.
That's all that I'm saying, is that there are minor differences.
There might be minor differences, but those minor differences, based on what you're describing to me, might even be negligible. So that's interesting. That's interesting to learn that. Now, so we got sidetracked. So you guys believe in purgatory too. Interesting. So we both believe in purgatory. What else? What were we talking about before that? We were talking about something. We got sidetracked. What was the topic?
Fruits.
Okay, so the fruits. Yeah. Okay, and now I think that the fruits. Well, I'm not going to go into that because I feel like it could be. I think that there are Muslims who truly love God. I think that there's the fruit of that. I mean, I could point to a bunch of things. It doesn't matter.
It does, though.
But we were talking.
Because hold on. It does, because if we are genuinely convinced, right, and you have a serious objective objection that you think could potentially or have a serious problem with our faith that is stopping you from accepting it, let's analyze that. Let's see how objective that is, that it could actually destroy our theology, and let's put it on the table, like how we do with the Bible, the Trinity, all of this stuff. Because we're not just believing this because it feels good or we felt it. No, we're just simply going based off the best evidence we have.
Okay.
That's simply what God is saying. The best evidence you have, follow it. And we're giving you the best evidence we have.
All right. The original question, the original line, that reminds me of what we were doing. And sorry, I cut you off. Finish, please. Sorry.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is in this life, all God is telling you to do, hey, go with the best evidence you have in front of you, right? And we're telling you, hey, we're claiming truth as much as you are, and we're confident in it, and we're presenting all of this evidence. Okay, let's compare our evidences. Let's compare our claims, especially when we're talking about salvation and who God is, right? So we should be able to discuss the problems we have with each other's beliefs, and let's see which problems hold to.
Certainly. Well, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
So you don't have to say it doesn't matter. You could mention it and ask us.
No. I need to be careful because we can get sidetracked easily, especially an uproar could be caused by a comment. So so when I was earlier,
listen, man. Like, here's the thing, right? You understand that there are people who live out there and they have a completely wrong understanding of what Catholicism is, right? And they live based off that understanding, thinking that's what Catholicism is.
Sure.
Right? Based off their information, thinking this information is correct, right? And they live based off that, and that's all they know. And they're like, yep, that's Catholicism, and that makes it false. Therefore, it's false. And they don't sit down, think about it, talk to a Catholic who really understands it, and all this stuff. We have to do that.
Okay, so I asked earlier. So you were talking. So Khalil, you were talking about. Now earlier, when I was having conversation with some other people, I said, "Why does God test us? Why does God test us?" And they said, "We don't have the answer to that." And I said, "Well, then why? Then what are we supposed to say? God tests us. Why? Because He said so. Well, why'd He say so?" And so, but you're saying that there was a situation where God basically came up to all of the souls, said, "You will have the opportunity for greater glory," but there's a risk. There's a risk that you may go to hell for eternity, and so, so you're saying that was the reason.
Yeah,
that's the reason why.
That's the reason. No, well, that's the reason we're here.
So I have a question, follow-up question for that. Why is it necessary that we be tested to achieve that greater glory?
Got you. Because just like for you to be able to attain a successful good life, you have to, and a good character and all that, you have to go through certain things in life, such as college, such as certain suffering, to build your character, and that gives you your whole different developed person through these experiences that you go through in life, right?
Hold on. Sorry.
But for you to attain this, extremely heavenly, good, glorious place, your soul needs some work done. You need to not only that, but God needs to see who is really worth this place. Who's gonna show his true colors and really worship God, and who's not. Who's worthy of this place? Because at this time, people are like almost as angels. All they know is God. All they know is good. They pretty much have no free will. But God is like, hey, you want this place? All right, let's see who's worthy. Boom, free will. Boom, good and bad.
But why do it that way?
To see who? I mean,
couldn't God? That's how it is. That's not. That doesn't answer my.
Do you have a better explanation?
Well, I'm just trying to understand.
You can ask why anything. I'm just ask why anything.
Yeah.
Giving you the way.
Well, I'm not just asking why to the point of ignorance. Why couldn't God have simply given us all of that glory? Right?
Paradise, boom.
And paradise, boom. Why is it necessary that we would have to suffer to attain that? Why? Why does that have to be the case?
It brings about a greater good.
What?
it brings about a greater good. Its absence would entail less good.
Why?
With
Why is
the
why?
miserliness on behalf of God, which is not befitting of Him.
But why would it be a lie for Him to simply give us the glory that already? Like, why would that? You know.
Guys,
Yeah,
please, guys, this is too much. There is no answer for that question. Allah reveals of His knowledge to us. There is no answer.
Okay, that's what I was told before.
There is no answer.
There's no answer?
Yes.
We're just playing a Christian right now. We're trying to fill the gaps in our knowledge with our assumption. This is very bad.
Yeah, I understand that. With this all assumption, by the way, all we could do, because here's the thing, right? God was going to tell us pork is haram, right? We only speculate. God obviously knows how bad pork is. We're going to say, oh, God said pork is bad because of this. God said pork is bad because of that. We could speculate. God didn't specifically tell us the reason.
But I'm saying there
the
needs
best
to
reason. We could find, because God doesn't specifically give you the details for everything. God doesn't specifically give you the details for why alcohol is wrong, for example. There are things that the way they are, and we could entail on logical explanations from that.
But it can't just be. But it can't just be arbitrary. I want to know the reason. And so now. See, earlier I was told just a few minutes ago I was told that the question that you're asking actually does have an answer, and now Elias is saying, "Wait, there is no answer for that question."
Khalid just misunderstood your question. He just misunderstood.
Can I clarify something?
So which is it?
Yeah,
no
let me tell you.
answer.
No. Please, Elias, hold on 1 second. There's a difference between a question literally having no answer and a question having an answer that you don't know. That's two different things.
Okay, but you're just saying you don't know then?
No, I'm saying I'm giving you the best possible answer I could come up with, but there's no definite answer that is given.
What's the answer you are giving?
To test those who are truly worth attaining this greater place. And also God says in a hadith, if he were to put a creation on earth that didn't sin, he would wipe them out and put them with a creation that would.
Why?
No, hold on. A creation that means a creation that would have a choice to do good, because there's no point in simply obeying if you're a robot, right? So putting you in a field where you have a choice to do good, now God like, hey, all right, yeah, this human being right here, this guy is worthy of this greater paradise, and he's really choosing to acknowledge me out of his heart, even though he doesn't see me.
But
he's using the brain I gave him, and he's coming to me, and he's choosing to come to me in this test I put him in, and he's acknowledged that.
So my question,
and that's what gives you the greater good, right? And that's my speculation. That's not a definite answer, but that's my speculation to see who is worthy of this greater good.
This is kind of a hard. I want to acknowledge this. I know what kind of question that I'm asking is. I'm asking it on purpose. I want to see what your answer is. So I'm asking it this way because I have an idea of what kind of answers you could give, and I want to see the logic. So you say it's to test.
I mean, there's nothing contradictory about that.
You say it's to bring the worthiness of good. But my next follow-up question is simply this, and you'll hear this from unbelievers, and I'm not an unbeliever. I'm just asking this question to see what you guys believe.
Mm-hmm.
Why couldn't God? Isn't it possible that God, being all powerful, could have given us free will, but also made it so that we did not have to suffer and simply have that eternal glory right away?
Wait. How does that make any sense?
How does it not?
How do you have free will where on earth?
Free will in general. Why couldn't God? Why couldn't God have created a situation where there was free will, and yet He simply gives us the fullness of the glory of paradise? Why?
You're honestly losing me.
Why do those two things contradict?
I want to clarify something. Because what do you mean in a situation? Because we're talking about different fields or realms of existence.
It's very
We're talking about
okay.
We're talking about we used to be in a realm of existence where everything was simply peace.
This
right?
isn't complicated.
There's no okay.
This isn't complicated. One, God creates beings with free will. Okay, that's number one.
Okay.
Two, God gives those beings with free will the fullness of the glory of paradise. Why can't he just do that?
Oh, I got you.
That's what I'm asking. Why not just do that? Why all this? Why
Okay,
all
yeah,
this?
yeah,
Why all
yeah.
this suffering? Why
I
all
get
this?
what you're
Why all
saying.
these tests?
Mhm.
What's the point? Why
Yeah.
can't? Why does?
Yep.
Isn't it true that God could do that? He could just create us with free will and then give us the fullness of the glory of paradise. Couldn't
What
he?
does that mean? Fullness of, like, with angels? I'm not
In heaven,
following.
just give us paradise. That's it.
But then
He's saying, I understand his question. His question is, why couldn't just God, create us and throw us straight to the paradise without putting us in a mid existence in a earth, all of that, just straight up to heaven. That's it.
Exactly.
Why not?
Why not?
Angels. But we already have angels.
What? I think I'm asking a pretty simple question here.
Hey, Islam, bro. He's asking, if God is all powerful, why didn't he just create these beings with free will and straight up put them in this extremely good place, and that's it, which is paradise, right? Instead of just going through these tests and all of that. That's what he's asking.
That's what occurred with the angels, is it not?
What do you mean?
They have a limited form of free will because they're always in that case. They don't have the trust that we have.
Yeah, what he's saying is why couldn't God create beings with free will, not angels, beings with free will like us, but instead of putting us through tests and trials, he just throws us into paradise straight up. That's what he's asking.
Why not?
Actually, for those of us that chose, or for those of us that did not choose to take this test, God can make them angels. So yeah, we actually do have that.
Hey Khalil, your mic is trash.
This is true.
Okay, but for my question, Ahmed, how would you answer that? You just don't know?
Why couldn't we just be in the greatest paradise instead of being in a low paradise, then in a suffering place, and then
why not? That's my question. Why not, bro?
I mean, for me, that would be extreme speculation at this point, in which I don't want to make claims that ignorant claims about God's thought process or something. I
Fair
wouldn't
enough.
want to do that,
No,
but
sure.
obviously, but the end answer to that, what it all boils down to, is God decided to, right?
Yeah. Well, that's obvious. But the question is why? Why did he decide that? Why didn't he just do the way I just said?
Are you trying to see that find if a faith holds up to these questions?
Yes.
Because here's the thing. We obviously know that we don't know everything. We can only know based off the most things that we can know. We could go back and we can't imagine how God looks like. And
Okay,
all
so
of that,
but the reason I'm asking these questions,
there's a point where it goes blank because we have such limited knowledge.
Right, but the reason I'm asking you these questions is because I ask you these questions, you're saying you don't have an answer.
Yeah.
Because we don't know.
We don't have a definite answer because God only reveals what He has revealed.
In my understanding is that you don't have an answer because Islam doesn't have an answer. In Christianity, these questions are answered.
Cool.
Yes, because you make up your answers yourself, right? You don't use the text; you just make up stuff.
You don't use
right?
Jesus. You don't use the Father.
Okay, Elias, but that's not
that's
not very productive, Elias. But what I'm saying is,
it's a fact.
Elias, I don't. All right, thanks, bro. But you're just saying
I was willing to grant you that you guys have the questions answered. I wanted to hear them, Elias made a good point. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's not coming from the source. And if you're claiming you can't prove it any way, shape, or form, what we're saying, all of the information we're giving you right now in this detailed way is all giving us straight up from the source, and that we could actually trace back for a fact.
But the information you're giving me.
But hold on. But your entire faith is speculation, right? So to compare our beliefs is like apples and oranges, respectfully. But go ahead.
No, that the information you're giving me is that you don't know, and then that's the end. I mean, but
and the information you're giving me is I'm making it up. I could make it up right now, but
I don't think I don't think I don't think that you're making it up. I think that you are giving the best answer that you possibly can.
Yeah, if I answer your question further, I would be making it up completely.
Yeah,
but going into the mind of God.
And I'm telling you that my objection is why I think that Christianity's got a stronger stance here, is because Christianity does actually have an answer for these questions that I'm asking here.
Go ahead and answer them.
Okay, so one of the questions that I asked was, why doesn't and then this will come into questions about the nature of God and how we both view them. So the way that sin in Christianity, the way that sin entered into the world, seems like it's that we view it differently. When Adam and Eve sinned, sin entered into the world. And this was by their free will. Now you could ask a question, well, why did God tell Adam and Eve that they couldn't eat from the fruit of knowledge and good and evil? Why did he tell them that? And just because he said so? Well, if I say that, then someone asks a question. Well, why did he say so? And if I say, and I could just say, because he felt like it, because he decided to, that's not a very deep, in my opinion, not a very.
Well, how
deep
would you
answer.
answer? Can you please answer for me?
So bro, chill. I'm trying.
The question to me
I'm going through it.
Why doesn't God do less good? And that's
the
answer we're giving is pretty sufficient to me. Why doesn't God do less good? He wants to do the most good, and for us to have this test, it accomplishes more good.
Okay, so Islam pill.
These sufferings, they are inside of them. They have a goodness, and the absence of them would be an absence of goodness. Why doesn't God do less good? He wants to do more good.
Okay, but wait, should I answer the question, or should I address Islam?
Go ahead with what you were saying. I'm sorry, that's just how I.
No. Islam pill. What I'm saying. Okay, I'm going to address Islam pill first. So, what I'm asking wouldn't be meant to entail less good, though. What I was asking was, why can't God simply let us into paradise, and why would that have to result in less good? Could God not make it in a way where it would result in the most good, or is that impossible?
I'm not really following. Like,
we should change the topic, honestly.
Can you please just answer the question?
Okay, so I'm gonna go. So the answer that I would give is simply that it couldn't be any other way. The reason why it's like, for it to be any other way would be a contradiction. God cannot make a square circle, as someone else pointed out earlier. The reason why why did God make it so that we had free will and that we could choose?
Because God has free will.
Well, let me keep. I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm giving the Christianity answer, right? So why did God give us free will and then make it so that we could disobey Him, and then as a result, sin enters into the world? The answer that we give in Christianity is it could not have been done any other way. The reason it like some people say, some people will have this attitude. Will they'll say, God can make impossible things. God could make a square circle. We say, no. God could not make a square circle. The reason why God could not make a square circle is because God can do anything, but a square circle is not a thing. God cannot make contradictions. So it would be a contradiction for God to give us free will and then for it to be impossible for us to choose evil. God cannot live with evil. And so that is why and that's why things had to be done the way that we are. That's why we have to go through these tests. That's why we have to live in a fallen world, because it literally could not have been any other way.
Yeah.
It could.
Can I reply?
It could not have been any other way because it would be a contradiction to his nature.
I understand. Yeah.
We can barely hear you, Khalil.
Yeah, Khalil, your mic is so low. Yeah, what you're implying is that God couldn't do anything else, meaning that God doesn't have free will.
No, because since God is the ultimate authority, who is making God do what he's doing other than God? No one. Okay, so
But God has free will.
Yeah, so it's everything he's doing is a necessary act, but at the same time, yes, God can't.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Oh wow, I sure can.
That's better.
God can't do things that are illogical.
Okay.
Correct.
Because that would be contradiction. God cannot lie.
Contradiction.
It would be a contradiction for God to create beings who have free will, but who cannot. And at the same time, make it impossible for them to choose evil.
Okay, we didn't say he was making it impossible to choose evil. He's making it possible to choose evil because that's the whole point.
Well, the question I was asking. Well, the question I was asking you earlier was, why couldn't God create a situation where we have free will, but we are just able to enter into paradise right away? Why not? You said you don't know. And I said, but the answer
God has free will. I mean, God could do whatever he wants. I would assume. I would
God can do whatever.
I would assume from the hadith that says he would create beings that would acknowledge him instead of beings that simply just chooses him no matter what. I mean, how do you have?
But God can't create contradictions. God can do whatever he wants as long as it's a thing, but it's not possible to create a contradiction. God doesn't make contradictions. Correct. That's not in his nature.
So I think your answer, I'm not sure if your answer that you gave answered your own question that you asked us.
Yeah. So the answer that I was giving is that it is according to his nature. It would be a contradiction for
What's
God.
The contradiction?
Oh, I was about to say, it would be a contradiction for God to create beings who have free will and then automatically allow them into paradise because paradise is only for those who have certainly chosen the good. And if you create beings who have free will, some of them are going to struggle between good and evil. They have a choice that they have to make, and they cannot automatically, instantly go to paradise without having first made their choice.
Let's simplify this, because I was with you for a minute, but then I'm lost. Let's just simplify this to a simple A and not A, because that would be a contradiction. What is the violation of the law of non-contradiction here? What's the A and the not A?
I'm saying that would be a contradiction for God to create beings who have free will, but then make it impossible for them to choose evil.
Yeah. I see what he's saying.
Sure, yeah, that's a contradiction.
So if God creates beings who have free will, they must be able to choose evil, and so you can't just be letting them into paradise because they are still making their choice between good and evil.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay,
answer
cool.
that we give it. That's the answer that we would give in Christianity.
I would agree with that answer.
Yeah. But
Even in Islam, I would agree with that answer.
yeah, so but that's not, but I was asking Ahmed and I was asking these guys about it, and they were just saying we don't know. But if
sure, that's fine. That's fine. You know, that's a good answer. It's just that
I think they were
don't
coming
know
from a
the
paradigm
answer.
of God's choice, like why didn't God choose to do it another way? And they're kind of like, we don't know. But like if it's if it's a point of actual like logic and reason, yeah, it would be impossible to have human beings that have free will and also don't have free will.
It's not possible. It's not possible to do it another way. So the
I actually misunderstood your question, kind of, because when you said create beings that have free will and let them automatically into paradise, I felt like the way I imagined it is like, okay, God creates this paradise, this perfect one, and he throws these beings with free will in it. And I guess the way I've seen it is like I kind of skipped the way.
Yeah, that's what I was asking you. I was asking you like in Islam, like what would your answer be? Why can't God just create beings with free will and just automatically let them into paradise right away?
Yeah, I would say that they wouldn't have free will then.
Right, but why can't God do it in a way where they still have free will, but they're let into paradise? And I'm saying it because it creates a contradiction. But
because they couldn't have free will, and at the same time,
but
free will and
do you hold in Islam that God is capable of creating contradictions or creating things that are not possible? Like, do you
no.
Do you hold that, and you don't hold that God can make a square circle, right?
No, we don't. That's
Okay.
what Christians do.
Okay, cool. So so yeah.
No,
and so then there's
actually that's another point to where I'm actually like really happy with your answer on that, because the other brothers can agree with me. 90% of the Christians that I come across, they say God can literally do anything, and I ask them, can God become Satan? And they say absolutely, he can do whatever he wants.
Well, he can do anything, but he can't do things that aren't things.
Logically impossible things are points of non-existence.
Well, because God is identical to he is truth, and the truth is always logical, right? So
correct.
And so because God is truth, he is. They're not different things. Khalil's a little shaky, but he's fine.
I disagree with that, but that's cool.
No, your voice.
Yo, what's going on?
No, your mic is shaky, not your
Yeah.
answer. Your answer was good.
What in the hell?
It's like earlier, it was like that.
Well,
really fast.
Wait a second. Okay, well, never mind. I'm not going to ask. I'll ask that later. So, and then we would say, so why did God say? Why did God say so? Why did God create Adam and Eve in such a way, in that way, and then give them, and tell them not to disobey Him? Well, because they were, they had the. That's how it had to be. They had the to do otherwise would have created a contradiction, and that's not contrary to God's free will. It's simply that that's the way things had to be, and yes. So I think that thanks to Khalil, now we have a clarification and we have some common ground here. And so now in Christianity, we have, now there's the question of after Adam and Eve sinned, why couldn't they have just been let into paradise after they repented right away?
They already were in paradise when that happened.
Well, they were gone after they sinned. They were thrown out of paradise, and then they repented. So why couldn't God let them back into paradise right away after they repented?
That was an original plan to put them on Earth.
Right. That's the Islamic answer. That's not the answer in Christianity. So the answer in Christianity is that it would, for God to let them back into paradise, would make him a liar. So there's something what we call, and actually Saint Athanasius talks about this. It's called the divine dilemma, right? So God.
Bye-bye.
Your mic is still bad, Khalid.
It's not that bad. It's okay.
It's a blue Yeti. This thing's like.
Yeah, I can hear you all right. It's just a little robot-y, but it's fine. Don't worry
It
about
sounds like a bandwidth issue.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's.
I'm gonna back out and I'm gonna come back in and see if it fixes it.
Okay. But anyways, yeah. So God, Adam and Eve sin, and they Adam and Eve sin. They are cast out of paradise, and then there's a question of why didn't he just let
testing?
Welcome back. I think you're doing good.
Much better.
And the Islamic answer is it was already a plan to put them on Earth in a fallen.
So according to Christianity, that wasn't the plan, right? According
No.
to Christianity.
Well, the plan was simply that they had a choice, and they chose to disobey God, and as a result, they're in a fallen world. But once they repented, because Adam and Eve repented, why couldn't they just be let right back into paradise? That's the question. So the answer to that is because God told them that if they disobeyed him, if they sinned and ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they would surely die. That's what he says to them, that they would surely die. And because of the consequence of their sin, they now were in a world where they could suffer the consequence of death. It is not in the desire of God for human beings. It has never been in the desire of God in any sense whatsoever for human beings to suffer the consequence of death. Now, this is going to lead to another question that I'm going to have about your earlier answer about why, about the Islamic answer. I have a bit of an objection, but we'll get into that later. If God since God said, if you eat from the fruit, you will surely die, he couldn't let them back into paradise. Why? It would make him a liar, because he said that they would surely die if they ate from the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. So he couldn't let them back into paradise, because now they must suffer the consequence of death. The consequence for their sin is death. Death has entered into the world. Death has entered into the human nature, and they are in a world of corruption, which they have brought upon themselves. And not only are they now going to suffer the consequence of death, what they have done has affected the entire world, so that death and corruption has entered the entire world. Evil has entered into the world. And if God were to let them back into paradise, that would be perfect and infinite mercy, because he would be merciful by not making them live in a world where the consequence of death is suffered. That'd be infinite mercy. That'd be perfect mercy. But it would contradict his justice, because it is justice that they suffer the consequence of death because of their actions, because of their sin. However, it is against God's justice to allow his creation to suffer death. It is against it. It is not befitting of God's nature, which desires for humans to have eternal life, for him to let them fall into corruption. And so this creates the divine dilemma. On the one hand, there's God's infinite mercy. God's infinite mercy would have them brought back into paradise. But on the other hand, there's God's infinite justice, which says that they must suffer the consequences for their actions. How are both the infinite mercy and the infinite justice appeased? How can this be satisfied? Right?
We don't believe in all merciful.
I know you don't, but we do. We say that God is perfect mercy and perfect justice, and that He's identical to that.
Perfect. But when you say infinite, and all, and it gets too late.
Okay.
Do you believe that God loves everyone?
Yes.
But this is not what the Bible says.
For example, hold on.
In different ways.
For example, I believe that God is all just.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Every act He does is just, no matter what, right?
All right.
But for example, every act He does, when you say, for example, would you say that putting someone in hell is mercy?
I would say, no, not in the concept that we understand it, but by the.
So therefore He wouldn't be all merciful.
But
that mercy is dependent on the human.
Well, it's not merciful
whether God wants to forgive him or not for his sin. Understand?
It's not merciful in the it's not merciful in the human conception of mercy, because we would describe it as God's wrath, but it is merciful in the infinite sense of mercy, in the infinite sense of God's mercy, because God, we would say that God loves us so much that He will not force us to be with Him if we reject Him. That's one way we could put it. And so if we turn our face away from God, God will respect our decision and allow us to turn our face away from Him and suffer hell. That is what hell is, which is turning your face away from the truth, which is God.
I mean, I could buy the whole, all merciful, all loving, all this, right? If you want to say that, if you want to say that God sending someone to hell for eternity is love because this is what they deserve, this is the most loving thing to do for that person, and this is the most merciful thing to do for that person.
You are attached. You're now. I understand that you don't believe this, and you're not going to believe this, maybe. But you are attached to these human conceptions of these attributes, which are finite conceptions.
Okay.
But in God, in Christianity, God is identical to His attributes, which means God doesn't possess a quality outside of His essence called mercy or love. God is mercy, God is love, and God is wisdom. But all of these things are not in any way different things within God. They are so much more perfect and eternal within God that they are incomprehensible to such a sense that even trying to use the words for them is not adequate. That's why we call them virtual distinctions. They're virtual attributes.
Bro, you're pretty much
hold on,
saying
wait a
the same thing
second.
we're saying.
No, you're not.
Yeah, hold on a second. So you keep saying that we keep holding on to these human conceptions of God.
Yes.
And I'm going to say this with the most respect that I can. What you just said about Him being all loving, that's why He sends people to eternal torture.
Yeah.
That's all loving. That is a human concept. It's called narcissism.
No, that's you're just applying your human conception to God again. Like
well, then when you think that we are making human conceptions, we're just going to tell you that you're just applying your human conception onto them.
No, what I'm saying is that everything that God does is according to all of His attributes, which are simply one and identical with His essence, because there are no different things within God. And so it is according to, and so when and you're right, when I use those words to describe something that God is doing, I am merely applying human conceptions to the best of my ability. I would acknowledge and I would agree with you. But I would just say I'm just describing it the best we can. But we also know that there is no, in Christianity, not in Islam, but in Christianity, God is purely one in the sense that there are no differences between his attributes and his essence. His essence is identical to his attributes. God is his love. God is his mercy. God is his wisdom. God is his glory. God is his glory, and God's glory is God because God has no differences within him. Mm-hmm. He's not made of parts. And so, in Christianity,
when he grants someone heaven, that's his jealousy.
You could even, yes, you could say that in a sense. You could apply that attribute in a sense because you could say God granted someone access to, God brought them into heaven. And when we're using this is an allegorical, it's symbolic language. We would say when they are brought into heaven, it is because he was jealous that he could not allow them to be anywhere else other than with him. You could say that.
What?
Symbolically.
That makes no sense at all, man.
Okay.
How does that fit in? What do you? Come on. So do you hear?
Well, what about somebody going to hell? Is God jealous of someone that he sends to hell?
God, not jealous of them, but we could say that you could say that he has intent. You could symbolically say, merely symbolically, because there is no way to express the indescribable nature of God, but you could symbolically say that God has such jealousy and he mourns because of that person who chose to turn his face away from him.
How does jealousy equate to mourning?
Because if you are jealous, you want that person. You are jealous that that person chose something else. You are you want
jealousy is wanting what somebody else has. So if somebody else has been granted,
then you could say
jealous of their
so he could
eternal hellfire.
So yes, because
so God
you could
wants to be in hell.
No, you could. That's
jealous that he's not.
Wow, you really.
That's the only way that I can understand.
I cannot believe that you talked to Neo for so long and you were saying that. I can't believe it.
Well,
you must.
I mean, that's fine.
You know better.
No, what do you mean? I know better.
You know better.
But the problem is that you're
no. You know
better, and you don't have answers to my.
You know that the language is symbolic. You know that.
No, that's just an excuse that you use.
You
don't actually have an answer.
No, it's not. You know that the language is allegorical.
In a sense.
No. You know it. Why do you know what? Why do you think we use symbolic language? You know the answer.
Yeah, it's a cop-out.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Why do we use symbolic language? What's the answer?
Because if you read it at face value, it makes zero sense. So you have to make it symbolic.
No. What? No. Don't straw man. Don't give your opinion.
No.
What's the answer that we give when we say why do we use symbolic language?
Let me show you how I'm exactly right in what I just said. In our previous conversation that we had yesterday, I asked you how to define person in the Trinity. You said we have to use it symbolically because how we understand person.
I said hypostases.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said hypostases. So what was it that you said? You said something to the effect of...
It means underlying reality.
You said something. I got to go back and watch it again. But you said something.
I said it means. I said that hypostases means underlying reality of something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't say that I said that the word persons is a Latin translation of the Greek word hypostases. And people think that when we're talking about persons, we're talking about different people the way you and I are different people, but that's a misconception. Well, it's actually a Latin translation of the word hypostases.
Did you say that that's a symbolic way to look at it?
What's a symbolic way to look at it?
Hypostases, an underlying reality other than looking at it as like we understand what a person is?
That's not what I said. I said that the word persons, by the definition that we're using it, is not talking about separate people or separate entities or separate beings in any way at all, but it is merely a Latin translation of the word hypostasis, which means underlying reality.
I gotta go back and watch it again.
But when we use the word, okay, but I know that when we use, for example, when we say God spoke with wisdom, you know that those words are not adequate or not efficient, are not sufficient to describe the eternal nature of God's wisdom. God's wisdom is so indescribable and so much more so incomprehensible beyond our understanding that even to use the words God spoke with wisdom is actually, we are so unworthy to try and describe the eternal nature of God that we shouldn't even try. But we do.
But yet you're doing it.
We shouldn't even try. So when I do it, I am doing it with the asterisk, with the understanding that what I am saying, every word that I am using,
is not correct.
It is not correct because because it's not able to describe the fullness of the essence of the eternal nature. The only way that you could describe God in a way that is correct, that truly correct, is if you could speak and define the eternal nature. But that's impossible for us as humans. So we are forced. We have no other option other than to use our finite words. There are no finite words that can describe the eternal nature, Khalil. So you want to say, oh, it's a cop-out because you can't perfectly describe God. No one can do that. No one can describe God perfectly.
God can describe God perfectly.
But
God can.
But no human, no finite being can.
And which separates us from you, because your book was written by a man, our book was written by God. So when God is described, when God is described in our book, it's not human beings describing God. So we solved the problem.
Oh my gosh! But it's finite words on a page, though. Finite words cannot define God perfectly.
The eternal Quran is uncreated. We don't believe the Quran is created.
Okay, but it's made up of finite. It's composed of finite words. There are no finite words
They
that
are
can.
not finite.
The Kalam law is not composed of words at all. There's no language within it at all.
But when you're reading words in the Quran, it describes God as merciful. Even that doesn't do justice to the eternal nature of God, does it? That doesn't
does plenty of
perfectly
justice to our understanding.
It does justice to your understanding, and it gives wisdom, certainly, but it doesn't define the fullness of the essence of God. And the only way to perfectly correctly describe God is to speak His essence. But that's an unnameable thing. No one can name the name of God, which is the unnameable essence of God. No one can do that. So it's not a cop-out for me to say I can never use finite words to name the fullness of the essence of God. That's ridiculous. I know you don't like it, but the fullness of the essence of God cannot be named. It is unnameable. It is unspeakable because we do not have a mouth like God's.
True, but we have what He revealed to us.
Yes, but what He revealed to us is through finite words to condescend to our limited understanding, because we cannot understand the fullness of the.
You would say that the Bible is
why do we need to understand it? I don't understand why.
No,
do we need to
I'm not.
understand it?
What I'm saying is there are no finite words that can allow us to see Him in the fullness of His essence.
Why do we need this? Why?
Well, we need to understand that we can never as finite. We need to know and humble ourselves and understand that we as human beings can never comprehend the fullness of the essence of God.
Why do we need to comprehend it? Why?
We don't have to comprehend it. We just need to understand that we can never comprehend it and acknowledge
Why
that.
do we need that? Why do we need to understand what you just said?
So we can be humble. So
why?
Why do we need to be humble?
Why?
So that we can know that God is, because if we start saying if we start saying I understand God, that is arrogance and it is wrong. You would be incorrect.
No, we understand. We never
It
say
would
the
be a lie.
fundamental nature of God.
We say we understand what God wants from us. This is what we say.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Islam means submission.
but you cannot say that you know the fullness of the essence.
We don't need.
No,
this.
we know
There is no command. There is no command in the Quran.
Sure, but all you need to do is acknowledge that you can't do that. So when we say we're describing God, we are always doing it in Christianity. We are always doing it with the understanding that there are no finite words that can perfectly describe his essence.
We get this. But the point is, we know our purpose in Islam, right?
That's fine. That's fine. But Khalil was saying that that the fact that I use finite words to describe something that God is doing, and that I myself acknowledge that those finite words will never be sufficient to describe the essence of God. He says that's a cop-out. It's not. It's just the way human language works.
This is absolutely ridiculous topic, because what you are saying we don't need. We don't need to understand fullness of God. We don't need this. Our job is to submit. Our job is to be slaves. Okay, this is why we are here.
I don't
need
know.
to understand.
Why is that contradicting what I'm saying, though?
Because this is irrelevant. There is no command in the Quran and Sunnah that says like, "Yo."
Is this better?
A little bit.
Yeah.
There is no command in the Quran and Sunnah that says, "Yo, guys, go and seek the fullness of comprehension of God, whatever." There is no such command.
That's not what we're saying.
If there is no such command, we don't do it.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. You don't know what I'm saying, Elias.
You're saying a lot of stuff, man. Nobody really knows.
You don't know what I'm saying. Speak for yourself.
Nobody does.
It's just you're. Come on.
Okay. Okay.
So just continue. I think.
Yeah. Just go on.
Well, I don't. So I said everything I was going to say.
Okay, so we
don't know your purpose. We don't know your purpose.
We as Muslims do believe that we know the fundamental nature of God. It's very, very easy. It can be fully described in 4 verses in the 112th chapter of the Quran.
You think that you know the fullness of the essence of God?
The fundamental nature, yes.
Well, no. What define fundamental nature?
The fundamental nature is the bare bone minimum of what needs to be understood to know exactly what the nature of God is.
Okay. Then you and I are talking about different things. That's fine. That I agree with that. When I'm talking about the fundamental nature of God, I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about the fullness of His essence, the fullness of.
Well, that wouldn't be fundamental. That would be the entirety of it.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to say that the entirety of God is the fundamental part of His nature, but I mean,
yes,
to say fundamental would be to be making a distinction between other parts of Him.
Okay, in Christianity, the fundamental part of God is God. Since God has no parts.
The fundamental
God doesn't
part,
have any.
He doesn't have parts.
Well, yeah. Also, because to say that any part of God is not fundamental, a little weird.
Yeah. I don't know if you just had like your English language is all that you can use for this, but you said the fundamental part of God because God has no parts.
Yep. I have to use words like that.
His parts aren't parts.
I don't have. Yeah.
In a sense.
No, not in every sense possible. God has no parts. Okay, but anyways, everything that is fundamental about God is God. There's nothing of God that is not fundamental. So you say, we understand the fundamental truth about God. Well, I get that. You understand what you understand what God, you think God needs to be understood about God. But what I'm talking about is the entirety of God and the entire. You don't need that.
No.
And I would say that we all need that.
Where does it say that? Show me in the Bible.
We need.
Show me in the Bible.
What I'm saying is that since we need God, we need the entirety of God. There's no part of God we don't need.
How do you know what you need?
God simply is God. So God simply is one. There's no part.
Just answer the question. Where do you get your information?
I was answering your question, Elias.
Go on.
I don't think you care about my answer. Like Elias, honestly,
I care about the scripture. I care about the facts. Lay the facts down.
I don't think I don't.
Lay those facts down.
Elias, I think you and I just don't get along. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, because you just waffle.
You just don't like me. I get it.
No, I like you. I like.
No, you don't.
Genuinely.
No, you don't.
You're from Finland, right? You're from Finland.
I'm from Finland.
No, you're not from Finland.
Anyways, but no, Elias, I don't know what your problem is with me, but I'm just doing my best.
Man. You just waffle.
Okay.
I need to shake you a little bit to get the answers. You know, it's personal, just to move the discussion forward. You know?
There's some people here I've talked to I really like. Elias, I think you're kind of a rude guy.
I'm not rude. I'm just
you are.
To the point. You just speaking from your own mind, and I want the scripture. I want facts. I want to explicitly.
Hey, Elias,
explicit statements where it says like. Wait.
Elias, come on. Hold on, Elias. You can't do that, right? Because we're talking about things that are laid down in the scripture, and like attributes and things like that. But we're both having different conceptions of them, trying to figure out which is the better position. And his thing seems to be ambiguous and vague, because we can never understand the fullness of God and all that. But we're trying to see how we want to understand how our position is contradictory or wrong. And we just want to show like the verse,
for example, yeah. Elias, like you misunderstand me all the time. Like in the chat, I'm seeing what you're saying. Like, why do we need to know the entirety of what God is? I'm not saying we do. I'm not saying.
Then let's just skip that subject. If we don't need it, we don't need to talk about.
No. That's the problem. You've spent like the last 10 minutes thinking that I was saying that we need to know the entirety of what God is, which means you don't know what I'm talking about, but you thought that you did. And instead you type in all caps, why do we need to know the entirety of what God is, as if that's what I was saying. And then you say, just do what you were told. That's fine. I agree with that.
Okay, so tell me, what does your Bible say that you need to do?
No, the only thing I'm saying is it is impossible for the human mind to fully understand God. And that needs to be respected at all times when speaking of God.
We agree with that. No,
okay.
I'm asking.
Well, I think that there's a disagreement though on that point. I think that the disagreement is some people, I think Khalil might be one of them, think that you can apply to some extent human conceptions of attributes to God, which you cannot do. I do not believe you can do that. I think we
don't do it. God does.
Right. God uses that language, but it needs to be understood that even that language is condescending to our level.
What you're saying is that he can't speak specifically to us. That's what we need to know.
What I'm saying, we cannot comprehend the eternal, and so we can never fully comprehend God. And so every time we're reading about God, reading finite words, human words, we need to understand there's deep meaning behind it. And that we need to contemplate deeply, and we can't just say, "Oh, God is wise," and that's all there is to it. Like, we need to understand. No, God has an incomprehensible nature, and those words are actually just God is using those words to hint at something that it will be contemplated forever. And this, in the kingdom of God, we will contemplate the eternal nature of God forever in glory. I mean, this is important stuff.
Can I say something? Can I just read you something real quick? Right.
Okay.
Surah 5:15.
No. Just Surah Ikhlas, right? Hear this out, right? Say he is one. Say he's self-sufficient. He does not beget, nor is he begotten, and there is none comparable unto him. Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Okay, so this is how Allah describes himself in the Quran, right? He says, say he is one.
Yes.
Say he's self-sufficient.
Yes.
He does not beget, nor is he begotten.
Yes, that's correct.
And there is none comparable unto him.
Yes. Now there's and I would say that for a statement like that, there is a surface level understanding, but then it goes even deeper. It goes deeper beyond even imagining, right?
Right, but as long as we were working with these things and we're not falling into anything contradictory to these things, and we see God referring to himself as like the loving or the most merciful or you know, the all of these things, we don't see these attributes as these physical objects. No, these are just expressions, and we see these expressions in reality. You understand?
Yeah, one flaw. Yeah, but well, anyway, if you but do you understand? You would agree that when it says God is all loving, that those words are not enough to allow us to fully understand God, just to understand enough.
Sure. Yeah,
okay.
we're not gonna understand
well, that's all I'm saying. Then we agree.
God's not all loving. He
Yes, he
hates
is.
many things.
Like Esau, for example.
I was just saying within Islam, like there's many that God hates.
Yeah, I think your position. I think your position, Athanasius, that like all of the acts that God does are all of these at the same time, is very problematic. And then you're like, well, it's in a sense because at the end of the day we can't understand. Well, I
think
understand that.
I think I've hit a roadblock with you guys. I don't think you guys can understand.
No, because like Khalid
I
asked
agree.
you, like, is this jealousy? Is God jealous when he does this? Is God loving when he does that? There's a lot of questions that make no sense when you hold to that view you're holding, and that's the issue.
I think there's something I'm saying that you're not able to hear.
Okay. Khalid, did I miss something?
Nope.
From what I said? All right.
Yeah, you missed a lot, but it's okay. Well, I think with that, I'm gonna head off. So it was good talking to you guys. I'll come back another time, hopefully.
Yeah, come back sometime. Let's talk incarnation.
Inshallah.
All right. See you later.
My last words: do not fret, my friends.
Embrace Islam.
Yes.
Or
And
burn it
by the way, Katanunu, if you're around, you're awesome. See you later, bro.
What happened to atheists?
This is ADS Christianity for you guys. This is why you should never be ADS.
No, there was someone in the panel.
Yeah, atheist. Yeah, I don't know.
I
He
guess
came and he said
really-
salam. He said salam
Oh.
alaikum. Came in, so I think it was a Muslim, just with a catchy name.
Imagine living your life living like this. I mean, just imagine what torture to be a Christian.
Not
And
to
the
be honest.
and the worst part, after you die, you will get even more torture. Man, poor fast.
God is jealous of those that he sends to hell. Wow.
He mourns those that he sends to paradise. It's the same thing.
This is the craziness with absolute divine simplicity, that all of his attributes are identical.
But they're contradictory. His attributes are contradictory, right?
They're-
Love and,
yes,
and anger.
yes.
God becomes contradictory, right?
Well,
You should
no,
just
it
ask-
doesn't become contradictory. You could say that I love you so much that I'm angry with you, but eventually, if that's unlimited, that is just an unlimited amount of narcissism. And whatever, call it a human conception. But if that's how I understand his God, and he's trying to explain it to me, and I need to eat some flesh and drink some blood and have a poltergeist enter me for me to understand it, I'm good on that. I'm good on that. I don't...
Pure paganism. Pure paganism.
Yeah, heavy pass on that one.
And shield the sun on your face.
And Catholics are not even the worst on that.
Oh,
bro,
boy,
you guys should see the Orthodox Christians. These guys, Looney Tunes.
Yeah, and by the way, in the chat, he's not rude. He's Russian. You need to understand this.
Who's saying I'm rude?
They don't. He's a lovely brother. He's a lovely brother.
Look
Bro,
who we got in the chat.
You need this Hamza's Den energy. Oh my god, this guy. And then he needs to embrace Islam as well.
Yes, Dr. Khalil, please embrace Islam. We can give you your shahada if you want to come on. Man, I wonder if he's been keeping up with Jake's videos. Jake has been on a roll.
MashaAllah, brother Jake. Knowledgeable brother.
Man.
He has a video on ADS, by the way. For people in the chat, if you want to understand how idiotic ADS is, Jake has a video on it. He also has a video on logical problem of the Trinity and many others.
I'm curious where Dr. Khalil gets the idea that visiting his imam is actually making Hajj.
What?
It's Ismaili. Yeah.
That's what I want to know, where he gets that from.
What?
Ismailis.
Yeah, Ismaili belief. Yeah, he believes that making Hajj is visiting his imam, going out for lunch at Subway.
Wow.
He believes that his daily prayers are like, I think it's 3 du'as. 3 du'as? Yeah.
Du'as? Not even salah?
What?
Not even salah?
No need for salat. No need.
So he just
no need to
does
fast
du'a?
during Ramadan. No need to fast during Ramadan. The
So he
imam, the next imam that takes over after this current one could say that alcohol is halal, and they would have to follow
it. Actually sounds like Judaism. In Judaism, they have like rabbis who just ban polygamy and then allow it again and do stuff like this.
Dr. Khalil, how many pillars do you have? How many pillars of Islam do you have? He's gonna say 12 or 7, one of the two.
Yeah, the Shia believe in different pillars. Yeah, I heard that.
You know what the first pillar is? Follow the imam.
No, seriously.
What is the? Just so I'm not. Nobody thinks I'm lying.
No, there is no way. There is no way. This is too much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I had to run to the supermarket to get for lunch. How did it go with him?
He really liked you, and he says he sent his salams to you, but you didn't speak to him for a long period of time, so maybe that was it.
I'm really. That's yeah. Alhamdulillah, Islam, da'wah. It's beautiful, Ikhwan. Wallahi, what we are standing on is beautiful. Wallahi, yes, Alhamdulillah. I say he's an Athari because he always goes back to his original creed of founding fathers, whatever. What do you call them? The Christian fathers of the theology of Catholicism.
The church fathers?
Church fathers, yeah. So wallahi, I was thinking this individual, if he becomes Muslim, wallahi, he can be a very good asset because he understands Yeah, mashallah.
It's like
Yeah?
Dr. Khalil with his imams. That's how Athanasius with the church fathers.
All right,
Yeah.
so we're gonna look at this real quick.
Yes.
Let me add it.
What is his name? Muslim metaphysician is the only guy. I think, Khalil, how you and him, were you part together in understanding the build-up of theology of Christianity, whatever?
He's basically the guy that I learned from when it comes to like the philosophical issues.
Okay.
I get most of my information from him.
Mashallah, is he empowered with you concerning Christian philosophical outlook of the faith, or is he better than you? Or I'm not putting you down, Khalil.
No, he's way better than me. He's way better than me.
I saw him debating, and even other Christians were praising him of his understanding of the theology, how depth he has. Wallahi, yeah. So
but he's got if you go to Sapiens Institute, he has a full entire course. One I would suggest everybody watch, Testing the Trinity. I'm starting to go through it now. Now, I haven't presented any arguments based off of the new information that I've learned from it, because it goes into a lot of church father history, but it's very eye-opening. I've learned the philosophical side against the Trinity from Jake. I had my own arguments, but these are much stronger. So, but yeah.
Mashallah. You're going through him and the metaphysician with the Ismaili guy.
Oh no! I actually spoken to Dr. Khalil and Danny before.
Yeah, but I think it has turned into bitterness. And
I knew it was going to.
Yeah,
they started off with bad blood. Jake takfired him. Jake said, I actually takfired Dr. Khalil, and he was quite pissed off that a brand new baby Muslim told him that he wasn't a Muslim.
But Khalil, but if you build upon other ulama who has called him takfir, that's fine. But you and me and the others who are whatever, we are just learning. It's not our. But if we
I told Dr. Khalil, within my understanding, if you believe that the imams can literally change what is halal and haram, then that is not, you're outside of Islam. If you believe in this Neoplatonism to where there's these three things, like the first intellect that is the thing that has the omniscience, and the divine soul that has the omnipotence, and that the necessary thing, which actually Jake went in and showed how the first intellect within the Ismaili belief is actually that's actually the necessary being, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself is not the necessary being. Like, with all of this, like, this is not Islam. It is not Islam whatsoever.
No doubt about it. But what I usually refrain is takfir of an individual, because that's the methodology of our scholars. We usually restrain and leave the matter of. We can say what you are saying is kufr. We can just plainly say that. But I will restrain. I'll tell other laymen like us to not go on a rant about takfir individuals. Ulama have the reign, scholars have the reign of that. That's too large, which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has.
So what I basically said, I didn't call him a kafir, but what I did say is I said your beliefs are kufr.
That's fine. That's totally fine, Khalid. That's totally fine. The belief is out of this world, but the problem is even layman will come online and start calling him kafir. This is which we have to make it clear. Anybody who just come and say you're kafir, and this is the manhaj of Khawarij, and that we have to avoid. And ulama have always insisted on that.
Yeah,
it's a golden rule. It's a golden rule.
These are the Ismaili pillars, like that I was talking about. There's 7 pillars in the Ismaili belief. The first one is walaya, which is guardianship, denotes love and devotion to God, the prophets, the scripture, the imams, devotion to the imams, right there. And the duat missionaries, the Ismaili doctrine, God is one, and the true desire of every soul, creator of everything, the appointed duat leads believers to the right path. The Druze refers to the pillar as taslim, submission, and informative article. So you got salat, unlike Muslims. Unlike Muslims, that's actually hilarious. Unlike Muslims, Nizari
La ilaha.
Ismaili reasoned that that it is up to the current imam to designate the style and form of prayer, and for this reason, the current Nizari prayer is called dua, and they pray 3 times a day. These 3 times have been related with the 3 times that have been mentioned in the Quran: sunrise, before sunset, and after sunset. In contrast, the Mustali maintain 5 prayers, and their style is generally closely related to that of Twelvers. The Druze believe that the meaning of the prayers is Sidku il-Lisan, speaking truth too about God, and do not believe in the 5 daily prayers.
صدوق اللسان. Yeah.
Yeah.
صدوق اللسان.
Gotcha, yeah. Which is the practice of the uninitiated, and historically was also done for reasons of taqiyya. Wow. Charity. All the Ismaili have practices resembles that of Sunni or 12 Muslims. Perfect. Okay. Saum, fasting. Nizari and Mustali believe in both a metaphorical and literal meaning of fasting. The literal meaning is that one must fast as an obligation, such as during the Ramadan, and the metaphorical meaning being that one is attainment of the divine truth and must strive to avoid worldly activities which may detract from this goal. In particular, Ismailis believe that the real and esoteric meaning of fasting is avoiding devilish acts and doing good deeds. Not eating during the month of Ramadan is in conjunction with a metaphorical
Khalid,
implementation of fasting.
can you there's a person with live chat best adult dating site, can you just
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I might actually change it to anybody that wants to be in the comments has to actually subscribe to the channel. I think I found a setting for that. Here's the important part right here that I was telling you guys. Hajj, pilgrimage. For Ismailis, visiting the imam or his representative is one of the most aspired pilgrimages. There are 2 pilgrimages. The first is to visit Mecca, the second being in the presence of the imam. The Mustali also maintain the practice of going to Mecca. The Druze interpret this completely metaphorically as fleeing from the devils and oppressive, and rarely go to Mecca. I can't say that this is Islam. I can't say that.
There is ijma that the kuffar can freely live.
My sister Sam she's funny. She say block him. I say, why can it not block her? I'm just kidding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is true. I've actually seen this before. There's an ijma from the scholars that Ismailis aren't Muslim. Yeah, I no disrespect to Dr. Khalil. I don't see how that lines up with what the Quran teaches at all. Quran's not talking about some first intellect and divine soul, and these things are all absolutely necessary, and it doesn't talk about any of that.
Check Islam Q&A for Ismailis. They have more details about them.
Yeah, go to that one. That would be amazing to read. And the thing is that's why when people have no basic understanding of following the teaching of Sahaba, Rasul Sallallahu Sahaba, and Tabi'in, you end up in a very funny stream of thoughts and teachings. Wallahi, subhanallah, we have to pin ourselves to the understanding of the previous individual schools of thought.
Yeah.
Can you go on that Q&A and?
Oh, the Islam Q&A on Ismailis?
I'll bring it. Read this one. The last thing.
Oh, you put it in the private chat?
Yeah. Starting from the between these 2 groups, this one. again.
Between these groups.
I think it gives a good overview of what the hell is that.
Gotcha. Okay. Says between these groups are others which vary in their degree of closeness to good and evil. The Ismailis are an extreme Radifi group who make an outward display of loyalty to Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, whilst concealing disbelief in Allah, His angels, His books, and His messengers. Hence, some of the scholars said concerning the Fatimis, who were same as the Ismailis, that they make an outward display of being Rafidis, but they conceal in their hearts pure kufr. They are also called Batinis because they claim that the text and laws have hidden meanings other than those which are known to Muslims. For example, they say that
just 1 second, Khalil, I interject you. Just like the other penitentiaries have secrets.
Exactly. Yep. Secrets. For example, they say that the 5 prayers refer to the knowledge of their secrets. The fast of Ramadan is concealment of their secrets, and Hajj is traveling to meet their sheikhs. But the Batini school of thought, which includes the Ismaili, is based on secrecy. Their real belief are secrets which are known only to their leaders, and these leaders are deluding ordinary people, enslaving and exploiting them, demanding from them sums of money to be paid at certain times, expecting absolute obedience from them, and scaring them by telling them that if they go against them, they will be stricken with calamities. They command them to be different from the Sunnis with regard to fasting, ending the fast in the Hajj, although they may show some tolerance and act friendly in order to deceive them. You are one of the ordinary Ismailis, and you do not know the secrets that the leaders have. They do not think that you are qualified to know them, because they know that if you and others like you were to discover their secrets, you would be disgusted and would have nothing more to do with them, and you would reject their beliefs. They want you to continue being a follower, enslaved to them, and they want to retain their leadership over you. Fear Allah and free yourselves from this enslavement to someone other than Allah, and following someone other than the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him. But there is no one who should be followed apart from the Messenger, peace and blessings be upon him. May Allah bless you with guidance to the Sunnah and keep you away from the path of Bid'ah. May He open your eyes to the truth that He is able to do all things. Was this helpful?
Sounds exactly like this Athanasius guy, right? And this is what he tried with Jumbo, like, come to Discord, I'll tell you Discord tech, right? Secret Discord.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah for Islam.
Alhamdulillah.
I'll be heading out, guys. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to close this up, guys. Does anybody have anything else they want to say?
Jazakallah, Khalid, for give us this platform. May Allah reward it, and you and Brother Isa. May Allah reward you for the effort, and may He make Jannah your mathwa, your where you settle. Inshallah, you and your family.
Ameen.
And everyone who's in here, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide us into what's right and protect us from what's evil. Inshallah, we constantly, the da'wah is not an individual's, I remind you guys, it's not an individual task, it's obligated upon all of us. Remind, and may Allah reward you, all of you. Jazakumullah khair.
Alaikum salam. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody who's on the panel, everybody that comes here and gives what they have. I definitely stay busy reading because Brother Islam Pill down here is sending me 15 different articles on any given subject that's on the stream. So he keeps me busy with reading, and I really appreciate that.
Alhamdulillah, brother. I'm going to give you a call after the stream, like literally in 2 minutes on Facebook.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, and guys, check out if you guys missed it. If you guys missed the first discussion I had with Athanasius, here in about 4 hours. The video is going to be premiering of the first discussion that I had with him, to where it was more like a debate than just like a discussion like we had today.
I was waiting for you. I'm bigging up you. I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
Like a lot better.
Yep. It's even in there where you're like, you have to clip this out. I was like, all right, let's clip it out. So I got it posted. It'll be premiering here in about 4 hours. So check that out. But other than that, thank you guys for everything you do. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.